Down and Out Witch by Sami Valentine. This is an expanded edition prequel to A Witch Called Red, the book of the Red Witch Chronicles, including the never-before-published story, Terror in Tahoe. Get free reads, updates on my new books, and the skinny on the latest hot urban fantasy paranormal titles by subscribing to my newsletter at SamiValentine.com. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission from the publisher, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. Chapter 1. June 20th in Arizona. Red raced across the desert, checking over her shoulder for the man in black. He couldn't reach the professor first. In bloody sneakers, she hiked a prickly butte crowned with cacti. The sun set into the lonely horizon, clocking out on its longest shift of the year. A glare reflected off a dark helmet in the distance. The son of a bitch took his time. Why? She reached the isolated hill as twilight deepened the sky to a bruised purple, freckled with stars. Heat radiated from the ground, yet she shivered. Power, old, mystical, and above her pay grade, wafted like fog down the slope. The temperature dropped. Soft orange light filtered through the arms of the tall saguaros and guided her to a clearing at the top. A detached archway jutted from the sand. How did the stacked rocks stay perfectly upright? Its radiance dappled on the gray-haired professor. Bound, he perched on a rock, staring into its depths. Magnificent, he looked at her, eyes wet. It's the doorway to the gods. Running to him, she peeked at the doorway and stumbled. It outlined a dazzling sunrise on the remote landscape, as if revealing another day in the same spot. Were all the legends true? The man in black emerged from the shadows, pulling off his helmet. He wasn't a man at all. The vampire smiled, lips chalky and pale against his fangs. I still need him. Earlier that day, barking dogs announced the van's arrival at Professor Edwin Van Sant's spacious hacienda. The white walls shimmered in the blistering morning heat. Vic Constantine parked by an adobe fence, patting the steering wheel as if calming it after the bumpy dirt road. Thank God we put new tires on the Millennium Falcon. Why do your friends always live outside cell service? Red asked, absently brushing the donut crumbs off her dark tank top and jeans. She lifted his work bag, salt canisters, and jars of holy water jostling within. As his sidekick, she did most of the carrying. After you retire from the Brotherhood, you want the quiet life, I guess, he replied. A lean Asian guy in a sleeveless Led Zeppelin shirt. He didn't look like a scholar of the supernatural trained to hunt demons in secrecy. He looked like the one most likely to request a DJ to play Freebird. Red followed him into the desiccating wind. Old cottonwoods shaded the wooden porch where hummingbirds buzzed around dangling plastic feeders. He smoothed back his shaggy black mullet. Okay, intern, I do the talking. The professor's housekeeper is the meanest Canadian you'll ever meet. I swear he's too scared to fire her. She's a normie, too. Doesn't know what he really retired from. Lucky her. Spooky urban legends and pop culture had nothing on reality. The supernatural lurked in a second world within our own. Imagine all the cryptids, bedtime stories, and fairy tales, then toss it a couple species too weird for the Brothers Grimm. Red and Vic hunted the worst in the West, she said. A day is a long time to be missing out here. If he wasn't so paranoid, they might have sent a search party last night. Vic knocked on the front door. As it opened, he said, Hello. A middle-aged woman waved them into an atrium decorated with old Southwest cowboy elegance. She wore a door frown and a bright pink sundress. You're letting the air conditioning out. Vic snorted. Pleasure to see you too, Diane. Red held out her hand. Hi, Hurry. You'll need the professor's map. Diane swept down the hall, gesturing them on with a begrudging air. It's all in his playroom. Vic chuckled. He won't appreciate you handing that over. Diane scowled over her shoulder. I didn't appreciate worrying all night because he likes to tilt at windmills. Red walked behind Vic into a study, peering at the leather-bound books on the shelves. Primarily local histories, but a few old westerns held a place of honor. Maps of the local area, peppered in sticky notes, were on the walls. Papers nearly hid the desk. A taxidermy squirrel in a Superman cape stared at her from a wide windowsill. Snug as a hobbit hole, it was easy to imagine the aged professor reading or taking a siesta on the old plaid couch. Diane tossed her head, glowering at the clutter. I bet he's stuck, out of gas, on his ATV with Geraldo. If it weren't for his damn last text message, I would have sent the sheriff. He thinks he found the doorway to the gods. Red heard it all from Vic on their ride from Tucson. The legend was obscure even to locals, an interdimensional vortex in the borderlands warping time and space. Paranormal spookiness was par for the course for her internship. She said, "Who else knows that?" Vic shot her an annoyed look. Red shrugged. She wasn't as scared of Diane as he was. Rolling his eyes, he cleared his throat and addressed the older woman. My intern has a point. Did he mention any interest in his research? He saw shadows everywhere. The door doesn't exist. The truth is, Edwin retired and couldn't find a normal hobby. Crouching under the window, Diane revealed a cache under a loose floorboard. She muttered about her back as she retrieved a rolled map. He thinks he's so clever, she said, handing it over to Vic. He's too loud during poker night with the boys. You get off the road into town around the 7-mile marker, then turn south at the Triple G Ranch. Drive until you must go on foot. Vic unfurled the paper. X marks the spot, then? What more do you need? He's roasting out there. Diane's lip trembled, concern cracking her brisk demeanor. She stomped to the door. I'll pack you a cooler. Take what you need. Vic knelt at the professor's secret stash in the floor and pulled out a battered notebook. Leaning on his heels, he flipped through it. It's his field journal. He didn't write much this month. His tongue peeked out of his mouth as he read. Couldn't he read aloud? Red tapped her foot. Watching someone react to a book made her antsy with questions. So you think he found it? He's been looking for this doorway for years. My dad called him one of the smartest men he knew. Ranked as a bard in the Brotherhood, too. Pausing, Vic scanned the last page. He finished this diary last week. The last entry was about a murder in Nogales. Neck slit in a mugging, interrupted in mid-sentence. I'm thinking it's because it was a poker night. Can you think of why he'd text about you? She said. The message was brief. Help. Send only Victor Constantine. The rest was gibberish from a clumsy thumb, except for the last words. Go to the butte. Probably because I told him we came down south to see a cheap dentist in Mexico, closest hunters he could think of. Vic stood, resting the notebook under his arm along with the map. Eyes darting around, he said, I forgot how nice his house is. She chuckled. That's the difference in pay between a hunter and a bard. Rubbing the back of his neck, he frowned, looking at his feet. We'll earn a good bounty after this charity case, I swear. I'm not worried about that. She frowned at the arid land outside the window. We only have so much morning left and a lot of ground to cover. Brown cattle mooed at the Millennium Falcon as it bounced along an unpaved road. The dusty lane zigged through dips and rises in an open pasture toward the sun-baked San Luis Mountains in the south. As Vic drove, Red studied the trail to the doorway. A circle marked Keno's Butte, a desolate hill near the Aravaca Creek Valley, with a trail line leading to it. The professor wanted Vic to meet him there. They were too far out for American radio, but she hit the sporadic cell phone signal from Mexican towers. How far could the professor wander and still make a last text message? Pretty far if they had the same cell provider. Red stored the map in the open wooden chest between the front seats, handmade by Vic's late-adopted father. She always envied it. It was a symbol of the roots he had, like this rescue mission of an old friend or his couple of semesters at UCLA. Vic had a past. She was still searching for hers. The clues were less sentimental than an heirloom. She touched the vamp scars on her neck, avoiding the old scabs from the latest. She said, I've been thinking about the professor's last journal entry. What's so special about that murder case on the border? With a lazy hand on the wheel, Vic shrugged. Must not have been that interesting since he didn't finish writing about it. He probably took his new journal with him. Muggings rarely end with a slit throat. Maybe he thought it was a vamp. Buddy, you're barking up the wrong cactus. These old Brotherhood dudes get itchy in retirement, investigate local cases. Just like us, they find the Scooby-Doo answer most of the time. Humans gank each other more than demons do. Besides, if anyone wanted his research, it would be a warlock or something. Diane was probably right. He's lost out here. She crossed her arms. He didn't need to dismiss her theory entirely. That murder looks iffy, is all I'm saying. Sure, could be vampire, but we're not chasing that lead now. They have a real bastard of a supreme master around here. Neither of us needs to be on his nasty side prematurely. This is because of Colorado. Vic sighed. You don't need to run at another set of fangs to prove yourself, intern. And you don't need to babysit me on hunts. She scoffed at his surprise. Don't give me that look. We were both there in Santa Fe. You practically sidelined me when we went after La Mala Hora. Oh, come on, you gotta use a CB radio and give yourself a trucker handle. That was fun. She dropped her gaze to her fidgeting hands. I froze in Denver when that vamp got a hold of me. Every day I see the marks. It won't happen again. You're dwelling on it more than I have, Vic said gruffly. Keep your eyes peeled for his truck by the road. Red nodded. It was hard not to dwell on her weeks in Colorado. He knew how much she struggled. They had teamed with another crew of hunters for a few jobs there. Her neck scars immediately marked her as suspicious. Rumors spread she was a former bleeder, a vamp groupie. If that was the truth, she didn't remember it, or anything, before last year. She held her own with the guys, but it wasn't pretty. Then, to get bitten on a walk. It was more than a blow to the ego. The van yanked to the right as a front tire popped. The hell? Vic cursed as he braked. He slapped the steering wheel. I traded a good exorcism in Tucson for these tires. She leaned out of the window, slipping her sunglasses over her hair for a better look. Some asshole hit a board with nails in the sand. What if a cow stepped on that? Vic groused, killing the engine. Oh yeah, think of the hypothetical cows, not the literal us. You haggled that guy up to get a new donut. Red gestured into the back, where a beanbag chair covered the spare tire well. If the professor got punked by the same douchebag, then he'd be close by. I'll change the flat. You see if something else will shred my tires ahead. Vic popped out, cussing quietly to himself. Red scouted the road with a walking stick for any more booby traps. Mirages twinkled on the sand, promising sparkling water. Sweat dried to salt on her skin. It was nearly 10 o'clock and already 100 degrees. She found another nail board and tossed it aside. Was this an outsider or the professor hiding his discovery? We're moving, Vic called out. I can see you burning from here. Slap on some sunblock. Red trotted back like the sensible ginger she was. The presence of a watcher prickled on her awareness. Hopping into the van, she scanned the empty desert from the window. Early cicadas shrieked for attention from the skinny mesquites. Nothing bigger than a coyote could have hid amid the brittle shrubs. Slathering her face and arms in sunscreen, she kept her eye on the side mirror. What was out there? At the end of the road, the professor's big truck and attached empty flatbed trailer waited like a loyal dog. Red peered into the driver's side window. 2 travel coffee mugs rested in the center console. A rifle hung on a gun rack in the back. Wouldn't the professor have taken it if he felt in danger? She observed. Looks like he just went for a ride with a friend. Vic circled the truck. No signs of a struggle. The ATV tracks lead southeast to the butte. Should be easy to follow them. Update Diane if you have signal. It'll give the ambulance a head start when we find them with sunstroke, she said. The words reminded her to drink from her water bottle. Reflected light hit her. A man-sized shadow moved by a far-off creosote. She blinked, rubbing her dry eyes. The figure vanished. Was it another mirage? We can't go off-roading on the donut. Vic said, stepping beside her to stare into the wilderness. He didn't react to any shadows. Red relaxed, chalking her worry up to mere chronic anxiety. It was a side effect of knowing that the boogeyman was real and operated out of Cleveland. She said, "This is as good a place as any to set up the drone. You sure you know how to fly that thing?" Diane had handed it over from the professor's collection of cutting-edge toys. "I'm the techie in this dynamic duo." He opened the side door of the Millennium Falcon and climbed inside to gather a laptop and the drone case. "Don't wander off." "It's daytime, Vic. I'll be fine." Biting off a sarcastic remark, Red left the computer science dropout to his work and marched to the ATV tracks. The trail forked off the road into a rugged sketch, snaking between large wheel-cracking rocks. Kino's Butte loomed a few miles away. Only a light breeze disturbed the sleepy hush of high noon. She bent to retrieve a cracked geode glittering by a tumbleweed. A single touch made her recoil. It hummed. Like a vibration hitting her aura, she felt it, rather than heard. She was sensitive to the paranormal, with latent magical gifts, according to Vic, but rocks didn't sing at her like she was a Disney princess. What the hell was going on here? "Watch me fly this thing," Vic called out, as the drone hovered above him. She trotted back, admiring the device darting to the southeast. Inside the van, his laptop balanced on a milk crate with cables strapping it to boxy electronics. A live stream lit up the screen. The aerial footage captured the desolate landscape, nearly shadowless as the sun gloried at its full height. Drought had left the desert looking like the surface of Mars. Vic whined, "You're not watching." "I am. And you're doing a great job," she replied with the attention of a bored mother, focused on monitoring the screen. A white ATV came into view, somewhere between them and the butte. "Hey, you found something." "I'm zooming in." A dark figure appeared in the corner of the live footage, human-shaped. As the drone lowered, details of the figure came into focus, a shiny helmet and dark jumpsuit like a stranded motorcyclist or pilot. The headgear looked strangely spherical. Static crackled on the video as she leaned closer. "Holy shit, I found a dude." Red nudged Vic's arm. "How was the professor dressed?" "White golfing shirt," he said, peering over her shoulder. The laptop's huffing internal fan drowned out the cicadas. It died with an overheated shudder. The screen darkened as the drone accelerated to Earth. "Mayday," she asked. "Why is it falling?" "I don't know." He swore, rattling the handheld controls. "That's $1,000 crash landing." "Did you see the guy? He looked like an evil spaceman from a 1950s movie." "I only saw a smudge, but it's close to the ATV, so we'll check it out." Vic kicked the dirt. "It's a mile away, so I hope it still has gas to drive back on." "Gear up for a hike. The day's only getting hotter." The two hunters trooped forth with wide-brim hats and backpacks full of water bottles and a first aid kit. They followed the ATV tracks. It was the only hint of civilization in the pristine wilderness. The butte grew in the distance as the path flattened. Jumping cactus clustered to their left, given a wide berth by the trailmaker. "Ah," Red whispered, pointing to a lean jackrabbit hopping alongside their path. A dozen more burst from the shelter of the cacti. The determined fuzzballs bounded to the north in the opposite direction of the humans without a look back. She pouted. "Did we scare them?" He frowned, muscles tensing, and rested his hand on his belt knife. That wasn't a good sign. This was a guy who hunted werewolves. He shouldn't be spooked by a bunny. "We're too far away. They're safer in their dens anyway." "I got one of my trademark weird feelings about this place." "Then I taught you something. Dad used to take me camping around here with the professor all the time. Strange lights in the sky, mysterious creatures in the woods, and some other things that I don't want to name. The locals think it's UFOs." He paused, eyes widening. His voice quavered in mock terror. "You're spaceman." Red glowered. "Don't make fun." "Oh, you know I love conspiracies too much to poo-poo this one." Vic grinned. Amusement melted his unease, making her doubt she'd seen it in the first place. I could use a UFO ride now. Ha ha, she said, trotting ahead of him. A daytime supernatural sighting might have been rare, but someone else could be out there. She convinced herself it was only her imagination by the time they returned to the ATV. The abandoned four-wheeler was parked diagonally in the middle of the path, like it had come to a skidding stop. Vic found trampled dead grass and a bandana laying a few yards to the south. A ripped bag dangled on the back rack. Inside, she discovered a wallet belonging to Geraldo, the professor's friend. 2 oranges lay smashed below the bag. One preserved a partial boot print. Avoiding the searing metal of the ATV, she crouched to stretch her heels and examine the fruit. What was wrong with this picture? Are you that hungry? Vic laughed, retrieving the professor's map from his backpack. Ants! Red straightened. That's what was missing. This was the most moisture for the last mile. Why hadn't anything nibbled on this treat? She spun at the scrape of thorns on plastic. A dark figure darted from behind 2 twisted mesquites. He moved so quickly she thought he was a mirage. Vic swung his backpack, using the momentum against his attacker. Red picked up a rock and slammed it against the round helmet. Tinted, so black. She didn't know how someone could see out of it. The spaceman shoved her with gloved hands. Falling, she flung the rock to ping uselessly off his chest. The musculature of the suit, plastic, rubber, she couldn't tell, was gender neutral, yet she could tell this was a real son of a bitch. He didn't expose an inch of skin to the elements. Matte black snaps connected the neck to the helmet and gloves to his arms. He moved with a stilted grace like a ballerina in lead shoes. Jarringly artificial, he looked wrong against the natural backdrop. Vic sidestepped between them, hunting knife aimed at the intruder. Back the hell up, E.T. Helmet tilted as if considering the offer, he bolted to the dropped map by the ATV. He slowed to scoop it up. Vic hurled the knife at him, slicing the neck of the suit. The thief wobbled but didn't slow, darting behind the trees. They chased him until he disappeared into a patch of jumping cactus. Where'd he go? Vic huffed, hands on his hips. Red stomped around the cacti, searching for a trail. There was nowhere to hide. The wrinkles had smoothed in the landscape, leaving the view unblocked until Kino's Butte. You missed. No, I didn't. He smiled, motioning to his throat. I got his suit between the hard plastic. What's it protecting him from, anyway? I rescind my scolding, then. This means the professor was right. Red passed her water bottle to him. Someone was after his research. White salt perspiration rings appeared around their armpits as they marched back to the ATV. Red was too hot to be embarrassed about her major boob sweat. After a few hours in the Sonoran desert, she wondered if they'd even find the professor and his friend alive. Look! Vic blocked her. A cloud of dust appeared halfway to the horizon. The breeze carried the sound of horses. Helmets shined in the sun, but these were of steel and conical shaped. Flags to a dead king fluttered over the soldiers. The distant procession didn't fade like a mirage. For 3 minutes, the hunters boggled until the horsemen disappeared. Only the settling dust marked their passage. Vic gulped. Conquistadors. They were going to Kino's Butte, Red whispered, as if the anachronistic vision could hear her. We haven't seen any animals, not even bugs or birds, since the rabbits. Something is happening here, and they're smart enough to run. His teeth audibly ground together. I know, I'm thinking. Goosebumps faded from her arms as they gathered up their forgotten bags by the ATV. Under a stunted tree, she huddled over her phone, trying to block the sun's glare to make out a snapshot of the map. We're an hour from the Butte. Vic paced in the patchy shade. The professor could be anywhere if that freak show in the helmet has him. She followed his logic until she hit a roadblock. Why would he steal our map if he had someone who could lead him to it? What if he doesn't want us to find it? Who is he anyway? He groaned. I'm half ready to say you're right and that it's aliens. I never said aliens. Just that he looked like an old sci-fi B-movie. We don't know if the professor was taken for sure. Maybe he saw something freaky, like we did, and walked off course, or towards it. The woo-woo really comes out on solstices, Vic said. He's one of my dad's friends, so he's a stubborn cuss. If he wanted to study this door when it's all revved up, then he'd walk there. Turning off her phone to conserve battery, she put it in her backpack. You text Diane that we're still alive? I wrote it and pushed send. We'll see if I hit a signal to launch it. Then it's marching time. Red forced herself away from the wispy shade of the mesquite. It's hotter than Satan's butthole out. I won't tell you the temperature. It'll only make it worse. If we can't find him soon, he faltered. She knew it was hard for him to retreat. He had that in common with the professor. I know. We can reach town on the donut, get help if we gotta. This isn't the best day for hiking, but all part of the internship. I'm getting experience here, she joked, walking past him to the fallen bandana in the grass. Vic picked up his knife from the sand, putting it in his belt sheath, and followed her. That guy is still out there, and he knows where we're going. He has what he wants. Red tried to sound confident, but she kept checking the perimeter as they journeyed closer to the lonesome butte. Ah! See? That is where you're wrong, newbie. Vic flailed his arms, flushed in the face. The reason why the original trilogy worked was that Lucas knew they were a Western. Once he brought in the prequel trade delegation, it was game over. Red laughed at his zeal. She didn't know how he had the fanboy energy after the long afternoon walk. Fine. I still like hot Jesus Obi-Wan. That's valid, if sacrilegious. A faint holler made her turn. She lifted her hand. Did you hear that? She jogged towards the sound. Unseen, the weak masculine voice called out again. Help, please! Vic sprinted after her. I'm coming, buddy! Eyes ahead, she pumped her arms and legs, pack slapping against her damp back. Where was the voice yelling from? Her springing foot landed on nothing. She tumbled, rolling on a decline of packed sand to a sudden heap. A cat-sized rock jabbed her hip. Ankle throbbing, her head spun as she blinked up at a hunched figure. The mine shaft came into focus before he did. A Hispanic man in overalls helped her to her feet in the mouth of the caved-in mine. Panic stretched over his face. Dehydration deepened the wrinkles around his mouth, but he looked better than she predicted. Get me out of here. Are you Geraldo? We found your wallet. She winced as she tried her tender left foot. Must have twisted it on the way down. It didn't feel like a break. Vic half-skidded, half-trotted down to them. Where is the professor? A robot took Ed. If he really has an FBI connection, call them. This is Area 51 stuff. You're in rough shape, Red said, pressing a water bottle into Geraldo's cracked hands. I know what I saw. Vic nodded. We saw him too. Still have the truck keys? You need a hospital, and our van won't last to Nogales. I have the ones to the ATV. Geraldo handed them over to Vic. We got scared off it by the robot man. Should have enough gas to get us to the Triple G ranch. Anywhere, just not here. He shuddered. You don't know what I've seen, man. Vic patted his shoulder, worry puckering his sweaty brow. Down more of that bottle and we'll head back. Red started to climb the sand pile, spilling into the mouth of the mine. Her ankle throbbed. Shh. She held back the swear. Vic squinted at her. What's up with you? Just tweaked my ankle. I can hike. She ignored the swelling in her sneaker and picked up her fallen hat. Pain jolted through her leg. I'll believe you when you can get out of this hole. Squinting at their shit situation, Vic wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. We need to come back for the professor. Find wherever that dude took him. Send the FBI! No! Vic shot down Geraldo's suggestion. Whatever's going on, we don't want the cops around yet. Red gingerly leaned against the dirt wall. How about I sit here in the shade, elevate my foot on that big rock, and you guys go on. Come back for me, and we'll go after the Rocket Man. My ankle should be fine then. Vic shot her a hard look. You don't need to act like a badass. I mean it. We're wasting time. I got plenty of water. It'll take double the time with me to reach the ATV than one of us will need to walk. Two will get to the van quicker. If he faints or something, I won't be able to lift him. Shit. Fine then. I'll send him along to town, then rush back. Vic unclipped the sheathed hunting knife from his belt and handed it to her. Stab what you want. In the quiet of the shady den, Red listened to the departing men until their footsteps faded. She popped an aspirin, washing it down with a small sip. Water rations began now. Resting her head on her backpack, she strove for a meditative breath to take the edge off her nerves. What would they find on the butte? It would end there for sure. The insight was persistent as the perspiration above her lip, even as the dry heat lulled her into a siesta. A chilling wind howled in her nightmare. She startled awake, losing the foggy dream of grim nights. Grit stung her eyes. Hot earth billowed into the mine shaft, spinning like a dust devil. She shielded her face. When the tempest settled, she brushed off her braided reed hair. The gust hadn't trapped sand in the hole. Curiously, it scoured it instead, revealing crystal veins in the walls. She stretched out from a fetal position, touching a large rock with her foot. It hummed. Sitting, she studied the iridescent flakes in the stone. She had fallen asleep with her foot on it. Standing, she frowned and tested her ankle. The swelling was gone. What the hell were they mining here? Red climbed to the surface. A chubby orange sun perched on the horizon. It was still a scorcher, but the heat was subsiding. She must have been asleep for hours. Where was Vic? The ground vibrated under her feet with a frequency she could hear. She thought the image was a mirage. Then it materialized into the professor. Only yards away, he was close enough for her to see the red earth staining his white shirt. A shadow bloomed beside him, solidifying into the man in black. He jabbed a gloved finger in the old man's chest. The end of his sentence came out a mechanized growl. The door? You can't control it, the professor said, and I won't help you try. Where is your academic curiosity, Van Sant? The taunt from the helmet ended with a huff. Whoever was in the suit sounded more human than extraterrestrial. It's nearly the solstice. Don't you want to see what happens at sundown? He dragged the professor by the collar towards Kino's butte. Neither man looked back at the gaping hunter. They both faded after 8 steps. Shaking, she inspected where they disappeared, only finding a barrel cactus. The scene ran like a projection, but it looked real, like the conquistadors. She had run into enough specters to know that unique, eerie sensation. This wasn't ghosts. It was almost like she saw a figment of the past. Whatever the man in black wanted, the professor wasn't having it. This was too much for an intern. Where was Vic? Even on foot, he would have had plenty of time to find her. He had enough water and field knowledge of the area, and left stone piles to mark their path. If he were going to finish the job himself, he wouldn't have left her stranded, unless something stopped him. The professor might have been an expert on the doorway, but what if his kidnapper was desperate and went for the next closest supernatural scholar, Vic? Or was that the plan the whole time? Paranoia cast every clue in a different light. Had that message summoning them even been sent by the professor? Shifting her feet first to the north, then back to Kino's butte, she turned on her phone, hoping for direction. All she got was the notice for no signal. It was nearly 7 o'clock. This far south, the sun retired early. She had an hour, tops, until nightfall. The isolated hill loomed like a tombstone. She stalked towards it anyway. The punch came out of nowhere. Sharp pain, worse for the surprise, exploded on the back of her head. Red stumbled, already bending to tie her shoelaces. The movement saved her from a concussion. Her sunglasses fell, cracked under her own foot. A black boot rocketed to her face. She shielded herself in time to block it. Her forearm slammed into her nose. Blood spurted onto her sneakers. Evading the next kick, she scurried backward. The spaceman circled like a vulture. Electrical tape marred the neck of his suit. She undid the latch on her knife sheath. "Where's the professor?" "I don't answer your questions," he said in a mechanical drawl, then lunged to grab her by the shoulder. "Are more hunters coming? Who else knows about the door?" Red stabbed at his throat, missing the center as he dodged. The blade sliced through the tape, busting open the repair. Strangely, roasting meat scented the breeze. Roaring, he slapped her down and clutched his neck. Dark blood trickled through his fingers. He lumbered into the bush, zigzagging through the tumbleweeds. Panting on the ground, she winched herself up. The man was already gone. Despite the astro suit and mechanically distorted voice, she knew he was from this earth. She shivered as the question popped into her head. When was he from? Vic had told her a creepy theory about the doorway, that it opened into different timelines. She'd seen the past. Was the spaceman from the future? A solitary boot print in an old cow pie led to the southeast. Red wasn't a wilderness tracker, but she could follow a trail of a crap. It was the theme of her day. The spaceman tried to throw her off by crunching tumbleweeds in a faint west. She knew what he wanted, and it wasn't that way. Sure, she didn't know why he wanted to control the door, but that was trivia considering her deadline. Kidnapping usually didn't go together with innocent intentions. Maybe if she weren't sweating her ass off, she'd care about this psychopath's deal. When he asked her about more hunters, did it mean that he already had one? Fear for Vic kept her moving. Wherever her mentor was, he knew the end game would go down on Kino's butte. As the sun drooped in the sky, she knew she'd get there first. Sunset was the best time to sightsee, according to the man in black. Whatever he wanted, she wasn't inclined to make it easy for him. He'd attacked her friend, nearly broken her nose, and was the reason that she'd missed her dentist appointment. Screw him. This death march hadn't been on her agenda. She sipped her water bottle, more to moisten her mouth than anything else. Out of the 2 liters that she had brought, half of one was left. The stay in the cave healed her, but she didn't feel all that rejuvenated. Her last brawl left her with a nice shiner on her right eye. After a text update to Vic, sent with the faint hope for catching a cell phone signal, she shoved aside her complaints. Didn't she want him to stop babysitting her? This was her chance to show what she could do. Time to be the strong, independent female and save the day. In a quarter of a mile from the hill, Red scrambled after her wind-blown hat. It tumbled like a taunting tumbleweed. The wide brim flittered out of her fingers. She groaned, "Come on!" Her shoulders, tense like an ice cube, fell down her shirt. She straightened. Unseen, the man in black watched her. She knew it in her gut. Was it a witchy sixth sense or a vestigial prey instinct? Turning in a circle, she felt his stare. It anchored her awareness in the creepy, unnatural hush of the desert. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Hand on her belt knife, she forged ahead. He kept pace with her. Was this a race or a mind game? She broke into a trot, checking behind her. Minutes expired as her anxiety grew. A dark blur emerged in the vegetation of a football field to the northwest. Cold realization made her stop. He was hurting her. Kino's butte acted like a sundial, casting a long shadow, announcing the day's end on the summer solstice. A faint beacon glimmered at the top. Was the professor signaling for help? Maybe it was Vic. Red ran. She had to make it to him first. The mystical power enveloped her before she reached the foot of the butte. Primal and wild, it surged like a sandstorm over her aura. She trekked through the sentinel saguaros as night fell. The gentle glow from the hilltop illuminated her way. Orange light spewed from a stone archway. Even bound, the professor sighed at the beauty. Magnificent, he teared up. It's the doorway to the gods. The archway held a blazing sunrise on the eastern horizon, as if cut out of the night sky. It was like a glitch in the matrix. Did she see another day or another world? Questions hounded her as she tugged off her backpack and knelt behind him. She carefully cut the knots, restraining his arms behind his back with her knife. Professor Van Sant, I presume? He smiled wanly through cracked lips. A deep sunburn scorched his tall forehead. He needed a hospital hours ago. Only fascination with the vortex seemed to keep him upright. I found it, dear girl. I found it. Well, I found you, and we need to go. Red crouched by his bound ankles, shying from the geodes ringing the boulder he sat on. She leapt up at the crunch of dried grass behind her. The man in black strode into the clearing, removing his helmet to reveal a bald head. Pale skin stretched over his gaunt cheeks like a mummifying corpse. His bloodshot eyes were a startling blue, like radioactive turquoise. Fangs flashed in his victorious smile. Even for a vampire, he looked deader than most. I still need him. The professor's voice came out like gravel. My answer is the same, Fitzroy. Nearly blurring, the vampire slapped her blade into the dirt and grabbed her by the elbow. Wait until you see my experiment. Let me go. She punched him, missing as he dodged. He yanked her into his arms, covered her mouth, and dragged her towards the glow of the doorway. She gnawed at his glove, but it was like chewing on a dog toy. Even if she had a stake, how could she get it through his chest plate? Van Sant said, What are you doing, Fitzroy? If you don't tell me, then I must find out myself, don't I? We both know you want to see someone go through the door. The vampire's dry laugh ended in a cough. Third-degree burns swelled his neck where the hunters had pierced his sun-sealed suit. Determination sharpened his gaze. I promised to not hurt you. I never said anything about her. And the old man begged, Stop. Tell me how it works, Fitzroy said. You know my story, my cause. Pity twinkled in the professor's eyes. Because it wouldn't give you what you want. Growling, the vampire strong-armed Red to the door. God damn you, then. She dug in her heels, struggling against him. Her heart drummed on her ribs. How could she slay him? The ground vibrated, rattling her bones, sending a primordial fear up her spine. She wanted to flee like the jackrabbits. The professor shouted, Fitzroy, look! Blue-eyed and pink-cheeked, a blond boy stood by the arch. He wasn't there a minute before. In suspenders and a straw hat, he could have been from a Mark Twain novel. He scrutinized the scene, skepticism in his pout. Can you hear me, son? Fitzroy asked, releasing her to approach the apparition. Wonder battled fear on his paling face. Did you come from the door? No, he came from you, the professor said, sounding sad, as if bearing bad news. Red backed away from the vampire. He didn't look away from the child. Like the vision near the mine shaft, the kid looked real enough to touch. Fitzroy asked, You said that the past echoes here, stored in the earth like an archive, and you were right. Have I tapped into it? It's the secret to directing the door, isn't it? I don't know. The professor coughed, then straightened his shoulders. Step lightly. These are sacred mysteries. There isn't a manual. Men have lost their sanity on this hill. Others vanished forever. I'm only certain that the doorway is not for us. I awoke something. How do I use it? How do I go back to the past? It's not a real door or a window, Red said flatly, nodding to the bright dawn within the arch. It should have been his first clue. You'd be on fire with all this sunlight on you, she continued as the vamp considered her words, disappointment edging into his expression. This isn't... Oh, God, there's another one. Fitzroy spun around. How? A clone of the boy, this time bundled in a winter coat, appeared a foot from the first. This one stared adoringly at the vampire. The two were identical, down to the mole above their left eyes. A third, in a dark Sunday suit, appeared at her left elbow. Red jumped back, scalp prickling. The boy skipped to join the others. I remember that jacket. His mother made it. The vampire shuffled to the apparitions as if compelled. Forgotten by Fitzroy, she found her borrowed knife and sidestepped to the elderly professor. She cut the restraints on his legs. Passing him a water bottle from her backpack, she whispered, What are they? His amplified memories. There are many anomalies in conjunction here, but my working theory involves the mineral composition amplifying. The professor's parched voice gave out. He said between gulps, "No time to explain the research. Keep your thoughts firmly on the present. The body remembers." The warning sounded more like an invitation. She touched a geode at her feet. Last August, she had woken up in a hospital from a vampire bite, her life erased from her mind. What about her body? The stone hummed, tingling her fingertips, but no visions projected forth like the ghost of Christmas past. She leaned back on her heels. Why isn't this working for me? The professor sighed. Oh, dear Lord, did you just try, Another figure materialized in the corner of her eye. Her heart shuddered when she turned. Spectre or not, this one had nearly killed her. Oh, fuck, that's not what I wanted. In a plaid sweater vest, the white man looked like someone's dad. She hadn't noticed him in that Denver park until he asked her how much she charged per hour. When she flipped him off, the fangs came out. She froze long enough for him to take a drink. Vic rescued her that time. Now, she might as well be alone. Red raised the knife. She was ready this time. He blinked from existence. Good, the professor said. Keep controlling those thoughts, that fear. Fitzroy pointed to a new duplicate. He moaned, Make this stop, Van Sant. Is this a cruel test? Blood trickled from his son's neck. A woman held him against her wide skirts. His mother? Red couldn't tell. The female apparition had no face, only a blank whirl, sorrowful despite the lack of definition. The vampire dropped his head in his hands. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. They aren't really here, Van Sant consoled him. This hill is acting as a conduit to these powerful memories. Will them away? That's it. Lifting his head, Fitzroy's expression grew remote. He regarded the gentle morning revealed in the archway. A monsoon darkened the sky inside. He smiled. Van Sant warned, Whatever you're thinking, don't. I'd like to test a theory. The vampire tossed Red to the foot of the arch. Wincing from impact, she kicked his legs as he hoisted her up. He shoved her face towards the door and said, Tell me what the weather's like. The professor chucked a geode at her attacker. Leave her alone. Seizing the distraction, she clawed at the raw blisters on the fiend's neck. She ducked under his arm, sprinting to her dropped knife. Her fingers touched the handle. Fitzroy tugged her braid, jerking her back. He swung his hand up to slap her. A gust whipped over the hill. Cacti groaned from the force. Sand pricked their eyes. Shielding her face, she dropped to her knees to find the knife. She popped up, blade ready at Fitzroy's throat. The dust cloud faded on her Mexican standoff with the vampire. Venom dripped from his fangs. His irises flashed demon yellow. Red sweated, her feet anchored as an icy dread curdled her gut. She hated herself for trembling. His face morphed into another's in her mind. Screaming, she didn't hesitate this time. She launched herself at him, stabbing at his vulnerable throat. Fitzroy fell back, elbowing her away. He crawled from her in the dirt. Blood dribbled onto sparkling geodes. Preternatural healing faded the shallow cuts on his face, but she'd taken a chunk from his neck. Stumbling to her knees, she panted. Adrenaline kick-started every nerve, yet a dead calm filled her. She needed to take his head to keep him down. Engines roared below the butte. It's Victor, the professor called from the edge of the clearing, waving his arms over his head. Headlights beamed from the desert floor. Vehicles drove loudly up the base of the hill. Red stood, relief turning her knees to jelly. The vampire scooted weakly towards his helmet. He pressed his wound, eyes closed to slits. I need to go to them. Don't stop me. He looked almost mortal now. I came for the professor, she said. Red! Vic yelled, making her look as he parked. Fitzroy snapped on his helmet and hobbled to the doorway of the gods. He crossed the threshold, vanishing completely. Sunshine flared in its depths like a supernova. When it faded, the archway was empty and dark, leaving the Milky Way impossibly bright. Sunrise tie-dyed the sky. Cross-legged, Red sipped coffee on the hacienda porch. An old spotted dog dozed beside her, only looking up when she stopped patting him. On the professor's insistence, she and Vic had spent 2 nights at his rural home. Yesterday, they had slept more than anything else, drained from the sun. Today, it would be a long road north to the Constantine family cabin in Flagstaff. The door creaked open, and the professor poked his head out. "There you are. I wondered who made coffee." I don't know why I'm awake so early, but this seemed like a good spot. It's one of my favorites." He settled stiffly into a wicker chair. The dog hustled to him for a pat. "How are you feeling?" Red asked. She had only glimpsed the older man briefly when he returned from the hospital last night. Diane had fussed until he was in bed. "As if doctors have prodded me enough," he chuckled. Lapsing in silence, he watched a hummingbird flit around a hanging porch feeder. A soft smile crinkled his eyes. She tried to lose herself in serenity of the dawn, but a dark curiosity rumbled like a storm. Where did he go? "Fitzroy, I hope he found peace." He smiled at her surprise. "I've forgiven him. His past is his penance." "He killed his family, didn't he?" she asked. It was common among young vampires who rarely knew what else to do besides return home. Nodding, the professor sighed. "He told me everything, trying to solicit my help. A witch cursed him with a guilt spell. Not quite a soul's conscience, but nevertheless, that drive might sustain him to survive beyond the doorway." "So, you don't think he went back in time like he wanted?" "My research says no, and yet," he swept his gaze over the desert, "I will spend the rest of my life pondering that question." Vic drove the Millennium Falcon on a winding rural lane to the highway. He switched the radio on to a static-filled classic rock station, then turned it down. "You did good, Red." Roused from a cat nap, she smiled sleepily. "Because I kept Diane from cutting your hair?" He caressed his black mullet as if reassuring it. "That too, but I mean the hunt. You went against a vampire with only a dehydrated old man and a knife. The professor told me what you saw in the clearing. It sounds like you faced 2 vampires." She straightened, biting her lip. "I didn't want to say anything about that." "This is about the babysitting stuff, isn't it?" He grimaced. "It's not what you think. I didn't bring you in on that La Malahora case because I couldn't pay you. I promised you a cut of my bounties as my intern. You only get 0 from 0, and that ain't enough to expect someone to risk their life." "I'm not in this for the money," Vic mumbled to the steering wheel. "I know, but it helps, Red." "I'm here because the work matters." She smiled, lightly punching his arm. "We always keep this ship in the sky. I trust my captain." "Good." He flipped up the volume on the now clear radio station. "Because we're not going to Flagstaff. I just got a call about a new job." She slipped on her sunglasses, grinning at the open road. "Where to, then?" July 16th, 3:11 p.m., a bayou outside Lake Charles, Louisiana. Ankle deep in silty brown water, 2 hunters tracked the final ghoul to the edges of the Serpent Bayou. Red held an axe at ready, watching for alligators as much as the undead, and followed behind her boss, Vic Constantine. Wrens chirped from trees draped in Spanish moss as the mosquitoes circled. They'd lost sight of the monster in the thick of the swamp and now relied on their noses. Ghouls smelled as decomposed as they looked. A bush tugged at the leather utility belt around her waist. She called it her hunter's kit, but it was empty after finishing the ghoul hexes on the rest of the colony. Sweating from the humidity, chafing in her soggy jeans and bitten up by bugs, she tried to look on the sunny side, literally. It was a daytime hunt, unlike their usual nighttime brawls with the supernatural. This job was as clear-cut as they got. The ghoul couldn't escape into the water. It looked like a classic movie zombie as it lumbered on land, but it could outswim a catfish. They'd lose it in the myriad waterways of the Mississippi River Delta. With an infectious bite, a single ghoul could multiply quick and create another colony. We lost the trail, Vic said. Tipping his green trucker hat up, he wiped his forehead with one hand. With his denim jacket and black shoulder-length mullet, his sword looked out of place. But he'd been trained well by the Brotherhood. He added, I can't smell a damn thing over that dead turtle back there. She rested her axe handle on her shoulder. It's been hours. Did it double back to the trailer park? He stomped out of the water to climb on the exposed roots of a giant cypress for a better view. Myrna would have called panicking. The older woman had been a friend of his late adopted father. Even if the gruff hunter denied it, sentiment led Vic to bring his intern to muggy Cajun County. It certainly wasn't the $200 scrapped together by the trailer park residents from savings kept in coffee cans. Red sensed a change in the air as she trod out towards the muddy embankment. She wasn't much of a witch, even if he said she had the gift, but she was sensitive to the supernatural. A spark of magic hung over even the most mundane office building in a virgin patch of swamp. That essence was magnified. The birds rocketed into flight as the mystical energy shifted. Red pivoted, pulling her ankle away from groping fingers at the last moment, and stumbled back onto the shore. Her heart raced as every nightmare about terrible things under dark water filled her head. The reality was just as bad as a dream. Shit! The large ghoul rose out of the swamp, reaching for her. Long, still-growing hair dripped muddy water over bulbous white eyes and a bloated, discolored face. The clothing was so dirty and torn it was hard to imagine what color or style the pants and shirt had once been. Before the demonic infection rotted it from the inside, the ghoul might have been one of those quarterbacks that they worshipped in the South. Black, jagged teeth glinted wetly from its putrid mouth. Red couldn't let it escape back into the bayou. She swung the axe at its rotting neck. The idea was to decapitate it, end this stinky job, and impress her boss. Instead, she missed, and the heavy blade stuck in the shoulder. Huffing, she pulled the axe out and tried again, arms shaking from fear-fueled adrenaline. She didn't miss, but it still only made it halfway through the meaty neck. Decapitation took more effort than it seemed in horror movies. Struggling to free its neck, the ghoul hissed silently at her, no sound escaping the decayed vocal cords. Sun glimmering on the blade, Vic splashed through muck to her, sword raised. She twisted, directing the ghoul out of the water like the axe was a handle. Sweat burned in her eyes. The ghoul feinted forward at her, tearing away from the weapon. Startled, she jumped back, fear forcing the air out of her lungs, readying her axe for another blow. Vic struck firm and true, splitting the ghoul's head from its shoulders, sending it flying out into the middle of the river. Viscera splatted red. She turned her head at the last moment, spared a mouthful of gore. Gross. Fuck yeah, I told Myrna that we would be done by dinner time. Vic sheathed the sword in a plain leather scabbard on his hip, staring at the big, headless ghoul like he had caught a record-sized bass. She said she's making the collard greens how I like 'em. Ugh, how can you think about food? I need a shower. After wiping her face with an old bandana, Red reached for the small length of plastic rope coiled on her belted hunter's kit. They'd have to drag the body to hide it somewhere. Like most undead things, it was too disgusting to want to touch. Vic had taken her as an intern, warning her about doing his beer runs, but he hadn't mentioned how much cleanup was involved in hunting the paranormal. The ghoul was dead, unable to walk off, losing a head like it could an arm. They couldn't leave the remains for a Boy Scout troop to find. The supernatural world set up the dark veil, a law of secrecy to trick humankind. But Red still obeyed it. They already warned the people in the trailer park to keep their silence. Supernaturals had a way of squashing rumors. Anne Rice had been right. In Louisiana, vampires dominated, and they squashed hard. Wordlessly efficient after nearly a year of working together, the hunters lugged the already falling apart ghoul to an empty cabin with a large fire pit that they had found earlier. Spotting a kerosene can in a dusty window of a tumble-down shed, Vic picked the rusty lock, wiping it for fingerprints afterward. The last ghoul burned bright at the first match as if hell itself was reclaiming its creature. Vic had been right about the timing. They had managed to get to Myrna's double-wide trailer just as a steaming plate of collard greens was set on the table next to the biscuits and gravy. Red watched the TV's gentle lights playing on the ceiling. She couldn't sleep even wrapped up in the quilt that Myrna said her grandmother had made. It wasn't because of the sound in the small living room. She was already used to Vic's low-volume channel surfing after sharing two-bed motel rooms all over the country. Turning over, she curled her arm between the lumpy sofa and the pillow that still smelled like the summer sunshine that the case had been dried in. Vic reclined in a squishy duct-taped chair, crocheted blanket up to his neck. He stared like a zombie at the old television. Tinfoil adorned the antenna. Myrna promised it could pick up New Orleans channels and sometimes Houston when the weather was good. A black and white episode of Star Trek reflected on his eyeballs. He sipped a can of Pabst without looking away. Red understood the blank stare. This was another charity job after a string of others. It was good for their karma, but they could either use the pay from Myrna for gas or their cell phone bill, not both. A ghoul hunt in a nowhere piece of swampland wouldn't have attracted other hunters in time, only vampires looking to snuff out any rumors or witnesses of the paranormal. Vic didn't have to tell her that, but he did anyway. He knew how to push her buttons. Every hunter had one creature at the top of the hit list, the species that really made their boil. Hers were vampires. These were nice people who had enough problems without bloodsuckers in their trailer park. She trusted Vic to guide them through. It was just harder in the quiet times after a hunt when she couldn't turn her brain off. She went through every scenario, trying to find a Hail Mary for their situation. New Orleans had only one bar that catered to hunters, and the locals quickly claimed any bounty that hit the board. Houston might be better for work. Something evil was always rising in Texas. They only needed the gas to get there. When it got tight enough, they could get credit cards on fake identities or some other petty banking scam through Vic's black hat techie skills. Red didn't ask him too many questions. Once he started throwing around words like cryptocurrency and the dark web, she left him alone with the laptop. It was riskier than fighting a ghoul. After the heat from the cops in Montana last spring, they were laying low. Her instinct was to solve problems, yet right now, she was coming up with nada, nothing. They hadn't had a big bounty in weeks, and Vic had been fighting for field research back pay from the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes for even longer. Like most save-the-world callings, their work paid squat. As his intern, she took a cut of what was left. Field reports didn't pay as much as taking on jobs from the Brotherhood or others to eliminate an evil supernatural. It never felt like enough, especially when they were couch surfing with the people that they saved. Sometimes rich people needed saving, but those cushy caviar gigs were few on the road. Red had a lot of things that she wanted to ask him about where they would go next and how they would get through the summer. Instead, she glanced at the TV. What planet are they on? Are there tribbles in this one? I liked them. They were cute. Nah, this is the one where Kirk has to fight himself. One is the nice guy, and the other is the wild card. Vic shrugged, smiling wanly at her. We have to put a Trek marathon on the list when we have the time. You have a whole franchise to discover. I guess that is a side benefit to your amnesia. You get to enjoy it fresh. Red chuckled. She had a big question mark about her origins, but some pop culture and a whole lot about demons, monsters, and magic was still embedded in her memory banks. I'm aware of the concept. Be my Captain Kirk or whatever the Trek equivalent to Obi-Wan is. You know it was a real Sophia's choice on which to show you first, Star Trek or Star Wars, Vic murmured, mindful of the thin walls of the double-wide trailer and their sleeping hosts. She listened to him pontificate about the merits between the sci-fi icons, trying to let the geekery drown out her worries about what they would have to fight tomorrow. It would be easier if it were a monster and not a pile of bills. Red woke surprisingly late on the living room couch, even with Myrna's adorable grandkids gathered around the TV watching Sesame Street. After changing, she settled at the breakfast table and asked about Vic as the older woman set a bowl of tinned peaches on the table. He ate like bear and went outside for a phone call. Myrna tossed graying blonde hair over her sun-spotted shoulder, exposed by her faded floral sundress. Now, he has an appetite for a skinny Asian boy. He'll eat your pantry empty if you feed him this good. Red smiled at the idea of her 30-something mentor, who looked like a Korean Marlboro man, as a skinny boy. He had been hunting since he was a tween, but then again, to Myrna, a widowed matriarch of a sprawling clan, they probably both looked like kids. Red wasn't sure how old she was, but they guessed mid-20s. She made more compliments about the truly excellent home cooking as she cleaned her plate, then left to find Vic. The Louisiana heat descended on her like a damp blanket once she stepped outside. It made her miss the drier climates out west. The old Constantine cabin was still empty in northern Arizona. They could lay low there, rent-free, for a while and refill their supplies. They might be able to afford wolfsbane then, even with the West Coast droughts, bringing the prices up on the black market. Red frowned when she found him texting on his phone by their black van parked on the edge of the trailer park. Shit-eating grin on his face. He only looked that jazzed when he was up to something. He flashed even more pearly teeth as she approached, eyebrows lifting in delight. "We're going to Oklahoma City." No one has ever said that phrase so excited. Red leaned against the dented van, peering at his text message. She only managed to read the name Sal and the word job before he put the phone away. "So, is this big money or something?" "We'll get the first bit up front when we get there, but I promise it's better than everything in Colorado combined." She bit her lip, looking away from him. He had a great time on his buddy Stan's pot farm. She didn't mesh as well with the hunters there, even if they must have broken a record for taking down a necromancer and a feral wolf in the same month. She might not know her past before Vic, but she had scars for clues. A gunshot on her stomach, too many on her neck, and others she couldn't recognize. A date with a hunter went wrong when he identified one on her thigh. Vampire mark left roughly on the neck usually meant survivor, and people minded their business. One delicately done on such an intimate area raised rude questions like asking if she was a bleeder, a human that got off on feeding a vampire. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date, especially not after Vic crashed it and punched the other hunter for getting rough with her. Refocusing on Vic, she squinted at him. He could be a knight in denim when he wanted to be, but there was still a streak of a bastard in him. She said, "What else is there?" "It's a feral wolf hunt." His grin turned as canine as his intended prey. Every hunter had their hit list. Werewolves were at the top of his. Red crossed her arms, hiding her shiver from her boss. They had nearly died the last time against a feral. This wasn't a ghoul hunt. This was a werewolf, aggressive, whip-smart, and preternaturally strong even in human form. This was a monster that thought like a man. July 17th, 9:12 p.m., the Skinner Bar in Oklahoma City, USA. Red slowed as she entered the bar. Rough and tumble-looking customers in plaid and denim stared out of the corners of their eyes, beer bottles raised to their lips. Even with country oldies playing on the jukebox, the place felt hushed. She glanced at the mirrors and blessed silver crosses hanging by the doorway, catching a glimpse of herself. Wind-blown flyaway hair escaped her red ponytail, and wrinkles creased her dark hoodie. The sight was as good as could be expected after hours on the road. She checked to make sure that the foundation still covered the scars on her neck. Pale from working nights, she wasn't a vampire and could prove it. She lingered in front of the mismatched mirrors so Holbar could note her reflection. It mattered in a place like this. The Skinner was the only hunter bar in Oklahoma City. Judging by the framed Tanya Tucker and Charlie Pride posters, it hadn't been redecorated since the 80s. Half-filled tables clustered in the center of the cramped bar. Peanut shells crunched under her boots. The stares lingered. Red held the door for Vic and said, You know how in a Western movie when the new sheriff walks into the saloon and everyone stops to stare? Yeah? Tipping his trucker hat up, he stepped into the wood-paneled room beside her. Why does it feel like one of those times? Red followed, confused like she was stumbling in on something she shouldn't. Vic shrugged. He bypassed the tables to approach the swinging kitchen door beside the bar. This place is run by a friend. It's all copacetic. The vibe in the air felt like the skies had turned green over the prairies, and air sirens warned the town to take refuge in the tornado shelters. Why hadn't any of these strapping hunters tried to claim this bounty? A local posse could easily take down a werewolf if it were really an omega as advertised. Vic had been vague with the details on the job, focusing on the pay. The bounty was high, but she already had the feeling that they should have asked for more. She unzipped her hoodie to make it easier to reach her shoulder holsters. One held a gun loaded with blessed silver-tipped bullets. The other side had a stake. Be nice. He pushed the swinging door open and ushered her inside the kitchen. I'm always nice. A large black man in a hairnet and apron cleaned the grill in the tiny kitchen with rapid movements too quick to see. Popular culture wanted you to think that vampires were sparkly, pale, pretty boys. Some were, but vampires came in all shapes and colors. Light-skinned vampires had the pallor of death to give them away. Black don't crack, not even after being turned. If you didn't know what to look for, it wasn't until the unnaturally white fangs came out and their eyes glowed amber that you knew what you were dealing with. She glowered at Vic. For fuck's sake! He's a vampire! Neglected to mention that on the drive. Sold, thank you kindly. The vampire gave her a side eye as he wiped his hands on his apron, then put out one for Vic to shake. Vic brought him for a quick hug, then pulled away. This is Sold Sal. He's been running this bar longer than you've been alive. His kind might have been friendlier than the rest, but Red had dealt with enough of the unsold variety that she wasn't eager to hug a vampire, not even one with a soul. At Vic's stern glance, she offered a begrudgingly brief handshake. Nice place. It's a dive, but it's home. Sold Sal's deep voice rumbled in his wide chest as he shrugged. What's your name? Red. He raised an eyebrow. That the one your mama gave you? Doesn't matter. Never met her. She stared him down. Vampires were said to be able to tell if a human was telling the truth. It was bullshit. They could only detect sweat and increased heartbeats, then make a guess. She didn't know if she was lying. She couldn't remember. An old familiar anger welled up in her. Like the fang marks in her neck, her memory loss was another thing the vampires had done to her. Vampires might not have killed her, but they took her life anyway. She flared her nostrils, taking a deep breath to try and stay calm, reminding herself that Vic said that it was cool. Sold Sal studied her with contemplation befitting a therapist and not a short-order cook. It took only a beat for his brown eyes to blink in understanding bloom. Either he guessed the chip on her shoulder, or his supernaturally sharp vision spotted the scars on her neck despite her makeup. I'm very sorry for your loss. That was the problem with sold vampires. They had empathy in their eyes. Killing them must have been simpler for a hunter, if more deadly, before the soul curse was invented in 1900. Fewer shades of gray. The curse left at least a quarter of them with souls before it was outlawed. Now you could almost believe that sold vampires were human, but before they saw the light, they had murder counts higher than Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, and the Unabomber combined. Vic rubbed his hands together and grinned. So, what's the deal with this renegade werewolf? The newspaper reported that 4 bodies have already been found. Red crossed her arms. She might have been the intern in their operation, but Vic was definitely not a cautious mentor. If he were a YMCA swim instructor, he would have thrown the kids into the deep end. Then add that it was a wolf hunt. She could already tell that she was going to have to be the voice of reason. Sold Sal put a hand on his hip, shoulders drooping. You didn't pick up the phone. Did you get my texts at least? Nah, I ran out on my phone plan. Vic rubbed his fingers in the international sign for cash money. Hoping this rich bounty will put us back in the black. It could put you in the ground, son. The vampire peered through a square opening from the kitchen to the bar room. Get out. The intel is bad. I'll email you or something later. Just go now. She'd known this werewolf gig smelled wrong. When vampires were scared, that set off warning bells. She reached for her shoulder holster for her stake. What the hell, Vic said, but Sold Sal was already pushing him toward the back door. The vampire tensed and pulled back. Too late! Crack! The back door flew open, bouncing against the wall, hinges squealing. Heart jumping into her throat, Red spun the stake in her palm, readying it for a downward strike. Sal. A feminine voice, richly accented with the notes of old Spain, echoed in the kitchen. She clicked her tongue and wagged a disapproving finger at the sold vampire. Our famed werewolf hunters only just got here. The newcomer walked inside with a face that could have won Miss Universe and a lithe body dressed in leather like a Bond villain. Another vampire cliché. Red suddenly appreciated Sal's understated normalcy more. She didn't need to be told that this one didn't have a soul. Sold Sal bowed his head, rubbing his hands on his apron. It was part affectation, but there was genuine nervousness in the big male's movements. There's a lot of ears round here, Queen Sancha. Queen? Red's scalp prickled. In vampire law, there were no royalty. A leader of a city was called a supreme master. Some vampires, leaders or not, just had to be grandiose and added titles. Judging by Sold Sal's deference, this undead stranger wasn't a poser. She had power and age. Red calculated that she could get her gun out in 2 seconds, shoot off a burst of wooden-tipped bullets in 5, and still be too slow. Even if she had the training to harness the touch of magic she possessed, it wouldn't be enough. An old vampire could do a lot of damage in seconds. Good save, Sal. Sancha tossed her brown hair and beckoned with a quick crook of her fingers. Let's take a walk and discuss your bounty hunters. Vic glanced at Red, the look said to behave, before he followed the vampiress into the back alley. Ignoring the pounding in her chest, Red trailed after, tucking the stake in her sleeve for easy access. She knew what she'd signed up for when she agreed to be his intern. She wasn't going to question him now. She'd save that earful for later, if there was a later. So, Vic said, you made the bounty for the werewolf hunt. That's some pretty pennies you put on his head. He rubbed his nose. That was his signal to be ready to fight. Red was way ahead of him on that point, but she suspected he hadn't seen the other 2 vampires step out of the shadows to follow them. She dropped back a step, forcing herself to keep breathing normally. 2 humans against 3 vamps? The odds sucked. Her head, actually, Sancha chuckled. Droll smile on her face and perfectly styled hair bouncing from her peppy step, she acted like a woman out on stroll with friends, not a vampire discussing assassination. And yes, you'll find that half has already been transferred into your account. Why would a vampire care about a wolf killing humans? Red said, despite the frosty fear chilling her extremities. The Pax can deal with a rogue. Sancha turned, dark eyes scrutinizing the intern as if she just noticed her. She folded one arm over her leather-clad chest as she set a long, elegant finger to her plump lips. This wolf is going after vampires. She's gotten 3. I thought there were 4, Vic said. His glance at Red ordered silence. Oh, an acclaimed human. The Queen fluttered her fingers in a distracted wave, as if a murdered person was an afterthought. Then again, for an unsold vampire, it was. Red was too unsettled to make a snarky reply. Even in her weird line of work, she hadn't heard of a wolf on such a dramatic vendetta against the dead. Werewolves and vampires were traditional rivals, but public conflicts were rare in the modern day. Both factions had too much to lose in the age of social media. She didn't relish being a hired gun in some cross-species turf war. Vic scratched his temple. A stranger would have thought he was calm. Only a touch of tension crinkled at his eyes. She knew he was freaking out. She thought he was keeping her in the dark on their road trip from Louisiana. The bastard probably told her as much as he knew. He coughed, stalling for time. You need someone who can hunt in the day, someone to put the blame on when the alpha notices that he's down a she-wolf. Fine, but what's stopping the whole pack from taking us out and leaving you back at square one? There isn't a pack, just one bitter bitch. Smirking, Sancha pulled a small envelope from inside her leather jacket. This will get you started. He took it, a wince-like smile flickering across his face. His nostrils flared as he slapped the envelope against his palm. He stood taller, lifting his head higher. You got a timeline? Sancha pursed her lips, scanning him from his trucker hat to battered boots. Let's go with 3 days. Red inhaled sharply, making herself count to 10 with the funny breathing and a few other mental tricks for anxiety that she had learned from a social worker. Other than that, the coffee always tasted burnt on Tuesdays. She hadn't learned much else from the trauma support group. Vic had forced her to go after he caught her having another panic attack on her day off. Sometimes it helped. Not now. She bit the inside of her cheek hard. It was either that or yell bullshit. 72 hours? Vic shook his head, puffing out a hard breath and putting his hands on his hips. On a vamp-killing werewolf? This was supposed to be an omega. Tick-tock, Hunter. Sancha shrugged, displaying her platinum wristwatch. Run out on this bounty. We'll catch you before you reach the panhandle. Now open the envelope. Red glanced over Vic's shoulder as he opened the envelope to find a picture of a young woman in a local college shirt. Sancha disappeared in that blurred blink, and you miss it way that only old vampires could pull off. It was classic sleight of hand, distracting them, and then sprinting away, but it still generated the creeps. Red scanned the alley. The shadowy minions were gone too. She gulped in a deep breath, her heart galloping. Vic, what the hell did you get us into now? First you don't tell me about the vampire who brought the job to us. Then other vampires just pulled a godfather on us. You know that's an offer we can't refuse. I realize that. Vic rubbed his face, grimacing, blinking quickly as he thought. He shook his head. Shit. Let's ask Sal what was in that text message. Great, more vampires. She power-walked back to the back door of the Skinner's kitchen. Phantom pain in her neck tingled over the foundation-covered scars on her neck. She swallowed back the lump of fear in her throat. You know what I love? Vampires. Sarcasm is the lowest form of humor. It's your favorite kind. Red yanked open the door and went inside. Sal, you've got some explaining to do. Vic crossed his arms as he faced the undead short order cook. What she said. Eyes wide, souled Sal put his hands on his hips and lifted his shoulders. I tried, you broke motherfucker, but you didn't have any minutes. Yeah, and we're running out of more, she said, folding her arms, heart still racing. She bit back the creeping bile in her throat to grit out the situation as calmly and quietly as she could. Got 3 days to track a werewolf. Turns out there isn't even a pack. Why doesn't that feel like good news? Sal pursed his lips, matching her gaze. Because you're an astute person who has a grasp of supernatural interspecies dynamics and can sense the shifting politics of a divided city experiencing the aftermath of a power vacuum. Clenching her teeth, she didn't like a single syllable he said or what it implied for their case. Shaking his head while pointing at her, Sal asked Vic, Why's this girl looking at me like I owe her money? Vic shrugged, lips tugging down in an exaggerated frown. She has vampire issues. Sold Sal rolled his eyes. Don't we all? Red touched her cheek, feeling the set lines of resting bitch face, and dialed it back. She tried to stick with the facts and not let emotions overwhelm her, like Vic was always going on about. Yeah, now we're in deep. Why isn't there a pack? Sal dipped his head, an unnecessary sigh rattled in his chest. Because the Supreme Master cleaned house, took out both the pack and the local witch coven. The hunters stayed neutral. Vic whistled. Shit. She swore a lot more than that. Supernatural politics were rough, but most of the players kept to their corners and collaborated on maintaining the secret in shared territories. Each had their own ruling authorities like the Blood Alliance or the Global Covens or the Loose Confederation of American Wolves, who would crack heads to keep their communities in line. Taking out a coven and a pack had consequences even for a powerful vampire supreme. She asked Sal, "Is there a reason he did it beyond evil kicks?" A feud between the pack and the coven stirred things up in a bad way. Some reporter learned too much. Dark Veil, you know the routine. Secrecy at all costs. Maybe the old cowboy saw it as an opportunity to finally control OKC by himself. Red glared. So we're here to put down the last of the resistance, essentially. I don't know. I'm not his poker buddy. Sal put his hands up. Cowboy Kurt don't fuck around. They call him the king of the prairie dead for a reason. She tilted her head back, sighing and rubbing her eyes. The money was already in the bank, and they desperately needed it even if they could refund it. Vic said, "How's the Skinner still standing?" Sal pointed to himself, disdainful of the question as if it were obvious. Me, managed to convince the factions that the hunters will keep out of it, that there was no reason to provoke the Brotherhood to send in a hero and add another front to the battlefield. Red saw the practicality, even if she would have appreciated a hero on the scene. Besides doling out bounties to a loose network of hunters, the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes mentored supernatural champions devoted to protecting humanity. There were only so many heroes running around nowadays, but a supreme master vampire taking out a den of hunters after a bunch of supernatural and semi-human types would merit retaliation. She lifted her chin, asking the question she'd wondered since walking inside. Why did they ask for us? Sold Sal laughed. What other motherfucker is crazy enough to hunt a wolf for a vamp besides Victor Park Constantine? Hey, I resemble that remark, Vic said dryly. You even have that three-name presidential assassin thing going on like you shot McKinley. Sal's deep chuckles subsided as he focused on Vic. I didn't know the job came from the Supreme Master when I called you in. It was put anonymously on the bounty board like plenty are. I only heard it through the grapevine tonight. I'm betting Sancha was the one who suggested you to the king. Her sire is one of those West Coast fat cats. Vic's the most famous UCLA dropout in the underworld. All right. Sarcasm slipping out. Red bit the inside of her cheek. This job was already making her knees feel like jelly, and it had barely begun. She knew that the 72 hours would pass too quickly. Why do they even need us? Vic grabbed a beer from a frosty beverage case and popped the top open with his teeth. Are you going to ask all the questions? Am I the intern now? Red winced at his primitive bottle opening technique. I can see it in your eyes. You're already over this vampire shit and ready to tango with the werewolf. She didn't blame him, not after what had happened when he was a kid. But someone had to keep them on track. Sold Sal shook his head. Cowboy Kurt is weaker than he seems, even with that medieval chick on his side. His people don't like us sold ones much. Segregation is alive and well in Oklahoma, despite what the Blood Alliance says. Yeah, what do the bigwigs at the Blood Alliance think about this? Vic asked between sips. Vamp bodies turning up for the police to find, only to burst into flames and sunlight? Sounds like a breach of the Dark Veil to me. They might rule the masters, but they don't get involved unless it's big. I'm guessing that's why the Royals are outsourcing now, to nip it in the bud before it gets bigger. The Alliance will drop a Supreme when they become a political liability. Maybe the other covens might not care about the proctors, but one wolf could rile up all the Midwest packs. Even if Hector, the alpha, was depraved as a feral behind closed doors. It's being kept quiet, but shit, wolves have Facebook too. A war howl might have gone up the plains already. I don't know. If Cowboy Kurt could get Brianna easily, he would. His people are on alert for her. The wolf's name is Brianna, Red said, lips quirking into a wry smile. The name tugged her out of the disquiet over Sal's dire warnings. I would have imagined something with more swagger like Dallas or Ruby. Nah, she was a college kid before this all went down, but some things can turn an Omega into an Alpha, Sold Sal said. That's all I know. Put some more damn minutes on your phone and I'll let you know if I learn anything else. Vic clapped him on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. Don't be thanking me yet. Sold Sal returned to cleaning the grill, this time with a human slowness as he bowed his head. Y'all might be cursing me soon enough. As Red and Vic walked back into the main room, the jukebox played to an empty room. Shivering, she touched the faded scars on her neck. He'd given her a name and taken her with him on the road. She owed him a lot. It didn't mean she wasn't pissed at him. Why did it have to be vampires? Her gut told her to run, but there was no running from this bounty, not after the Queen had seen her face. July 17th, 10:34 p.m., the University of Oklahoma in Norman, Oklahoma, USA. Red walked with Vic between tall red brick dormitories through the University of Oklahoma campus, home of the Sooners. Passing students, she felt aged like a vampire compared to their fresh youth. She was only a few years older, but could have been from another world. Had she ever gone to university? Despite seeming reasonably educated, even if Vic disapproved of her gap when it came to Star Trek, she couldn't remember a single class. He told her it was better to forget, considering how he found her. It had taken her nearly a year, but at this point she had given up on discovering her old life. Still, she wondered sometimes about the little things. It wasn't like she was yearning to go to a pep rally, but she couldn't help but daydream then about another life where she had rooted for the home team or stressed over finals. It was hard to imagine. Tests in her world included hunting down a werewolf in 3 days, not multiple choice questions. Sancha gave them an envelope with a single printed sheet containing a name, a picture of a smiling young woman in a Sooners shirt, and 3 addresses on it. They'd had less to go on before. After paying up on their delayed phone plans with the first installment of the bounty, Red and Vic had climbed into the Millennium Falcon. It didn't look like much, piled with hunting supplies on one side and beanbags on the other, but the dingy black van was home, office, and sometimes hospital for them. She was used to doing research on the run. In the 40 minutes it took to get to the campus, she got a rundown on the feud as the Human News reported it. Starting with the mysterious sniper assassination of Joseph Proctor weeks before, the trail wasn't hard to follow. People noticed when a compound burned down to the foundations with over a dozen werewolves inside. The news article left out the species, of course. Larson's pack lived out in the sticks. The Coven House was in a nice part of town, and the media had been all over its ruins. Cowboy Kurt raised his enemies to ruins. Had he salted the earth too? The last address was a dorm room, thankfully intact. Brianna Larson wasn't like most 20-year-olds. She didn't have any social media accounts. All that came up was a student profile on her college website. She hadn't filled it out. No picture, just an automated note that she was an agriculture studies major. Red tried to feel that university spirit as they approached Brianna's building, hoping that they blended enough to slip in. She'd passed for an older student before. Vic, on the other hand. At best, a dorm monitor would think that he was a sketchy townie dating co-eds. He frowned as they walked up to the card scanner at the entrance to the dormitory. Damn, colleges have more security nowadays. We didn't have card scanners, and my dorm was a stone's throw from Inglewood. Back in my day. She deepened her voice in a poor imitation before laughing and leaning against the wall by the door. You're not that old. You're 33, not 83. Look at them. Vic gestured at a pair of tipsy male students stumbling in their college shirts toward them. They're babies. Red shrugged, conceding the point. Those embryos don't even have pores. Shut up! You don't either, Miss Maybe 24. He scoffed, watching one student fumble with his college ID, finally pressing it to the card scanner. Wiggling her eyebrows at him, she secured their way in by opening the door for the students when the lock clicked open. Vic tipped his green trucker hat. Evening, Sooners! The two college kids walked through the door with confused thanks mixed with eye rolls. Alumni, one whispered to the other. They laughed. Way to mingle, she whispered to Vic as they waited a beat and followed inside. She walked to the stairwell, bypassing a dorm attendant, intercept the two drunk college boys in front of the elevator. They trotted up the stairs to the fourth floor, where Brianna Larson lived before she went all Van Helsing. It might have been a school night, but the dorm hallway was still alive with mingling students. Hip-hop and country music blared from the rooms. Red followed the numbered doors to Brianna's. It was wide open. There were two beds. One had a backpack, class notes, and books covering it, signs of life. The other was made yet empty, except for a single stuffed wolf on it. Inside, a girl sat at a desk. Long black braids hung to the middle of her back. Vic knocked on the doorframe. Glasses slipping down her nose, the girl glanced up. A normal reaction would have been annoyance or confusion. Instead, a looked afraid. Red exchanged a look with him. They had glossed over what to do if they encountered a roommate. She decided to take the lead. Hi, sorry to bother you, but we're looking for Brianna Larson. Can you help us? Depends. The girl crossed her arms. The black-framed glasses enlarged her suspicious brown eyes. Native American by the look of her, she was younger than the usual college student. Red put one foot inside the room, noting that the girl watched her movements carefully. Vampires must be invited into a home, yet could enter public places, but she bet that a campus with this much school spirit had enough juju to keep them out of the individual dorm rooms. The look on the girl's face made her wonder if the vamps had already tried, and the door was open so the other students could hear if she screamed in the night. Vic brushed past her to walk inside. Where is Larson? You haven't seen her in a while, huh? Red said, with the gentleness of a school counselor to make up for her boss's brusque attitude. But you know she is in trouble. Listen, I don't know who you are, but I can tell you're not her family. The girl said family with a revered emphasis that was somewhere the Kennedys and the Manson family. I'm not a snitch. No, Red said, but we're the least scary ones looking for her. Technically, it was true. She tried not to think of what they might have to do when they found Brianna. Hunting a werewolf was easier when you weren't looking at their teeny bopper band posters and stuffed animals. I don't know what to tell you. She hasn't been around since... What happened to her family? The girl frowned. I miss her, but she can take care of herself. I told you she was at the Proctor house. Vic name-dropped the other address on the list that Sancha gave them. He mock-rolled his eyes at Red, hamming it up. Maybe hiding. Tell your boyfriend to shut up. The girl sat straight up. She tried to wipe the confirmation off her face. You gross, he's not my boyfriend. Red shook her head, distracted by the comment. Vic was like her paranoid cigar-smoking older brother, or a young wacky demon hunter uncle. What's your name? None of your business. It's Nyla Begay, says so on the door. He jerked his thumb behind his shoulder, but his eyes bored into the stuffed wolf toy on Brianna's bed. The child prodigy here isn't so smart after all. Hey, I started college at 15. Thank you very much. Red glared at him. Questioning witnesses went easier when they weren't being provoked. She closed the door. Nyla, let's start over. You're not stupid. I think you know what Brianna was. It wasn't an accident what happened to her family, and I get the feeling you know that the OKC gets livelier after dark. They came for the wolves, they came for the witches, and they got them both. Now they're coming for Brianna. The witches... No, her boyfriend's family was too strong. Nyla composed herself with more steel than expected in a teenager. You're right. I know stuff, and I know you're the ones in trouble if you're tangled up in all of this. Now, leave before I call the dorm assistant. We're already gone. Red pushed Vic toward the door to break his dead stare with the stuffed animal. Directing them to fall behind clusters of wandering students, she led them out of the hall and into the campus. Her brain turned over Nyla's words for every implication and hint as they trekked back to their black van. She waited until they were out on the road away from the college to punch his shoulder. Dumbass. Hey, I'm driving. What was that back there? She could have been one of them. Vic glowered over the steering wheel. Begay is a native name, maybe a skinwalker. Oh, Christ, I am not going to unpack that problematic statement, but in short, you're wrong. If she was a skinwalker, then I'm a fairy. You spooked her, coming on strong like that. Red shook her head. Nyla knew something, but the kid was probably looking for apartments off campus right now. Get your head in the game, dude. This is Vegas stakes here. No, if we were in Vegas, there's an alchemist who owes me a favor, Vic crowed, pointing his finger up. This would be a different story. Red tried another take. Listen, I get that when it's werewolves you don't think straight, but we need to be cool. Maybe it's bringing up stuff about your family, but... Now, you listen. So, you did like 3 group PTSD sessions in Colorado. That doesn't make you my therapist. I'm just saying, you're talking about shit you don't understand. Whatever happened to you, you don't remember. I know my past. I remember that fucking wolf tearing into my dad. I remember my mom trying to get my sister and me out. I saw little Gracie. His voice grew raw from tortured emotion. 4 years old, and that wolf ate her face. That's what I dream about, Red. The Millennium Falcon wobbled in the lane. She took a deep breath. In all their time together, he hadn't spoken of the night his family was butchered on a camping trip in Wyoming. He told her about Henry Constantine, the late hunter who adopted him, and she'd met his adopted brother Lashon, but she'd only heard bits and pieces from other hunters about her mentor's more distant past. He grimaced. If Henry hadn't heard the screams and found me outside the cabin, I would have died with them. I'm sorry. Shit. Vic hit the steering wheel, shoulders twitching. Tension tightened his profile, knitting his brows and curling his lips back. I know, you're right. Hunters must focus. It's what keeps us alive. You see a perky little co-ed in that picture. I see a wolf strong enough to take down vampires without pack to keep her in line. That ain't a pretty ending, Red. Brianna isn't being picky either. She's killed a human, too. You might think that I'm going all KKK on wolves, but I know what they can do when they go feral and get a taste for people. I hear you. She cringed as she realized she'd used a phrase from her support group, but it didn't look like Vic had noticed. We did get something out of Nyla, at least. What was it? Because that reboot of Doogie Howser was like a brick wall. And you were right. She knew something. She knew a lot, but she didn't know that the coven was taken out. That surprised her, given how powerful Brianna's boyfriend's family was. Red tried to guess the turns in the political quagmire that was the supernatural scene in Oklahoma. She turned the data on her phone and looked up the directions. She knew Vic was distracted when he didn't start ranting about Google Maps and privacy. Maybe we have a Romeo and Juliet situation. Star-crossed supernatural lovers caught between 2 feuding families until the vampires blew their houses up because this isn't fair, Verona. It's Oklahoma City. Fantastic. The boyfriend could be alive. It would explain how an Omega's whelp has been killing vamps. A she-wolf and a man-witch working together. How freaking gender progressive. Maybe. She pursed her lips. I looked up Brianna's murders, and even reading between the lines in the news articles, it looks like brute force. Doors forced open, broken windows, clawed throats, the works. This would be a great time for that little bit of magic that you have to manifest. Hey, I'm working on it. She crossed her arms. I was able to float a feather at least an inch off the table last week. She didn't mention how she ended up devouring a greasy burger like an animal, then slept for hours to recuperate. He said, Let's tickle the wolf. Great plan. Red ignored his sarcasm. A pang tightened her chest. Finding out that she had magical talent was different than knowing how to use it. She had more stakes up her sleeve than tricks. Maybe she'd known her way around a grimoire before, but witchcraft was another thing that she had forgotten, like her mother. Vic huffed out a thoughtful breath. We still have some of that midnight oil left. Let's check out the Proctor house. Or, well, what's left of it. Just in time for the witching hour. July 18th, 12:05 a.m., the Proctor House in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, USA. Red walked across a dying lawn rutted with tire tracks to the Proctor House. It had been an Edwardian dream in its prime, with enough space for multiple generations to live together. The majority of the 2 wings and 4 stories had burned, yet a charred shadow of its former grandeur remained. She frowned. Now that I'm looking at it, coming here at midnight seems like a bad idea, Vic. Yep. He screwed the silencer onto his gun. They had traded wooden-tipped bullets for blessed silver ones. Hand-to-hand fighting was a last resort on a wolf hunt. Even if they had wolfsbane to poison a knife blade or brass knuckles, a human would always be weaker. She said, "That's reassuring." He stepped under the police tape hanging uselessly from the cinders of what used to be a grand entrance to the mansion. The human arson investigation squad had cleared a path in the ash and debris. Red followed him, even as her instincts told her to run. They edged around a hole in the floor before stepping over the stumpy remains of a wall. She rubbed the goosebumps on her arms through her hoodie. Pulse quickening, she reminded herself that blessed silver could weaken both werewolves and vampires. The crescent moon illuminated a lone, eroded sigil carved in a leaning door frame. It was a protection symbol. Did the vampires nuke the place? Enough fire and cold iron could overcome a mystical ward. When Sold Sal said the name Cowboy Kurt, Red had imagined an overly pale dude in chaps, not a guy with the artillery necessary to take out a mansion. She tried not to think of a vampire with that much power, knowing who she was. It made her feel shaky. On the ride there, Vic had made another call to pump the Sold One for information. The Proctors had been some of the first settlers in Oklahoma City. Sal knew their 3 times great-grandpappy John IV enough to know not to fuck with him. He made it clear that they weren't common warlocks, collectors playing with magic relics and mystical trinkets. They were old blood witches, supposedly migrated to the Midwest from Salem. The bloodline would have continued if one hadn't decided to date a werewolf. Red didn't have much magic, feather floating aside, and needed glasses for her third eye. It didn't matter. She felt the vibes coming off the only structure still standing, the ballroom. It increased as they got closer. Vic pushed open the miraculously still hanging door to the burned-out chamber. "This is spooky, but not so bad." She bowed and motioned towards the ballroom. "You're first, then." How chivalrous. Spirit energy surged up before his foot hit the ground. Thrown by an unseen force, he flew backwards. He landed against a half wall, ashes puffing up around him, but kept his grip on his gun. Howling ripped through the wreckage. Head pounding from the sound, Red tugged him up. The paranormal activity stiffened the hair on the back of her neck. Fear washed down her arms in pinpricks. "Spoke too soon," he coughed out, patting the ash off his clothes. "We're going to need a bigger boat." Quoting Jaws, she grabbed a bundle of sage from her pocket. "Oh, shit." Brianna Larson stood in the doorway with clenched fists. The weeks on the lam had hardened her youthful features. Brown hair in a tangle, ripped jeans, and fury on her ash-smudged face. She didn't look like a perky co-ed anymore. Red traded the sage for her revolver. Her fingers shook. She had enough silver bullets to take down a werewolf, but seeing the girl in person was different. Brianna deserved her revenge. They weren't on the right side of this job. Vic had no problem raising his weapon. "Silver in here, bitch." Brianna snorted. "I can smell the vampire on you both." "I smell the human on your breath." He tensed his shoulders like a linebacker ready to charge. "Enough banter." Heart skipping, Red aimed for the wolf's shoulder. Her mouth dried. "Maybe we can try this peacefully." Brianna squinted at the marks on Red's neck. "Claimed humans. Cowboy Kurt is getting desperate." She smiled. It was ghastly, like a corpse in rigor mortis. "Good." Vic fired 2 shots as the wolf disappeared into the ballroom. Running with him, Red darted through the doorway, ears buzzing painfully from the gun blast. She made it inside first. Shoulder jerking, Vic lifted his arm, elbowing the air. Yanked back by an invisible hand, he flew back through the ballroom threshold, back into the hallway. The door swung closed behind him. Pounding on the wood from the other side, he yelled to her, "What the fuck is going on in there, Red?" Shit. Her stomach dropped. She could see enough of the ruined chamber from the moon shining through the missing roof to know she was fucked. The only exit was magically sealed. It wobbled from Vic kicking and slamming against it, but didn't give way. She uncocked the revolver hammer. To calm her nerves, she tried counting to 10, but lapsed into mental cursing by number 5. Brianna stepped out of the shadows. "I'm going break your legs like twigs, then leave that face a mess for the old cowboy to find. You're not going to be so hot after I'm done with you." "Oh, you think I'm pretty?" "Gee, thanks," Red said tightly, pity ebbing away as she aimed her gun at the wolf. A glow rose in the center of the room. It grew to the size of a bread box before an orb drifted out. The unearthly light seemed to cast more moving shadows than it illuminated. It wasn't the first time she had seen a ghost manifest, yet the temperature drop was more extreme than usual. The paranormal energy in the room grew. Even a normal human would have felt it. Her breath puffed out vapor even on the hot Oklahoma summer's night. Hey, how many spirits were there? An outline of a young man in skinny jeans formed as the specter stepped out. "Watch out, Bree, she's a witch." "Brian, I can handle it." The boyfriend. Brianna and Brian. That's cute," Red said with more bravado than she felt, watching more orbs split off from the radiant mass. She was wrong about how bad it could be. The homicidal werewolf job now included a gang of ghosts. Sancha had left that out. Human silhouettes began to form behind Brian, most in recent fashions, but a few wore historical outfits. Their spectral forms gave off a watery green glow, like a light from a pool. The ghosts glided closer, then stopped every time she glanced back at them. Vic pounding on the supernaturally locked door melded with the throb in her ears. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Red tensed, knowing her gun would be useless, and the rest of her kit was back in the Millennium Falcon. Gulping a deep breath, she tried a different approach. "Hey now, I'm not a claimed human. I'm a hunter." "You should be helping me then." Brianna rushed forward, stopping as the specter of her dead boyfriend stepped into her path. He said, "Bree." Red swallowed back her fear as her knees trembled. "Tell me what happened. What I heard is that you went feral and murdered a human." "You're dangerous," they said. "Sounds like the truth since you're ready to mutilate me now." "The dead men killed my family. They killed Brian's family." Brianna pointed at the ghosts. "That's what happened. Everything I've done, they've deserved." "I get the revenge part. You have no idea how much," Red said. Putting aside her sympathy, she made sure to keep the revolver pointed at the wolf. She could have gotten a shot off, but these ghosts weren't just rattling spectral chains. They could interact with the outside world. What happened when she took down their avenger? "But I'm not sure a suicide mission will help you. And trust me on this, the vampires will hurt you, kill you. It's what they do. They can't get in here, that's why they sent you to." Brianna lunged forward in a faint before laughing. "Ghosts and vampires, oil and water. You're the one on a suicide mission, honey." "She doesn't get it, Bree," Brian said. The worry was clear even if his face was translucent. "She doesn't remember her family. She doesn't know what the vampires took from her. You don't have to kill her." "She's working for them!" He stepped forward to block his girlfriend. "How many people have to die?" Brianna snarled, "As many as it takes." Skin crawling, Red looked back at the ghostly proctors who were inching closer. Something bigger arrived. Her witch senses tingled in warning. The semicircle of radiant spirits parted. A new ghost walked solidly forward, seemingly corporeal except for the unearthly glow surrounding him. He looked like he had been the first one off the Mayflower in his tri-cornered hat, plain suit, and buckle shoes. Swallowing back the clump of sticky fear in her throat, Red wondered who he was. Then the name John Proctor popped into her head. The thought felt alien to her own internal dialogue. Her stomach dropped. He had beamed the message loud and clear. "You will not harm our sister witch." John Proctor looked at Brianna. An eerie echo trailed his words. "Stand back, child. This one knows not who she serves, but she can be made to." The vision hit Red like a wrecking ball. She staggered from the mental force. Her mystical third eye flooded with light until the scene came into focus. The ballroom transformed from a burnt shell to an elegant chamber again, complete with a grand piano in the corner. Painted sigils on scrolls hung on the walls. A pentagram-decorated rug laid on the floor. The Proctor house had once been beautiful. It even felt like a happy home. Brian sang at the piano with a smiling, older woman. They had the same nose and wide, generous mouth. The sound of gunfire ended the song in mid-word. A fireball came through the open door, rocking the chamber. Then the screams began. More family ran into the ballroom. Brian pushed the rug aside to open a trap door in the floor. It wasn't escape, only death. Vampires jumped out from the opening with automatic weapons. Smoke filled the room as they fired. A man in a cowboy hat stood in the shadowed doorway. His malicious laugh echoed even after the vision faded. Red shook her head like she had water in her ears, desperate to get the old pilgrim out of her mind. "They culled my line. What the witch hunters failed to do in Salem, the vampires finished in Oklahoma." Green flames rose in his pupils, igniting the irises. He slammed his fist against his chest. The fire dimmed in his transparent eyes. Sorrow cascaded over his heavy brow. "We were once many under this roof." The racing heart in her chest sympathized for him. Red had been hired to hunt Brianna, but she never liked it. Hell, if the kid had kept to hunting vampires, then she would have bought her a beer for it. He lifted his chin, steel returning to his jaw. "I yearn to say it's Satan driving them forward, but the Bible is blind to the scourge which truly wants to run over humanity. Even now, the powers that be seal my lips, Sister Witch. You know so little of who you are, who you would be, if they had not taken you. It's not only my clan that will be wiped off the map to ensure their victory." Lowering her weapon on the wolf, Red cocked her head at the ghost. "What are you saying? It really was vampires who took me." "Your mother's blood runs strong in you." John Proctor ignored the question, assessing her as the glow faded in his eye sockets, leaving behind a sad gaze. "That is what helped you survive, even if it's why you were chosen." "My mother?" Excitement jolted through her brain's synapses before she had fully processed his words. All she could focus on was the mention of her mother. She gasped out, "What do you know of her? Is she—" "When you learn the truth of what you have suffered, I shudder for your enemies. Even the one who doesn't know you survived, hidden in the branches of the juniper tree." What the hell did all that mean? Red had been left for dead, but it wasn't in a tree. Ghosts weren't known for straight shooting, but that was cryptic even for the dead. "You're speaking in riddles." "Riddles are all the dead have, daughter of Melusine." "Heart-seizing," she said. "Is that my mother's name?" "No, Sister Witch. That is the source you spring from after centuries of mages bred for a singular purpose. Your mother turned her back on our world, to her own mother's dismay, as you have tried too. You have stopped seeking your truth. You wished to be a shield for humanity, but you dropped your greatest weapon." John Proctor shook his head, disappointment clear on his ghostly face. "Cherish your ignorance while you have it." "Who did this to me?" Red yelled, her voice breaking on the last word. Her next came out a whisper. "You're making it seem like it's more than vamps. What do the young say? The truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off?" Voice fading, he disappeared, along with all the other ghosts of the Proctor family. The overwhelming psychic presence drained from the room. She dabbed the hot, unreleased tears in her eyes. Her shoulders sagged. Remembering the wolf in the room, she re-aimed her revolver. "Brian, stay with me, baby." Brianna looked around for Casper, the friendly boyfriend, forgetting the hunter for a moment as she pleaded with the empty ballroom. The grief visibly turned to rage on her face as she turned to Red. She raised her hands, claws growing from her fingers, in a seamless transition that should have been beyond a pack omega. "You did it! You made him leave!" Vic kicked the door open, gun raised. The image of the man in the cowboy hat flashed in Red's mind again as if pushed in by John Proctor. She might have screamed or whispered. She didn't know. The power of the vision overwhelmed her. Even the phantom smoke choked her. A throb in her ears drowned out her words. "No, Vic!" He fired twice, blast echoing in the haunted ruins. Brianna shuddered as a bullet hit her side. She howled. Running away to a trap door in the center of the room, she slammed it shut behind her. Red's knees wobbled, the sting of the gun blast fresh in her ears. The pounding in her chest made her want to cover her head. Instead, she ran to the trap door and tried to pull it up. It wouldn't give. Vic nudged her aside, trying the door latch himself. "Fucking hell, what happened in here?" "I saw them all die." Panting, she tried to pull herself together as she wiped at her forehead, expecting ash and blood on her fingertips. Salty tears burned her eyeballs. The ghosts. They told me about my mother. She's a witch. "Forget it now." He shot at the latch of the trap door. It broke, but still wouldn't give, as if held from the other side. He cursed before grabbing a fallen ceiling beam and slamming it against the trap door. "We need to get Brianna." Time slowed as the burnt wood fell through and an abyss stared out. Trotting down the dark stone steps, all Red could think about was the mother she couldn't remember. July 18th, 9:33 p.m., the Skinner Bar in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, USA. Vic gulped down his pint of IPA with the force of a sailor on shore leave, but Red could barely stomach water. The chicken and waffles from earlier seemed to twerk in her belly. They were fucked. Capital F, capital ucked. She didn't share the thought. He was thinking it too. They were running out of leads to chase. After getting lost in the tunnels underneath the Proctor house, they'd gone to bed when the sun was rising. Neither slept well. Red dreamed of a faceless woman dropping her into a rushing river. Her cheeks were wet with tears when she awoke. Vic woke up hollering for his sister. Neither had mentioned it as they dressed in the dingy motel off the highway. Red had put foundation on her neck to cover her old scars as she looked in the mirror and wondered if she had her mother's nose like Brian Proctor had his. The question haunted her as strongly as the Proctors had. The sun might have been out, but the day hadn't brought clarity or hope. None of the occult shops had wolfsbane, an herb deathly toxic in a werewolf's bloodstream, or pure silver bullets. The feuding clans had already cleaned out the stock. Sal promised to scrounge what he could from patrons at the Skinner. That left them rationing their own paltry stock of cheap silver-tipped bullets. Nyla Begay wasn't in her dorm room, and campus security escorted them away when they tried to break in. Only smooth talking about being alumni kept them from being hauled to the police station. Brianna Larson wasn't in the Proctor house or the burned foundations of her pack's compound on the outskirts of the city. Thankfully, there weren't any werewolf spirits to howl at them. It was their one break. Red sighed. At least the food at the Skinner was good. She couldn't say the same for the place's morale. Sold Sal had taken their order with the air of a prison warden arranging a final meal for a condemned man. He wouldn't even accept their money when they'd asked for the check. The other hunters in the bar avoided their eyes as if their bad luck would rub off. Vic finished his beer and wiped his mouth. "Let's go." Walking out of the Skinner to the parking lot, she wasn't surprised to see Sancha waiting for them. It had been that kind of day. 2 black-clad bodyguards behind her, the vampiress stood beside a limo with a gold-plated wolf skull on the front. It looked real and shiny new. She gestured to the open door. "If you would be so kind as to join me." It wasn't a request, judging by how fast the goons leapt on them. Red and Vic were bundled into the limo, bags thrown over their heads, weapons taken away. She tried to decipher the turns as the car drove away, but it was useless. She didn't know Oklahoma City well enough to even guess their direction. The vampires would drive around to confuse the route. No dead man would let a hunter know where their lair was, even if they were supposedly working for them. Pulled from the car, after what felt like 30 minutes, she sensed they were still in the city. Fear dragged at her feet. With a bag on her head, she couldn't much see through the weave beyond the rough contours of a nondescript lot. She could tell the differences in lighting as they were marched into a building and down a darker hall. A door swooshed open ahead, then they were hustled into a room stinking of beer and old cigarette smoke. Vic said, "Our 3 days are up already? Could have sworn it's just been a day." He was loudly thrown into a seat. Red lunged to defend him. Her captor held her tight, feeling her tense to spring before she did it. Then she was pushed into a chair, bag ripped off her head, taking some hair with it. Gold lights illuminated a square chamber. The place looked like a cross between a Gothic saloon and a titty bar. An elk's head stared at her from a mount on the wall. She couldn't stop a ghoulish vision of her and Vic's heads hanging there beside it. Stripper poles stood on a raised platform to either side of a fur-covered throne. The pelt smelled new. It was a wolf. Sancha whispered in her ear, "I didn't choose this. The matter was taken out of my hands." Her mouth tensed as if she wanted to say more, but instead she went to stand by one of the stripper poles. Red studied the queen. A slip of empathy from an unsold vampire, or a power play? Who was she kidding? It was all about the power with them. Spurs chinked on the wooden floor, drawing closer. Chest tightening, she tried to ask Vic with her eyes if he heard that. She already knew the answer. It wasn't the rescue party. Vic mouthed the words, "The king." He didn't mean Elvis Presley. "What has the mighty werewolf hunter brought home?" The new masculine voice had the growl of lifetimes, smoking unfiltered cigarettes. Red looked over her shoulder. She chewed on the inside of her cheek as her stomach dropped. Deep breathing wasn't making a dent on the waves of fears, making the hair stand up on the back of her neck. The cowboy hat and slim figure was only a silhouette in the doorway. Low lights glinted off the gold embroidery on his shoulders. The vampire stepped into view, posse behind him. Years of staring into a prairie horizon had left him with a permanent squint. Clean-shaven, he somehow still had a tint of a red tan to his cheeks. Even with others coming into the room, Red couldn't look away from their leader. There was no doubt that this was the supreme master vampire around these parts. Sold Sal had called him Cowboy Kurt, but the other name felt more apt. King of the Prairie Dead. Kurt strode toward them to circle their chairs. He took their measure like a rancher at a cattle auction before he sat down on the fur-covered throne between the stripper poles. "Mr. Constantine, I'm a simple vampire. I pay my taxes, care for my family, and I keep the peace as I shepherd my flock. Those are my actions. That is how you know me, son." He narrowed his eyes to slits. "I feel as if I already know you by yours." Red held her breath at the brief flash of gold in the king's irises. Inscrutable. Vic met the predator's gaze. Leaning back on his throne, Kurt stroked the fresh fur on the armrest like a dog. His lips puckered in disdain. "The wolf is hiding at the Proctor house, and you couldn't drive her out." Vic nodded, his voice even. "She escaped through the tunnels after I shot her with silver." "Tough luck, Constantine." He sighed and snapped his fingers. "And I heard you were the best in the West. Should have known those pretty LA vamps were blowing smoke up my rear end." Vic didn't reply. His eyes pleaded with Red to not make one of her trademark smartass remarks. He didn't need to worry. She was too scared for sass. Kurt sucked at his teeth, chin jutting out as his gaze grew distant like a farmer contemplating a storm's effect on his fields. Or maybe that Larson bitch just has grit. Can't believe the Omega of the Ispac causing so much fuss. Not just the Omega, but the daughter of an Omega. If she could be tamed, I'd add her to my kennel. I don't rightly know what to make of her. Red wished she could enjoy how flustered that Brianna made the old vampire. Schadenfreude was harder when you were bound and defenseless. The king continued in his slow, considering tone. Hector was a grisly piece of wolf with a pack to match. I was happy to see the proctors take out the trash, but then they fucked up, nearly exposing us all. We lost blood cleaning up from their feud. This isn't the good old days where we could brawl amongst ourselves, not with a camera in every hot little hand. We all must keep up with these modern times. He glanced at Red, pausing as if doling out wisdom that she should treasure. The right thing ain't the easy one. Shoulders tensing at his notice, she looked down, always careful not to meet a strange vampire's eyes. If he had the gift to mesmerize her, he'd do it with eye contact. The minions stirred from their places on the bar stools and on along the walls. There must have been over 24, but the room could fit more. It felt emptier than it should. Distracting her husband, Sancha leaned her arm on the back of his throne. So true. A beefy male vampire in head-to-toe denim stepped forward and raised his fist. The king of the prairie dead. He shot a sly glare at the queen before he stepped back. Drama in the court? Thank you, Marcus. Kurt nodded to his man as he wrapped an arm around Sancha's hip. The other packs might grumble, but they knew Hector was dirt. The she-wolf knows that, too. Lord knows her daddy never protected her when the alpha came around, and I hear he came around a lot for those she-wolves when they were real young, too. Sickened, Red felt even worse. Brianna had never caught a break in her short life. Don't get that either. I like a lady with some season to her. Kurt shared a leer with his wife, then shrugged. So much fuss for a pack that little wolf tried to escape. He leaned forward. What's our theory about that? You're a California boy. Probably had a therapist or two. Enlighten me. Vic unclenched his jaw, shrugging. I kill 'em, don't ask them questions. Did you actually kill the wolf, boy? Sneering, Kurt pointed at Red. Let's ask the female. Speak. Now. She glanced quickly at Vic, trying to think of something that wouldn't get them killed. She loved a proctor boy. Maybe her pack didn't mean much, but they did. That might be why she's out for your blood. Now that is an insight into the bitch's head. The king slapped his knee as his expression curdled. Didn't do you too much good. Just left me having to bribe the cops to forget shooting in a high-class neighborhood. So, what do we do with a wolf on the lam? Running roughshod over my city, making a jackass of me. Red ignored the numbness in her hands and the heart palpitations to keep her face still. The tension grew in the room as gathered vampires shifted in the shadows. Sancha breathed out a scoffing laugh. Mi amor, what is a wolf? You sit on the alpha's pelt. And that took some doing. They turn back into humans when you kill 'em. Gotta get the skin while they're kicking. Kurt smiled as if thinking about a pleasant church picnic before his mercurial mood soured again. He drummed his fingers on the armrest. A wolf alive means a wolf who can tell the story. Thank God you damn millennials can't remember a phone number. Marcus, the muscled minion in denim, said, We've cut off all her lines of communication. The bitch can't even walk into a library to use a computer without one of our claimed humans noticing. Red hoped to every god below and above that Brianna had sounded the war howl. Vic might not have liked werewolves, but she liked the idea of them ripping through the undead. Especially these assholes. Kurt jumped out of his chair in a burst of energy. Now here's what we're going to do. Bounties are all well and good, but we all know that you hunters ain't money grubbers. He pressed a hand to his heart. Shields to humanity and all. What you need is an incentive. The Cowboy King gazed over his court with dark promise in his eyes. What you all need is an incentive. Red gulped. It certainly wouldn't be more money. He stepped down from his throne platform to brush a roughened hand along her jaw. Now, you're a little lady with some season on you. I bet the werewolf hunter likes having you on his arm. He flashed bone-white fangs as he smiled. I was thinking about breaking that arm, but I got a better idea. He tugged her hair and struck her neck quicker than a rattler. Fear sweet popped from her prickling skin at the shock. A haze fell over here, the paralyzing thrall of a vampire's bite. Paranormal evolution solving that pesky problem of a screaming victim with a venom. She wasn't struck numb. She felt the pain, but she couldn't move. Fucking hell! Vic struggled in the chair next to her. Kurt pulled back and patted his mouth with a black bandana. Y'all saw it. I've claimed this human. Your woman is mine by underworld rights. You can get her back when you bring me the wolf's head. Vic shook his head. She's not staying here. Hell no, she ain't. She's a working gal. I want her by your side so you can see my marks in this pretty neck. Incentivization. He grinned. I almost want you to fail. This girl tastes like strawberries, I tell you. Sancha rushed forward. She pressed a bandage to Red's throat. Keep up the pressure. The king of the prairie dead stepped back to his throne and waved a lazy hand without looking behind him. Turn 'em loose where you found 'em. Lightheaded, Red slumped in a daze. A bag was put over her face, and she was roughly guided away with Vic. The walk to the limo took ages as she pressed the bandage to her throat, hoping none of her guards were hungry. She had heard about how vampires respected another's claim, but it was nerve-wracking to test it out even with a supreme's authority behind it. Breathing harshly through her nose, she tried to manage the pain. Settling into the car seat sent jolts of pain through her nerves. Sparks danced in vision under the dark weave of the cloth. The drive felt faster as she bled, feeling woozy. Gentle hands removed the bag on her head. Monstro, Sancha said, as she reached over and pulled off Vic's. Her lips twisted into a sorrowful pout. He is, you know, a monster. King of the Prairie Dead does whatever he pleases. Yeah, you weren't complaining before. Red stamped the soaked bandage harder to her throbbing neck. Not where he can hear, but the ones in this car are mine. Sancha shook her head, doe eyes lowering. I had no love for Hector. It was a good thing for him to die, but the little wolves, the proctors, that was bad blood to spill. A cursed thing. Vic said, you know that witches don't go without the last word. They'll die with a curse on their lips. Red tried to focus on glowering at Sancha even as sparks rose in her vision from blood loss. Only adrenaline kept her upright. We saw them at the old Proctor house. Their spirits are tied there. See, I have heard them wail. They call for the blood of a king. Sancha looked out the window. They aren't the only ones. Why do you serve him then? Red snapped, ignoring Vic stomping on her foot to be quiet. Cowboy Kurt cast himself as the responsible supernatural leader who had taken out the wildcard elements threatening the Dark Veil. Whatever his queen thought about his rationalizations, she hadn't stopped his massacres. Kurt was a rebel, like a pirate of the plains. I loved him once, or at least I thought my sire would notice when I married him. Then, how do you say in English, you make your bed? Maybe this is how my sire punishes me. An eternity in Oklahoma. Sancha shook her head, lips pursing as if she regretted her candid words. The limo rolled to a stop. An olive-skinned vampire in aviator sunglasses opened the door and dropped a duffel bag on the blacktop parking lot of the Skinner. I'm in your corner if you can believe it, Sancha said, and for anyone who didn't know she was a vampire, a breed that lied naturally, the concern would have looked genuine. Red almost fell for it. Almost. Almost was too much trust in a vampire. I'll believe it when I see it. Legs shaking, she hauled herself out of the limo with Vic's help, the movement jostling the wound in her neck. The pain was too much to process, twisting into anger. She felt angry at him, the job, and herself. Sold Sal waited by the side of the Skinner's building, a trembling cigarette between his lips. You have another day. Give the king something before the next sunset. Sancha nodded as her minion closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. The limo glittered in the street lamps as it turned out of the parking lot and into the road. Vic grabbed the duffel bag, fear and guilt crinkling the corners of his eyes. Come on. Hospital. Now. Red said through puffing and huffing like a pregnant woman, trying to control the queasy, lightheadedness of the blood loss. Sold Sal called out, "Is she okay?" "Does she look okay?" Vic yelled back. Grumbling to himself, he unlocked the passenger side of the van first. "Fucking asinine question. Is she okay? Fucker brings us here. My intern gets bitten. Shit." Red managed to get into the trusty Millennium Falcon and buttoned back a shriek as she pulled the door closed behind her. As Vic drove, a stream of profanity spewed from his mouth, along with orders to keep her eyes open. The adrenaline faded. She could have sworn she saw the outline of a juniper tree before everything went black. July 19th, 9:45 p.m. Bricktown in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, USA. Lights from the nearby mall rippled on the dark water. The moon was almost too thin to be seen in the sky. Vic leaned against a tree beside Red. He watched the people walking up a ramp to the ice cream shop and the movie theater on the raised street above the Bricktown Canal. They might have been best friends, but they didn't have anything to say to each other now. She was a claimed human, and he was man with a target on his back. Sancha said they had until sunset to come up with something. They had nada. Even if they'd had more time, they had no leads. Brianna could be anywhere in the Midwest by now. Last night, Red had been in and out of the hospital as quick as the blood transfusion could be done and the paperwork could be filled out. The significant looks from the hospital's night staff made it clear that it wasn't their first rodeo. Seeing a lady with fang marks in her neck didn't faze them as much as it should. Vic let her sleep in that morning while he went out, trying to use their last day to drum up a new lead. She knew the guilt was getting to him by the twitch in his cheek every time he saw the bandage on her neck. Coming back with a black market elixir that he refused to confess the price on, he had screamed at Sold Sal over the phone, demanding to know if Cowboy Kurt had any powers beyond the usual vampire super strength, speed, and hearing. Kurt didn't, but he had followers who did. Even after Vic left the motel room again, she still couldn't sleep. The elixir was some alchemy homebrew, but it pepped her up like an energy drink, killing the pain from the bite. How long it lasted would be a toss-up. It's not like the FDA regulated mages. She did research in bed, trying to find something they missed. All she'd come up with was Brian Proctor's Instagram account. Later, they hit up the few places that he had taken pictures at that a college-age werewolf might go for nostalgia kicks before a showdown. This stretch of urban canal in the middle of Oklahoma City was the last picture posted. Brian and Brianna had posed by this very spot. Maybe on the last happy day they'd had with each other. He said that the killing should stop. Red turned, already reaching for her holster as Brianna walked toward them along the canal. A sad resignation on her face, the young woman walked slower than usual. Contrary to popular opinion, it took more than one silver bullet to take down a werewolf. She looked like she was trying to blend in, her ashy clothes almost covered by the trench coat she wore. Brian was always the good one, you know, gentle. Never knew men came like that until I met him. I can tell he loved you, Red said softly, remembering the boy's expression as he looked at Brianna in their photo. He did, still does. Most women never get that. A man that loves you to death and beyond. Bottom lip wobbling, Brianna stepped beside them. Her gaze hardened, her young features set grim enough to look old as she stared over the small canal. I don't recommend it. To love someone so much and lose them, they take some of you with them. Red shook her head at Vic when he reached for his weapon. They were running out of time, but this bounty felt wrong. The young wolf deserved to say her piece. Brianna noticed the movement, but didn't do more than lift an eyebrow at him before looking back at Red. I told Brian that he had my heart and soul. They passed when he did. It's weird how we say that. He didn't pass. He died. He's stuck. Unfinished business. I can finish it for him. Just bring me in alive. Do you really think you can? Red shared a startled glance with Vic. Her breath hitched as she realized the implications. She liked this idea way better than the original job, even with the rest of the bounty on the line. The deposit was good enough to get them to a hideout in Arizona. It wasn't like the royals could take back the money if they were dead. If you bring me in alive, you'd be surprised. Haunted cast to her gaze, Brianna stared at the water. My daddy was an Omega, but I never was. It's why Hector liked me too much. Her eyes narrowed, disgust and shame furrowing lines around her mouth. The Proctors took me in. They were the ones who sent me to college. That started the feud. I gotta give something back. Nose wrinkling, Vic looked over at Brianna. What's that bacon smell? A small curl of smoke crept from the werewolf. Silver glinted under her coat collar. Red was about to ask what the hell Brianna was doing when she felt the energy shift in the air. Just like back in the swamp, her witchy senses felt a new predator in her midst. Well, look at what my hunters finally smoked out. In all black with a Stetson on his head, Cowboy Kurt was dressed for a hoe down in hell. He walked arm in arm with Sancha like lovers come to stroll along the canal. Incentivization, I told you. You're always so right, mi amor. Sancha patted his arm, smiling blandly. She matched him in a black leather dress. A hint of calculation twinkled in her eyes. Marcus, the oversized minion, walked behind them, lips twisting in annoyance. His overcoat barely hid the weapons he carried. Red backed away from the water in sync with Vic, her ribs tightening over her thumping heart. She didn't know what the wolf had in mind, but she didn't want to be in the middle of it. More minions approached from the other direction. Brianna growled, pointing at Kurt. I want to dance with you, cowboy, not your flunkies. Suddenly, half a dozen vampires rushed the werewolf with more on their heels. She transformed her hands into claws, swiping at the first one before she pulled out a stake and plunged it into the heart of another. The vampire decayed to bones in an instant. Protect your liege, Marcus called, directing the assault with terse arm motions like a Marine commanding his squad. Brianna pivoted, her mouth transforming into a snout as she buried her teeth in another vampire's neck. An Omega's daughter, she had the shift control of an alpha and nothing to lose. She fought like it. Stomping to the king of the prairie dead, she shook the attackers away like raindrops off a pelt. Red sprinted up a ramp with Vic on her heels to the outdoor strip mall on the level above the canal. She panted, glancing over her shoulder. Kurt pushed Sancha roughly to the side and strode toward his enemy, finally ready to take his place in a deadly dance with the werewolf. Die with me! Brianna's wild voice rose husky and primal, bouncing on the concrete of the mall above the fray. She reached open her heavy men's jacket to show a homemade bomb and enough blessed silver to take out the king and his entire court. Red couldn't breathe, lungs squeezing so tightly from fear as she sprinted with Vic into an ice cream shop. He tugged them both under a table, yelling to the other patrons in the pastel-striped room, "Get down!" The explosion deafened. A shockwave rippled up from the canal into the outdoor mall. Glass shattered from the wide shop windows. The jagged edges hailed onto the tables and floors. Shrieking, people crouched in their spilled ice cream. A mangled silver fork landed by her feet. "Go to the theater!" Vic shouted to the bystanders as he jumped up and ran out into the street. Red followed, dodging through the screaming crowd of running people to look over the edge of the rail. Blood and silver shrapnel littered the sidewalk by the small canal below. The bones of dead vampires lay beside the gore that had once been Brianna Larson. Her heart dropped. The werewolf hadn't finished the job. Kurt sprawled on the ground, blood on his face, cowboy hat by his side. 2 skeletons were at his feet, bloodsuckers who must have shielded him from the explosion of blessed silver. Sancha looked calm in the chaos as she stalked behind Marcus. He stumbled, bloodied with silver bits sticking out of him as humans rushed past. Smiling, she waited until more fleeing bystanders provided cover to raise a stake and slammed it into his back. Marcus arched his back. The screams echoing off the outdoor mall covered his final word, but it was clear on his lips. Kurt. Red stepped behind a street lamp to hide. Her heart thumped in her chest. It all happened in seconds. Sancha was telling the truth about how she felt about her husband. Was she using this conflict to clean her own house too? Sold Sal said that there was a power vacuum in town. It looked like the queen wanted to fill it. Red peeped to see if the king was next for a sly assassination. We gotta go, Vic whispered, gaze transfixed on the carnage by the water. Kurt hobbled to his feet and slammed the Stetson on his head. Damn it, the dark veil, Sancha, take care of it. Sancha picked up the fallen automatic weapon by Marcus's bones before stopping a dazed man in a jogging suit. She shoved the gun into his hands and forced him to look at her, nails digging into his chin as she spoke. The human nodded, lifting the weapon, staring at it blankly. Paling, Vic grabbed Red's arm and pulled her away. Shit, she can mesmerize. Hot tears burning her eyes and ears ringing, she looked over her shoulder at the first burst of gunfire. Her limbs trembled from the horror of it all, even after all she had seen. Kurt appeared in front of them, appearing from a dead sprint. My lady can make a damn fine highball, too. Stopping short, Red bumped into Vic. She reached for her gun. In that millisecond, she had missed Sancha's paranormally quick approach. The queen yanked the revolver away and tugged Red closer. She struggled against the vampires, but it was like fighting a brick wall. The sound of gun blasts bounced off the walls around them. Leave me, she mouthed the words to Vic. He had saved her once. She could return the favor. Sancha put Red's own weapon to her head. Fire that gun, Constantine, and I put a bullet in your hunting partner. She won't heal like I will. He lowered his gun, jaw grimly set and worry wrinkle deepening between his brows. Run! Red stilled her flailing elbows. It didn't help her if they went down together. Kurt snarled through his fangs. I believe you failed me, boy. Vic jerked his thumb toward the canal. The wolf's dead. What are you talking about? I wanted her head. Instead, I lost nearly a dozen vampires to a suicide bomber like this was fucking cobble. Kurt pulled the cowboy hat off his thick mop of dark hair and tossed it on the ground. Vic matched the surly expression with a salty one of his own. You interrupted my hunt, coming in like John Wayne. Kurt's gaze turned amber. Sancha dragged Red toward a black Cadillac, seemingly tired of the tough guy talk. Red kicked, pain radiating from the death grip on her arms, yelling again as her stupid mentor stood his ground. Go, Vic! Sancha looked up as a helicopter flew overhead. In a voice more like housewife than a vampire in the middle of a standoff, she nagged, Kurt, now! Only another round of gunfire answered her. A panicked stampede rushing away from the movie theater separated Vic from them. Sold Sal pulled him away. Forced inside the Cadillac, Red breathed a sigh of relief. Then Kurt climbed into the back seat, his fangs ready to strike. July 19th, 11:16 p.m., the lair of the King of the Prairie Dead, somewhere in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, USA. Pain brought terrible clarity to her reality. Neck wound throbbing, Red surfaced into consciousness in Cowboy Kurt's lair. Steadying herself on the ornate wooden throne chair, she touched a corpse pelt. She cringed. At least Brianna had been spared her alpha's fate. She might have been the luckiest of all. The werewolf was reunited with her boyfriend after taking down a dozen of the vampires responsible for the deaths of both their families. She might have been a bloody smear on the sidewalk now, but she'd had the last laugh. The packs of the Midwest would howl the ballad of the Omega's daughter under the full moon for generations. If they learned the truth. That was a big if. The kicker was that when Sancha staked Marcus, Red believed that the vampire was on their side. Well, at least on the side against Kurt. This was what you got for trusting vampires. Maybe trusting the wrong one was how she lost her memories in the first place. She'd die tonight anyway. Red glared at the black heels and pale ankles that glided toward her. She'd spit in the model beautiful face if she had the saliva for it. Sancha crouched, in a loose white dress instead of leather, with a bowl of water in one hand and a cloth in the other. She mopped the blood on Red's neck with more gentleness than expected from a soulless demon. You're finally with us. I was worried. Red stared into those manipulative doe eyes and wished that every vampire was dead. Her only regret was that she didn't work with Brianna Larson from the beginning. Fury heated the back of her neck. Flaring her nostrils, she bit back the acrid hate to avoid saying anything too stupid. Kurt won, huh? He's lost many of his men. Sancha put a hard emphasis on the word his. She continued. But yes, the king of the prairie dead rides triumphant again. Fabulous, Red muttered, her sarcasm weaker from blood loss. He hadn't taken as much this time, probably just a love bite by vampire standards, but she still felt sick. Or maybe it was just the disgust at being manhandled and claimed by a vampire. Sancha went to the bar and returned with an unmarked brown bottle and a small glass of water. Kneeling, she set the water down before raising the bottle with a consoling smile. This is peroxide. We don't want you getting an infection. Don't want that. Sighing, Red tilted her head. She told herself that she needed every ounce of strength to burn this lair to the ground. Whatever happened, she would see Sancha Constanza staked along with her king. Sancha held a long-handled wooden spoon out. Bite down. Embarrassment flushing her cheeks, Red took the handle between her teeth. It muffled the yelp when the cold fluid splashed on her neck wound. When the worst passed, she took the spoon and set it down next to her. It wasn't a steak, but it would do. Lifting an eyebrow, Sancha seemed to have guessed her thought. The look in her eyes said to not push her, yet she seemed content to play undead Florence Nightingale and secured an adhesive bandage on Red's neck. She pulled a large pill out of her dress pocket and held it out along with the water. It's an iron supplement. You'll need your strength. Must have a regular delivery for your blood donors. Red took the pill and the water. It galled her to accept anything, but dehydration wasn't going to help her get out. She popped the pill and drained the water. Kurt will be back. Well, his throne is here. Does he dance on the pole, too? Sancha laughed. You're funny. Kurt won't like that. Folding her knees to her chest, Red glanced at the wolf pelts draped on the throne. Then I guess we're even, because I'm not a fan of his either. Sancha shrugged, as if to say you got used to him. Who else bit you? Those are old, claiming marks on that tender little throat. Can't remember. Red shrugged, mimicking the queen, acting casual even as she cursed at her makeup brand's lies about lasting all day. Vampires took claims on humans seriously. She didn't have the mental power to buy herself some time and think of a notorious one to pretend there was a conflict of interest. You're not lying to me, are you? Were you mesmerized to forget your original master? Sancha shook her head, curly brown hair brushing her shoulders as she looked up, amused with herself. Silly question. Of course, you must have been with marks like those. Red looked away, trying to steady her shortened breath. If you want to know, look deep into my eyes. Curiosity burned at her like silver through a werewolf. Red nodded without thought, driven by a primal yearning for the mother that John Proctor had promised, but she couldn't remember. All vampires came with the standard issue enhanced senses, speed, and strength, but some had extra skills. They called them the dark gifts. If the queen could unlock her mind, Red would call them blessings. It was breaking the hunter's code, but she stared into the sinister brown eyes, like the mysteries of the ages were in there. Remember, who is your vampire master? Sancha said slowly, her gaze probing like a surgeon's scalpel. Tell me. Red waited expectantly. Then nothing. No rush of understanding, no flash of enlightenment. Just the same old questions rattled around her head. There's a block, peculiar. I'm quite good at this. Sancha sat back on her heels with a pout. The urge for understanding haunted her words like an impotent man struggling to perform. Whoever mesmerized you was an expert, or something is protecting you. She rose, grabbing the bottle of peroxide and the empty glass, and walked over to the bar to set them down. Maybe we can... The door creaked as the knob turned. Sancha pivoted to the sound. Red stood, palming the spoon in one fluid motion. She looked around for a hiding place, tucking the spoon under the pelt on the throne, then pressed herself against the stripper pole. Is Strawberry awake? Kurt opened the door and stepped inside. He rubbed his stubble, eyelids falling half-closed. A hangdog expression hung on his brow. Finally, a man can have some peace. Red pressed her back harder against the stripper pole. She tried not to move a muscle, wishing to blend into the background. Sancha smiled, rubbing his shoulders. The damn minions were so riled up. Told them to hit the campus, have some fun. Made sure to knock it into their heads to not get a football player. Tilting his head down, he relaxed into the massage. Gotta see the Sooners dominate the field. I have a good feeling about this season. Sancha cooed. You are so tense, mi amor. You're a good woman, darling. Kurt took her hand and kissed it. Still can't believe that Frenchman let you go. A scowl flickered on the Queen's face, there and gone in the blink of an eye. Let's have a quiet night in, he winked. Mesmerize the girl so we can have a bit of fun. I'm not in the mood for a female's caterwauling. Nausea bubbled in her belly. Red tensed at the idea of what passed for fun in this lair. Fear numbed her hands. She never thought that she would want to be mesmerized, but the sleaze in Kurt's gaze made her want to forget. You never like seeing them cry. Striding up the raised platform past the throne, Sancha made the comment as if it was an odd habit. Red tried to pull away, but the soft hand grabbing her jaw might as well have been steel. Eye contact was unavoidable. You're at a party, a fun party. You want Kurt's attentions. Play along with us. Sancha nodded as her expression chilled. Or else. Stiffening, Red braced herself to be mesmerized, but the compulsion didn't come. Sancha had said that there was a block on her memories, but was she immune to her gift, or did the vampire choose not to use it? Either way, she forced herself to relax and smile. They would put down their guard if they thought she was mesmerized. She breathed out in ditzy voice like an excited sorority girl. I like parties. Kurt tapped the jukebox's modern interface to select a song. Hank Williams Jr. poured out of the jukebox, singing that all his rowdy friends were coming over tonight. He spun in a circle, loosening his shoulders and clapped his hands. Red swayed her hips by the stripper pole even as the questions kicked up quicker than the country song's beat. How distracted would Sancha and Kurt get? How much therapy would she need after this? How much of a party animal would she have to pretend to be before she got the chance to stake these bloodsuckers? She forced the murderous thought away before it could show on her face. Pretend to party, she reminded herself. She put a hand on the pole and twirled around it, trying to get the lay of the big saloon, noticing a back door. Want to drink? Do you want to party? Kurt sang to himself as he shuffled in a square dance. He loosened his bolo, letting the big turquoise side clip droop over his heart. Glancing at his wife, he drawled, Honeybush, make me a whiskey, plain, nothing fancy. Sancha laughed and went to the bar, pouring a neat 2 fingers into a glass. You're so frisky tonight, my cowboy. I shouldn't be, I know. His feet moved vampire fast in a double-time 2-step as he danced over to the bar. I'm going to have to draft weaklings like that damn Sal to protect the lair, but let's celebrate that a tough pup has been put in the ground. He raised the glass before downing the whiskey in one gulp. Red tried to calm the twitch in her cheek at the mention of Brianna. Kurt wasn't fit to speak of her. Spinning her back to the vampires, she composed herself. Sancha kissed his cheek and poured him another drink. He raised the glass to Red, the worry lines around his mouth easing as he drank. A mellow cast came over his gaunt, chiseled features. Now, darling, have you tasted Strawberry here? I forget her actual name, but let's go with it. Have you had a bite yet? Red stilled, involuntary shivers running down her back. She forced herself to remember that she was supposed to look mesmerized. I haven't had the pleasure. Sancha took his glass to sip it. You really should, before the night is done. Kurt stepped up to the platform and flopped into his throne. Red watched him carefully, breath catching. She crouched, pretending it was a move in her awkward stripper dance, to make sure the hidden wooden spoon hadn't popped into sight. "Makes me almost wish that we could keep her around," he said, relaxing deeper into his chair. "But I'm fixing to turn her and set her on the werewolf hunter." Jerking upright at his words, Red forced her face to go blank. That was a cat and mouse game that she'd lose. It would hurt Vic to be the one to stake her, but he'd do it. Kurt waggled his eyebrows and crooked a finger at Red. "Come sit on the king's lap." "Yes, your majesty." Telling herself that she'd stake him soon, she grinned at him, fantasizing about his death, letting her canines show. She settled herself on his knee. Sancha came forward. Was she making a move to off the king? Instead, she blew a kiss at her husband. Red stiffened, hating that she couldn't get a bead on the other female's motives. "This ain't a church social. Don't play coy. This is a party." Kurt pulled her against him. "Sancha, here, is spicy. You know, she likes girls. To eat. Not as much as me, of course." Red glared upward so they couldn't see her expression, more creeped out than when the Proctor ghosts were closing in on her. This whole bar was covered in a layer of sleaze. "Hunting does a body good," he chuckled, groping her waist. "She's a little skinnier than you like, Honeybush, but she'll do." "Kurt, you always take such good care of me." Sancha brought him in for a lingering kiss. "I told you, darling, that night in Wichita I was your forever vampire. Make you forget the rest," Kurt murmured. "Took me 30 years and crawling out of a grave to find my queen of the prairie dead. But I did, didn't I? Oh, my king." Red looked away to cringe at the love chatter. Could someone just bite her and put her out of her misery? A sharp kick swung the back door open. Grinning at distraction, Red tried to dive forward as the first shot rang out, but Kurt held her tight. Sancha snarled, jumping from the throne dais. Kurt yelled over his shoulder, "Can't a man enjoy some Hank Williams Jr. in peace?" Vic and Sold Sal charged in with stakes and guns blazing. "An Oriental werewolf hunter and a sold fry cook. I'm real terrified." Kurt shook his head. "Take 'em out." Sancha rushed Vic, blurring at top speed. She slapped the gun out of his hand, then headbutted Sal. Older and faster, she seemed to have extra limbs as she fought both men at once. Kurt looked at Red and pushed a lock of hair over her shoulder. "Can you still say Oriental nowadays? I know darky ain't polite no more. I try to stay up to date with these things as a modern supreme master. All humans are equally as tasty after all." Where was this drunk grandpa at Thanksgiving train of thought going? She cocked her head at the weird conversational turn as the fight raged behind the throne. He had a hunter and a sold vampire storming his lair, but he only looked amused. Arrogance. It killed more vampires than the sun. Red had used it before. She reached her hand down to feel for the spoon that she had hidden earlier. It had fallen too deep in the fur. She'd have to grope under herself to find it. Fuck. "Now, before you say anything, I fought for the Union. Proudly I have, you know." He tapped her nose, then glanced at the fighters. "You never appreciated that, Sal." "Fuck off! You did hunky!" Sal choked it out as Sancha held him in a headlock. Vic hit a folding chair over the queen's back, but it might as well have been a feather. Ingrate. Kurt watched the brawl like it was a football game, even going so far as to adjust Red on his knee to get a better look. Shifting under their weight, the wooden spoon handle under the pelt brushed against her leg. Her new position made it easier for her to reach under the furs. Giggling, she played with the wide side clip of his bolo tie over his heart. A move designed to look flirty, she really checked to see if his gaudy neckwear would deflect an attack. "This will be over soon. Then we can have some fun." Kurt winked at her before loosening his tie and pulling it off his head. He pointed at Sancha. "Gotta love a woman who can scrap with the best of them." Inane, fake smile on her face, Red grabbed the wooden spoon under the wolf pelt. She stabbed it into his chest. "Then you'll love this." Kurt shuddered. His mouth opened, fangs shining in the lights of his lair, as his eyes grew wider than silver dollars. He reached for her, hand shaking as his final death came lifetimes after the first. You, mesmerized. Red shook her head, slamming her full weight in to drive the spoon deeper into his heart. The Proctors give their regards, Brianna too. He looked over to Sancha, loss and betrayal in his gaze. The king of the prairie dead decayed, long-delayed decomposition washing over his square forehead and jaw, disappearing into his dark collar. Red pulled the makeshift stake out before the magic that crumbled his old bones to dust could take the spoon with it. She jumped away. Sancha paused, the hunters pulling on her arms, then shook them off. A cascade of emotions crossed her face, each darker than the last. Vic dove for his gun on the floor, aiming it at the vampiress. Sold Sal started to laugh, slapping his thigh, his big belly quaking. A fucking spoon! Knees wobbly like jello, Red lifted the utensil, feeling vaguely ridiculous even as she tried to glare. The new widow smoothed her white dress, adjusting the torn sleeves. Now, Sal, you were never here, and you will never speak of it. Red dropped her weapon, the one that Sancha allowed her keep. She was already in motion, leaping down from the platform and running to Vic, leaving the dusty throne behind. Gotcha, boss, Sal said. I'll take the humans with me. Sancha studied the pile of dust that had been her husband. He could have been sucked up in a vacuum cleaner. She snapped her teeth, flashing fangs, gesturing to the lot of them as if she couldn't tolerate their presence. Begone! Red ran without concentrating on anything but sprinting with other hunters into an alley. They hopped into the Millennium Falcon. Vic peeled out. Sancha's loud scream pierced the night. The werewolf hunters have killed the king! Pulse pounding in her ears, Red settled into the front seat, clutching the door handle. Sal muscled the side door shut, then settled to crouch in the back. Take a left, he ordered when they met a fork in the alley behind the sprawling building. We're going the long way. Holding her chest, she told herself to take deep breaths. She had just killed a super master vampire. Every minion in the city, maybe the state, would come after her. Sold Sal popped his head between the front seats. How do you like sold vampires now, Red? Not too shabby? Vic whooped and slapped the steering wheel. Hot damn, we took down the king! She chuckled, leaning back in the seat. Her legs trembled. Oh God, they were going to die, but that didn't make it all any less ridiculous. A wooden spoon! Sold Sal's belly laugh filled the van. As I don't live and don't breathe, a girl killed Cowboy Kurt. Somehow, Red knew that wherever Brianna Larson was in the afterlife, the werewolf was howling in triumph. Hopefully, Brian was by her side. July 20th, 4:44 a.m., somewhere on the Oklahoma-Texas border, USA. After dropping Sold Sal off near the Skinner, Red and Vic booked it down the highway towards the southwest. The headlamps of their van captured the green prairie landscape turning to dry shrubs. No moon hung in the sky. The Millennium Falcon devoured the road like the devil itself was after them. For all she knew, he was. Eventually, hours later, they had to stop for gas. Vic pulled it into a quiet truck stop. The silent TV above the cash register showed a loop of footage from the Bricktown shooting with a news ticker listing the half-truths allowed by the Dark Veil. Somewhere, a vampire PR agent was working overtime. She walked between the 18-wheelers with beer and snacks in her arms. Her ears pricked as she heard a yee-haw. A haggard brown-haired woman in jeans gave another whoop and jumped down from her truck. Another trucker leaned out of his window. What is it, Tammy? The old cowboy is dead. The final one. She turned up her radio, and it crackled to life. Killed with a wooden spoon like your grandma used to swat you on the ass with. Red frowned at the folksy gossip and picked up the pace to reach the van. The news had already hit the hunter's circuit. That mean that every vampire in the Midwest might know. Vic looked up as he twisted the gas cap closed. Got my IPA? The news is already over the CB. We're going viral? He trotted over to the driver's side of the Millennium Falcon. Like cholera. Red opened the passenger side and slid in, putting the bag between them. She gulped down the jolt of fear, belting herself in. The vampires will be closing in on us. Maybe not, Vic said. The engine came to life. He peeled out of the truck stop and turned toward the Texas panhandle. You'll never guess what text message I got. Is Sold Sal okay? He snorted. Oh, now you like vampires. He's all right. Comes through in a pinch. Flushing, Red shrugged. She had been an ass to the guy when they had met. If they survived, she needed to give him another apology and thank you for the rescue. Makes a mean plate of chicken and waffles. I told you to trust my taste in vamps, Padawan. I won't steer you wrong. Yeah. What did the text say? Red opened a bag of chips. She felt hungrier than she could ever remember, but she always did after a brush with death. Set in. The payment on the other half of the bounty went through, with a bonus to keep our traps shut. Killing a king pays pretty damn good. Shit. She let the news sink in. I guess we know who's the new leader of the Prairie Dead. We have enough cash to get those claiming scars lasered off you and to lay low at in Flagstaff for a while. He grinned and shook his head. What a fucking world. Red leaned against the door, letting the wind from the highway blow her hair back. Her shoulders sunk into the upholstery. It was a relief to know that they didn't have to look over their shoulders for Undead Sooners fans. You know what they call this area, the Staked Plains. Eyes crinkling, he laughed. You sure did stake 'em. It made Sold Sal's century. They drove in silence for a while. Eventually, she said, After Arizona, I want to try to find my folks again. The thought had been brewing since she'd met John Proctor's specter. Between the parts where she had nearly died and then the other parts where she'd nearly died, she hadn't been able to talk about it. You sure you're ready to run down that road again? She sighed. They were buddies, but they weren't the kind who braided hair and gossiped. She looked up to him too much to reveal all her worries. Let me heal up a bit, but yeah, I know I have a past. I want to figure it out. You got it, kid. Vic tapped out the radio's beat against the steering wheel. The highway lights dappled over his easy grin. Smiling, Red turned up the radio. Led Zeppelin's Immigrant Song blasted through the speakers and out into the night. Like a beacon from heaven, a sign welcomed them to Texas. October 15th, 4:44 p.m., Flagstaff, Arizona. A week after laser removal surgery on her scars, Red endured her checkup. An off-duty nurse's kitchen wasn't the Mayo Clinic, but it was as good as an uninsured demon hunter could hope for. She showed off the healing patches of inflamed neck skin. Kendra nodded in approval. Still in scrubs after her shift at a Flagstaff charity clinic, a transgender flag pin glittered on her pocket. She was one of Vic's townie friends, their bond forged when he had rescued her years ago from a feral werewolf. She said, The other guy did a good job. I'm sure he'd want to see it. They were asking too many questions in Phoenix. Red held out her wrists, pink from the kiss of the laser, for inspection. The procedure took most of her last bounty, but it was money well spent. Too many monsters noticed a vampire's claim mark. Other hunters did too. I didn't want to find a counselor or something at the checkup. Kendra said, Why did you think they'd bring in a mental health professional? Ignoring the question, Red asked one of her own. How's this? She leaned back against the granite counter and lifted her shirt to reveal the shiny healing skin on her torso. Vic thought it had been a bullet wound. Oh, that is a biggie. The original hurt like a son of a bitch to remove. What caused it? The nurse practitioner mused almost to herself. Obviously, vamps must have done your neck, considering your line of work. This wound wouldn't have hit anything major, but it... Those were the kind of speculations that I hoped to avoid. Red shrugged awkwardly. She had already played 20 questions with doctors before. Medical examinations of her body and her mind hadn't answered much. Still, it wouldn't hurt to... While Kendra talked, Red hiked up her skirt and hitched her leg up in a very unladylike fashion. She wasn't flashing the doc, she was showing off the last cluster of scars. The nurse practitioner peered at Red's thighs. Her eyes grew sad. Looking at the ceiling, Red asked quickly, "Everything healing right down there?" "Yes. You'll want to keep using a medicated ointment. Avoid rough fabrics, too." "Thank you. I guess we're done." Red lowered her knee and smoothed her skirt down. "I appreciate you looking at me off the clock. I can get out of your hair." "You know, if you want to talk about what happened, I'm here." Kendra smiled wanly, probably still thinking of the scarlet patches on Red's thighs, wondering what kind of scars had been there. The dermatologist had certainly been curious, then alarmed. Maybe he'd seen enough of the supernatural to know about bleeders, humans that willing gave blood to vamps, or he just thought she was a junkie or a domestic violence victim. Red wasn't returning to find out. It wasn't like she knew either. Amnesia was a bitch like that. She didn't need the memories to know what had bitten her repeatedly. Few creatures made such precise punctures. The freshest one on her neck was from a vampire king in the Midwest. "I'm fine. Vic thought my skin looked too much like my name for a bit there," Red chuckled awkwardly, hopping off the stool. "I told him that I was just pale, so it looked worse than it was. I wouldn't have bothered, but you know how he is. It's good that he takes care." Yeah. Red crept closer to the kitchen door. The nurse was kindly, trained to help others. She was just the kind of person that Red should talk to. Somehow sharing her story felt harder than facing a laser. Kendra gave final instructions like using sunscreen with a delicate sensitivity. The goodbyes were as short as the hunter could politely make them. Back in the parked black van, Red leaned her head against the steering wheel. The Millennium Falcon usually felt like a security blanket. Not today. It was why she hadn't let Vic come with her. She took a deep breath. The old scars were gone, but she could see them clearly in her head. She had taken pictures before the procedure. Each scar was a clue to who she had been before. With evidence like that, did she even want to know? The marks were still there. Laser removal was a lie. They didn't remove the scars, they just put new ones over it. Maybe that was life for you. Red drove around an empty corral to park in front of the stout log cabin nestled in a patch of pines. The Arizona featured on postcards was all cactus and sand. It was different in the North Country around Flagstaff. Vic Constantine opened the front door at her approach and waved. His black mullet was still damp from a shower. Reputation pegged him as a hotshot werewolf hunter, but he was more like a redneck geek. You wouldn't have guessed him as part of the Brotherhood, let alone a bard in the illustrious scholarly order fighting against the supernatural. A printed Yoda on his shirt peeked from his flannel jacket. He was as close to a Jedi master as she had. He smiled broadly. "Pack all your stuff, we're heading out tomorrow." Red already felt worried. He hadn't been this excited since their last werewolf hunt. They weren't crashing here like they did on the road. He owned the homestead with his adopted brother, where their father had trained them to hunt demons. They had the place to themselves with LaShawn, living out of state. For 2 months, Vic had been happy busting local spooks in between TV binges. What changed? She got out of the van. "Where to?" "Vegas. We're going on vacation." "Great. Who's our sugar daddy?" She leaned against the hood, thinking about the old jam jar that functioned as her bank. Grateful as she was that other hunters wouldn't assume she'd been a bleeder anymore, reconstructive dermatology wasn't cheap. Vic wasn't much farther ahead than she was. They'd come into a windfall in July, and now it was almost gone. The paradox of being broke. When you finally got money, you always had something urgent to spend it on. It was like catching water with a strainer. "We'll do a job when we get there." He flapped his hand as if it was a minor concern. "It's Sin City. There is always something. I promise I can get us free hotel rooms on the Strip, too." "How?" "I know a guy. Hell, I know lots of guys in Nevada. Don't worry about it." "Are you—" "Hey," Vic patted her on the shoulder. "I said when you became my intern that I'd be able to get us work, and I will. I'm the wise elder millennial. Listen to me on this. After all that shit with the Cowboy King, we might as well do something fun with what's left of the bounty. Let's cut loose, play poker, see how much shrimp we can eat at the buffet. The strip clubs are great there." She nodded, chuckling. Okay. I'll get into party mode, but you're on your own with the strippers." October 16th, 10:12 a.m., Kingman, Arizona. Red left the cool climate control of the gas station for the growing morning heat of the parking lot. A familiar phone ringtone echoed on the asphalt. Black Sabbath's Children of the Grave. Vic had a habit of assigning rock songs to hunter contacts to distinguish them from the ordinary ring of telemarketers. She hurried her pace. Had he found a job that would pay for their Vegas trip? He paced by the fuel pump, face composed in unimpressed lines, listening to the caller on the other line. "Yeah, money is always good, but I'm fixing to gamble. Sure, Tahoe has casinos, but it's no—" He stilled. "Why didn't you say it was for Mike? Text me the address. What do you mean there's more?" She leaned against the Millennium Falcon, watching his Adam's apple bob as he gulped and glanced at her. Was he worried? That made her straighten her back. He rubbed his face and hung up. She said, "Why do I get the feeling that we're not going to the strip?" "Soon, intern." He sighed. "I doubt you'll mind the detour when you know the reason." "If it's a decent bounty, sure," Red said. After laying low in Arizona, she was getting antsy for the road. They needed the rest, but it had given her too much time to think. "Money ain't why we're going." He shrugged, shifting on his feet, unable to look at her. "I don't know much. There isn't much to know. Or get excited about, Red, okay? Just remember that." "Is it really dangerous?" "More for you than me, emotionally speaking." Avoiding her gaze, Vic busied himself by disconnecting the pump and twisting the fuel cap closed. "I was talking to a hunter named Tony. A while back, I gave him a call about you. He didn't have much to say then, but now. Let's get on the road. Too many ears here." "What the fuck is it, dude?" She laughed from nerves, sound accidentally pitched a little too high. Goosebumps rose on her skin. "I'm dying of anticipation here. You wanted to poke around to find your folks again." He opened the driver's door. "I got a lead, not saying it's anything, but if you want to go, it's going down in Tahoe." "Of course I do." Red looked away, hiding as she wiped a tear. She told herself it was the hot morning sun and the dusty exhaust from the highway making her eyes water. He was right. This could be nothing, or it could be everything. She had learned a tantalizing tidbit about her mother being a witch, yet the tenuous lead from a ghost had yielded nothing. After the last dead end, she told herself she was done getting her hopes up. It was a gamble bigger than a poker game. Could she handle the heat? Time to find out. Red trotted to the passenger side door and nearly threw herself inside. She drummed her fingers on the dash as Vic checked the mirrors and took his sweet-ass time navigating out of the parking lot. Finally, she couldn't stand the silent act anymore. "What the deal? Are we far enough on the road now?" "Before I get to the meat of it, keep in mind that the girl Tony thinks you could be, well, she has been presumed dead for years." Red perked up. "Presumed?" "Never found a body, just a burnt-out home." "Who is Mike?" "The only reason I'd add 8 more hours to our drive. He was a buddy of my dad, Henry. Grizzled Vietnam vet, he took me under his wing when he came around. I had a feeling he was lonely, but I didn't realize that he had a daughter." Sounds like they weren't close even before. Red swallowed thickly. How had the other woman died? He's not the first hunter with an ex-wife who decided to get out of the life with the kids. Guess it didn't end up safer. Never does. Vic gripped the wheel tightly. She pulled herself out of her own head to focus on him. His biological family, the Parks, had been like the Korean-American dream before they were murdered by a werewolf. He was speaking from experience with his adopted family, the Constantines. "Thinking about Lashon, aren't you?" It's not my family we're looking for. I know where my little brother is, crunching numbers in Seattle. Tony said that Mike is having a tough time. He has it in his head that his daughter is alive. Why now? Got some weird threats, I guess. He's been living off the grid for ages. Not sure how anyone would have found him. Like I said, I don't know much. Just that the girl is a redhead, around what we think your age is, and was last seen driving through Oregon. Her heart skipped a beat. Near Eugene? Not far. She swallowed back hope. It hadn't been the first time they had tracked down missing redheads. Still sounds like a stretch. Dad brought Mike in on specific cases because the guy only tracked one kind of monster, and he was the best at it. Vampires? Bingo! Red leaned back in the seat and rolled down the window, suddenly needing air. She rubbed her chilled arms. The scant clues to her origin bobbed and weaved in her head, forming theories with the new information. A hunter's daughter made sense. It explained how she had still remembered supernatural lore despite losing her identity. Are you going to say anything, Red? What was the girl's name? Nicole Fontaine. Red didn't feel like a Nicole. Then again, she had gone through a baby book and hadn't felt like any of them. She pinched herself to clear her head. So this could be nothing, but if it's not, what does that mean about where I've been? Was I trying to follow in the family business and got in over my head, or was it revenge? Maybe don't think about that until we know something. You'll torture yourself with what-ifs. We'll find it out when we get there. As the desert scenery whipped by, Red couldn't think of anything else. She barely noticed the grandeur of the canyons around the Hoover Dam as wild speculations multiplied like rabbits in her brain. Hey, I can't stand to watching you gnawing on your lip like that, he said after they crossed state lines. I can feel you freaking over there. She probably looked like an anxious hamster. Relaxing her jaw, she set her fidgeting hands on her lap. Yeah, I am. It's better that you think about this as a protection job for an old hunter, figuring out what's targeting him. I don't know what we'll find there about you. If there was an easy solution for that, I'd have found it by now. We won't know any more until we get there. Vic rummaged through a backpack on top of the wooden chest between the seats and pulled out a pack of gummies. A cartoon marijuana leaf winked at her from the packaging. He offered it to her. I don't know if that will help, she said, studying the dosage. It's better than a cup of chamomile, he quipped before growing somber. You haven't had a panic attack in a while. Let's keep it that way. We've got a lot of state to cover before we get to Tony and Mike. He wasn't wrong. She'd been a mess when they had last taken a stab at uncovering her origins in the spring. It had gotten bad enough that forced her to go to a support group. She chewed 2 gummies. You're the driver, then. Somehow I'll survive. He fiddled with the radio, stalling to think more than searching for a new station. She knew his habits well enough by now. Don't catch feelings too soon. This job might throw you even if it turns out to be mistaken identity. Red nodded, pretending to be the cool, dispassionate hunter. She didn't tell him that it would hurt more if it came to nothing. That might make him turn the van around. Later, she crawled into a beanbag chair in the back of the van and napped through most of Nevada. It was the best sleep she'd had in weeks. Red awoke, clear-headed and mellow long past sunset. Yawning and stretching, she climbed back into the front. Vic tapped his fingers on the steering wheel along to Blue Oyster Cult on the radio. At the next little town, a place called Gardnerville, she swapped into the driver's seat. He poured a beer into a camping mug and took the role of map reader on the last leg of the journey on the 395 north towards Lake Tahoe. Unincorporated settlements clinging to the highway blurred together under the orangish street lamps. He directed her off the beaten path outside Carson City. It's been a while, but I remember Tony lives between here and Deadman's Point. That's a name that inspires confidence. It's the quirkiness of the Wild West. She shot an unamused glance at him. Feels like an omen. Hey, we'll take a breather after talking to Tony, I swear. It'll be chill, we'll get some intel and then find a motel. Mike won't be there. I'm betting all we do is match some prints for you, figure out who's hassling him, and we're done." "So that's it?" she asked. "We cheer him up, make sure the old guy is taking his meds, take him into town to shop, and then we are off to Vegas?" "It's a cakewalk." Smile ebbing, he started poking at the radio again. "We'll dig into it tomorrow anyway." The rural highway followed a river until Vic directed her onto a dusty frontage road. After nearly 12 hours on the road, they finally arrived at a ranch with an aluminum-sided barn. Floodlights banished the evening's darkness from the gravel yard. Protective runes and sigils were painted on rocks under barbed wire fences around the property. Banged-up vehicles huddled outside the barn. Red belted on her small leather hunter's kit around her waist, strapping the lower half to her thigh. The tiered pouches held enough supplies like a snub-nosed revolver, holy water, and salt to get her out of a fight. They weren't realtors. Their jobs usually began and ended in a scuffle. She hoped it would wait until tomorrow, like he said. Vic led her to the large barn and opened a side entrance. It was fortified by steel and iron, more protection than a typical rancher needed. An airbrushed Virgin of Guadalupe, surrounded by nailed silver crosses, adorned the inside of the door. Red stepped inside as a sad norteño ballad drifted out, accordions playing alongside an emotional Mexican guitar. A black cat curled up on a crackling speaker. Straw and sawdust covered the floor. Mismatched tables occupied with hunters dotted the large barn. A few were in black or leather, but most looked like you could bump into them at Walmart. It was easy to tell the boisterous locals from the quiet solo or paired hunters drifting through. Barks drew her attention to a chain-link fence separating the main area from a dog run filled with pit bulls. A few were loose roaming the barn like a large brindle male, keloid scars lumped by his ear, who gave her a watchful once-over. Healthy with shiny coats, the dogs seemed well taken care of now, but had the marks of a hard life. The people were much the same. Vic nodded to an older Hispanic man standing by a plywood bar in the corner. Maybe in his 60s, the man had a craggy face and a thick black ponytail. He was shirtless in a black leather vest and jeans. Tattoos, ink faded to a dark green, circled his chest, forming an Aztec calendar. If he had a Hells Angels jacket in his closet, Red wouldn't have been surprised. He had her bet as the toughest hunter in the joint. She said, "Who's that?" "Tony," Vic said cheerfully and took her over. The other man stepped away from the bar to meet them, frown lines etched deep in forehead and high cheeks. He had a stare that could have made a prison warden flinch. Red braced herself for a rocky beginning to the job. Hunters worked together more often than not, but they didn't all like each other. "Son of bitch, it's Constantine," Tony growled. "You still have all your parts. I think I lost a bet." Vic grinned at the other hunter's surly expression. "They all work too." Laughing, Tony hugged him, smile brightening his fierce features. "You're right on time like your old man." "Speaking of old men, have you talked to Mike?" "Earlier, yes. Prepare yourself. It's been a hard year for him. He was okay when I talked to him last." Vic crossed his arms, bowing his head like a guilty little boy. "Is he still going to the VA, seeing the doc, all that?" "When I can get him, too." Tony nodded. "Is this the girl?" "This is my intern. Red, this is Tony Grijalva." She shook the older hunter's hand. "I'd say that a lady as pretty as yourself can call me Antonio, but knowing your possible daddy." Tony chuckled. "I remember Willa from back in the day. She had green eyes and red hair, too. I wouldn't have tested her either." "Is that Mike's wife?" she asked. "Former. She was a firecracker from Lodi. You had a long trip. Refresh yourselves. The John is by the kennel. Get something on the house. I'd offer you what I'm having, but the Earl Grey would just keep you up." He picked up a yellow mug. "I'm on night shift." "I'm off to see a man about a horse, then." Vic glanced at her. "You know what I get. I'll be right back." Red gave him a minute shake of her head. She had told him that he should have taken a pee break when she did, squatting in the bushes a few miles back. He didn't get it, but she had a firm policy of going before arriving to any job. You never knew what you'd find. Hunting on a full bladder only lead to something scaring the piss out of you. She learned that embarrassing lesson on one of her first nights out in the field. "Lupita, honey, could you get a tecate?" Tony asked a round-faced woman in a tweedy bird shirt behind the bar. He said to Red, "Constantine is like his old man. He'll accept any beer as long as it's cold." "He'll make an exception depending on the day," Red joked, then smiled politely at the bartender. "I'll take the same, thanks." Lupita handed the frosty cans over and turned away to give them privacy. Red sipped the beer. It wasn't her booze of choice, but the motion was automatic, and so was the random small talk that slipped out. "You're rolling with the big dogs. Protection?" "Nah, rescues, mostly from fighting rings. I train and socialize them, then send them off for adoption. This whole group is heading out tomorrow morning." Tony pointed to a big brindle male. "Hercules stays here." "You run this bar?" "More like I run a dog rescue and let people drink here." He laughed. "We don't let the law know that second part." She smiled. He looked like a Quentin Tarantino character, but he had a heart big enough for a pack. She hoped this lead wasn't some misguided attempt to give hope to a friend. "You know my story from Vic. Was this worth the drive? At least on my part. Do you really think I could be Mike's kid, or is it just mistaken identity?" "No matter who you turn out to really be, there's a job here." Tony checked the opening door and sighed. "And Mike is too now." A crowd of departing hunters chatted in front of the doorway blocking the site. Red tried to look around them. "I thought he wasn't going to be here. He was going to meet us tomorrow." "He shouldn't be walking alone at night, and he better not be driving." Tony shook his head, long ponytail swishing, and marched to the door. Vic stepped into the vacated place, wiping his damp hands on his jeans. "Where's he going?" "Mike is here." She craned her neck, peeping, even though it was useless. It wasn't as if she'd recognize him. She hadn't recognized herself when she first looked in a mirror. "What does he look like?" "I guess we're just diving into this then." Vic took the unopened beer can off the counter and popped it open to take a big gulp. "I hope the old man's heart can take it. He was having trouble with it when I last saw him." The group by the door cleared to reveal Tony guiding a big man in a camouflage jacket to a table. The newcomer had a white beard and used a cane to walk with purpose. Happy dogs crowded around the newcomer, jockeying for attention and sniffing his patched jeans. Animals seemed to like him. That had to be a good sign. Was that really her dad? "We don't know anything yet," Vic said. "Right now, the only solid thing we know is that someone is harassing a retired hunter about his dead daughter." Blushing, Red didn't realize she had asked the question out loud. "Yeah, you're right." Tony gestured them over before retreating to the bar. She beat Vic to the table and stuck out her hand to the bearded man. His beefy forearms were covered in old scars and military tattoos. An old Marine Corps hat rested on his thick white hair. He was both stout and tall, must have been built like a tank in his prime. It was easy to see how he held his own against vampires before retirement. Now, his bulky frame seemed more like a burden on his laboring lungs. "Who do we have here besides young Constantine? I'm Mike Fontaine." He cocked a cauliflower ear, but he didn't acknowledge her hand. His gaze angled strangely on them, looking at her from the corner of his eye. He was blind. "I'm Red." She shifted on her feet, hot and embarrassed under the fluorescent wall lights. She started to lower her arm. Mike caught her hand and shook it. "I can see the shadows move still. Goddamn, do I wish I could see more now." I'm sorry," Vic said. "I didn't know." "I didn't want you to." Mike's short statement wasn't curt or sad, only authoritative. This wasn't a man who accepted pity for himself. He addressed Red next. "They say you don't remember anything." Doctors think it's like head trauma or something, Vic said, sitting down at the round table. Your guess is as good as mine. She sat down in a chair between the men. That's right. A year or so of life on the road, imprinting on Vic like a baby duckling, hadn't given her manners a polish even if she had been a debutante in a past life. She didn't know a good way to say it. They had driven hours out of their way instead of doing a call. Vic hadn't known why it wouldn't help, but he trusted Tony's advice to just come. She still didn't understand. Do I sound like your daughter? Red asked. Eyelids drooping, Mike exhaled in a raspy wheeze. I haven't seen her since she was a little girl with a voice like a helium balloon. I wouldn't know her as a woman. Vic played this one close to the chest, so forgive me if you've already been asked this, but do you have any pictures of her that I could see? I never had a life where I could keep a photo book intact, but I do have this. Mike retrieved his wallet to fish out a small folded picture. He smoothed it carefully on the table. Never got a single one after this. Faded to warm tones, the photo looked like it had been developed off film from a disposable camera. The details blurred on the elderly woman with a cleft chin holding a small red-headed girl with big green eyes at a family barbecue. A timestamp read May 22nd, 1993. My mother. He tapped the gray-haired woman and then the girl as if he'd long ago memorized the photo. Little Nikki. How old is she in here? Red said. 3? 4. She'd be 31 this year. A tremble crept into Mike's voice. He looked down, getting an inhaler out of his pocket, and took a heavy puff. That was taken just before Willa took her away. She waited a few weeks after my ma died, then declared it over, cut all contact, changed names, the works, didn't even let her folks talk to me. Why? If you asked me years ago, I would have said it was because my wife was a spiteful witch. He chuckled dryly. It turned into a cough. She said it was because too many vampires knew about Nicole. We were both hunters, but after our baby was born, Willa didn't see the tight scrapes the same way I did. She wanted out. A vamp got too close one night, looking to make a name for himself. He put a knife to our Nicky's throat, but I killed him before he could take a drop. It took months before I realized, but that was it for the marriage. Vic said, That's Terry. What do you mean was? Did Willa pass? She hadn't wanted to stop Mike, but the warmth had drained from her at his first sentence. She'd always felt that her mother had to be alive. Wouldn't the ghost in Oklahoma have mentioned if she had passed? Then again, those spirits had an agenda. I found out when a check came. It took months to find me, but she had a persistent bank, Smith and Reaper. She left me money. Died a year to the day before Nicole disappeared. I was in the hospital when she was born, shooing the nurses out so Willa could do a baby blessing. I reckon now it was attached to her own life. Willa was really a witch. Red's head swam from the fact. Magic wasn't always inherited, yet it was common. Nicole only had a touch of the gift, Mike confirmed as if answering Red's unsaid question. He paused, lost in memories. Hercules the pit bull leaned against the man's knee. He absently petted the pooch. Vic patted Mike on the shoulder in the same friendly fashion. Tony said you have a buddy who can run prints tomorrow. I've already contacted him. We also got a paternity test lined up. The results might take a bit. You say Nicole disappeared, Red said. They might as well have it all out now, even if Vic wanted to put a pin on the topic. The cops declared her dead. Nothing about it was right, Mike said. She left San Francisco going north with only a purse. I remember as a little girl, she couldn't go to a sleepover at my mother's without rolling luggage. She wouldn't have left that way unless she had no choice. Then her apartment was set on fire. The cops dropped the case after 48 hours. Stopped returning my calls by the next week. Don't tell me that doesn't seem like the dark veil closing. Soups will do anything for their secrecy. She knew it too well. Killing was part of the protocol, too. How did you find out? Another hunter contacted me for advice. Telephone is how I get into the field nowadays. Wasn't until the second call that we realized who the missing girl really was, since Nicole was under an alias. He tracked the case until it went cold. Vic said, "Did he find anything we need to know?" "I have it all at home," Mike said, "including what I could gather from a civilian friend in the SFPD. He said some men in black suits took out the original files at night. The cop is convinced it's aliens and the feds, but I know it was the Dark Veil Assurance. The DVA don't get involved unless they are covering up vampires for the Blood Alliance." Red touched her neck. She was glad Mike couldn't see. He would have already asked what happened. "I've spilled my guts, Vic," Mike said. "It's your turn. Why do you think your friend here might be my little girl?" Vic sighed. "I'm not saying anything yet. Some things are matching up is all, but we have no hard evidence. We should take a beat, split up, and meet back again tomorrow." "I'm not an invalid, kid. You've seen me take down dead men older than this country." "This is the quick version," Red said, summarizing how Vic found her. With Kendra, she clammed up, yet she couldn't help but want to tell Mike more. Maybe she needed to talk more than she thought. She added details like what the doctors said when she'd been found and how they had no results after running her prints, then continued in broad strokes. "Got a touch of magic. Heard a rumor that I had a witch for a mom. Maybe true, maybe not. Red hair, green eyes, Caucasian woman. I guess I fit the bill. It's been a year and some change hunting with Vic out of his van." "In his van, hun?" Mike said, giving Vic a suspicious side-eye. "She's been like my little sister, swear to God." Vic tugged on his shirt neck, glancing at her for help. Red laughed. "He's a gentleman and a regular churchgoer. Even punched a dude who got too fresh with me once." Mike smiled. "Good, good. Henry Constantine would have expected nothing less." Vic said, "Tony told me that someone is leaving threats. Someone knows something, and whoever it is taunting me with it." Mike stood, holding a cane. "I can show you the evidence. You can bunk down on my land for the night. Better keep you out of town while we can. No telling who might see you." Red exchanged a long glance with Vic. "Since you walked and Vic is on his third beer, I'll drive." "No need. I brought my own wheels." Mike was surprisingly agile, already trucking for the door. He winked at her. "Just don't tell Tony. We met at boot camp, and he's been like a nagging wife ever since." She got up and waved goodbye at Tony, then followed behind the old veteran. Once outside, she boggled at Mike as he climbed into a modified golf cart. Black, it was lifted on custom wheels, and the bumpers were outfitted with ramming spikes. If a wasteland dystopia had retirement villages, this is what they would have rode around on. Mike turned on the rumbling engine. "Who wants to drive with me?" Red raised her hand, wanting a chance to get the steering wheel from the blind man, and walked to the passenger side. "Me, I can drive you, though." "I know the way better than you, Red," Mike smiled. "Not my first trip in the beast." She conceded. "What did you do to this thing?" He revved the motor. "Hop in and I'll tell you all about it." "I'll bring up the rear, Sergeant." Vic saluted and got into the Millennium Falcon. Red settled in, holding on to her misgivings. She primed herself to grab the steering wheel if they veered off course. "And before you fuss like Tony, I came out with protection." Mike lifted his cane, hitting a button on the side. An inch of newly revealed metal glimmered by the handle. It was a hidden sword. He clicked his cane sheath closed. "Buckle up, kiddo. We're going off-road." They zoomed out of the barnyard and onto a path into the shadowy high desert landscape. She would have been hard-pressed to navigate it in the dark. Yet he booked it. As if sensing her trepidation, he pointed to the sides of the road. "There should be a Utah juniper over there, and the yellow rabbit bushes are in bloom too. I've been retired out here a long time before my sight faded." "Is that why you made it a dune buggy with a golf cart?" Red yelled to be heard over the motor and the wind. "You're not far off." Mike pointed out the modifications on the vehicle, designed after the government took his driver's license. Off-roading got him to a local dollar store, or to Tony's, which from there he could hitch a ride to the local Veterans Affairs office. He explained it was more than enough people to see. What was that? He turned off the engine. Red finally heard it, a pained whimper from the bushes. He made an arm signal to Vic behind them. We're by the patch of bull thistle, aren't we? They look spiky. Some should still have red petals. She squinted in the dark. Yeah. Mike tapped his way towards the vegetation. She chased after him to the edge of the road. What do we have here? He asked. Looks like a dog trapped in something. Red knelt and freed the exhausted little thing from a fallen barbed wire fence. At first, she thought the young female was a puppy, but the teats indicated that it had bred a few times. Was it escaped from a breeding mill? It looked like a white Maltese or one of those small dogs that ended up looking like a fluffy ottoman. The animal seemed to sag from relief into her arms. It's hurt. Mike cursed in the illustrative and occasionally profound way that only Marines and the English managed. He continued after a puff on his inhaler. There's a place nearby called Dog Patch where local assholes dump pets. Some lucky ones make it here where I can find 'em. Let's get him to the cart. It's a her. She has a little cinnamon spot on her chest. Red stood with the dog. We can take her back to Tony. I trained for a bit as a veterinarian after the war. He smiled proudly. I used to help Tony with his recus. Still drive around with pet food and a first aid kit. Mike and Red attended to the injured dog by the cart. He stroked its sides, calming the canine as she acted as his hands to clean and wrap a bandage around the leg wound. You're really good with animals, she said, getting back into the passenger seat. They seem to trust you. Always liked him the most, I guess. Nicole was the same way, always bringing in some bird with a broken wing. She followed in my better footsteps and became a veterinarian. You're not too bad with them either. She smiled down at the now sleeping stray in her arms. This one is so sweet. I'm going to call her Sugar. She's smart. She knows suckers with kibble when she finds them. They continued in the cart down the winding path through the high desert. She heard the barking before she saw the small house, double-ringed with fencing. Sugar tensed in her arms and whined at the sound. Around 24 dogs leaped against the fence as the golf cart passed. Many were black mutts with tall, lanky builds like Doberman mixes with undocked ears and tails. The yard was pocked with holes and torn up scraps of toys and pillows. Excited to see Mike as the dogs were, Red got the feeling that they were less socialized than Tony's rescues. They parked by the front entrance of the house, then walked with Vic under a steel awning and past a well-used grill to a large shed. Mike opened the door. This was found in the parking lot of a hunter's motel in Reno, no witnesses as to who. Once the shed had been a woodworking shop, now a coffin lay inside. Scarlet spray paint marked the dark varnish. Nicole Fontaine, resting in peace. The sick prankster had wasted no expense. After too many visits to funeral homes, Red could tell it was a high-end model, the kind a grieving father would want for his child. A disturbing image of pink fabric lining the insides flashed in her mind. She cuddled Sugar closer to her chest. Vic grunted, arms crossed. He stepped around the coffin. Reno, huh? Julio found it then? One of his tenants did, but it didn't take either long to call me. I already got the message in one of my tapes. Mike explained as he guided them back to the trailer. I get some mail at the VA. The Blind People's Library sends me books on tape. It felt like all the rest when I pulled it out of the case. Supposed to have been good old Louis L'Amour. That wasn't what came out my headphones. Red followed behind Vic and walked inside the house. It had a bunker vibe with tall shelves for extra storage to the protection symbol painted on the ceiling. A garland of dried garlic and silver crosses hung by the front door. Garlic was more likely to make your common variety vampires sneeze than repel them, but it worked with other, more obscure forms of the undead. Weapon racks on the wall were filled with everything from rifles to broadswords. What space left over in the living area was dominated by a large bookstand made of driftwood. It held an old television along with a library of westerns and mystery novels. Other cupboards looked handcrafted, too. The only seats were two recliners duct-taped so much that it was more metallic tape than fabric. An old Doberman lumbered down from one to lick Mike's hand. With the storage labeled and orderly, the military discipline was still seen in the Spartan environment. Yet she could tell that it was harder for Mike to get around. A musty canine aroma hung over the place. Dust and loose fur hung on the window blinds, thick as a curtain. An exterior wall was boarded over with plywood as if covering a hole. Mike waved his hand to motion them to sit as he rummaged through an old milk crate by the recliner. "Mind your step around the puppy pads. This old bugger isn't feeling well, and I am keeping him away from the pack." Red sat in the still warm chair that the dog vacated, figuring that its fur matched her black jeans well enough. Sugar was sleeping again and seemed to have gained more weight in her arms. Mike's dog gave the pooch a polite sniff before climbing into the other chair. The owner paid it no mind as he set a tape player on a stand and pressed play. A fuzzy sound of kids playing and people chatting rose from the small speaker. A high-pitched little voice rang out, "I'm scared. I can't go in the ocean." "Why?" A deeper voice, Mike's, asked. "It's so big. I'm just a little girl." The sound cut out, static on the recording until a distant scream and a crash echoed. It made the old hound lift his head and howl. The pack answered from outside. Chills rolled down the back of Red's neck. The first bit was from a home movie. Willa took it with her when she left. Mike furrowed his brow. "I almost thought it was Nicole trying to speak to me until I realized the audiobook had been swapped out." "Someone went to a lot of trouble," Vic said. "Let's put aside how they got the recording. They would need to rip the audio from the raw video, edit in whatever that outro was, and put it onto a cassette. Then they gotta sneak past some librarians." "Or they replaced the tape at the VA," Red said. "How many people know where you live, Mike?" "The bastards haven't caught me yet, just poking my old haunts to smoke me out." Red pointed to the damaged wall. "Are you sure about that? Looks like something tried to bust in from the yard." "A dog did that last month," Mike grumbled. "Haven't had a chance to fix it. She didn't like the sound of that. It would be winter soon enough." Vic said, "Who do you think is sending the eerie-ass messages?" "I made a lot of enemies with long memories," Mike said grimly. "You're lucky you go after werewolves, Constantine. They don't live forever." Red said, "Who's on the top of your list?" "Hard to say. I've been out of the game a long time. Whoever it is, they haven't shown their hand. We should start at the beginning with my daughter. Maybe fresh eyes will see something I didn't." Mike offered them some leftover steak and lemonade as he shared what he had learned from the cops and the trip he took with Tony to retrace his daughter's last journey. He showed them the photos of case files from the SFPD taken before the original records went missing. They were surprisingly scant, without pictures, some pages gone, others seemingly edited. Had the DVA gone through it once before deciding later it was best destroyed? She didn't know why they bothered. Nothing jumped out at her except for one fact. On March 15th, 2017, Nicole Fontaine had been last seen fueling up her car before sunset outside at a gas station on the Florence-Eugene Highway. It was only miles from where Vic found Red last year. The clerk thought she had seemed stressed, but he had been stoned on his shift and couldn't remember it all. A grainy recording caught the woman hustling to her car, face hidden with her head down. Then she drove out of sight forever. They were quiet after eating, digesting the information as much as dinner. Mike was the first to speak. "I don't think she's dead. Nicole knew what was out there, and Willa promised me that our kid would know how to defend herself. She was strong. It's in our blood. My girl would survive anything thrown at her." Red rubbed her wrists, the skin still sensitive where scars had been removed, scars that looked like old restraint marks. Vamps sometimes keep 'em alive. Vic opened his mouth as if to make a devil's advocate point when he sipped lemonade instead. She was glad. Arguing that the man's daughter was probably dead wouldn't have been a comforting notion. Under his Marine Corps hat, Mike sniffed and averted his suddenly wet eyes. What they could have done to her, that's what keeps me up at night. Red crossed her legs with a wince as the denim pinched her lasered skin. She had said the same words before to Vic about herself. After mulling over the files with Red and Vic, Mike stood with a creak and rubbed his back, other hand leaning on his cane. I need to feed the dogs, he said. Want help? I have a system, Red. You get Sugar situated for the night. Old Bruno here won't mind if she eats from his bowl. It's in the kitchen. He left out the front door, greeted with barks from the outside pack. Red carried the little white dog into the galley kitchen, Vic following on her heels. Boxes of supplies, jugs of holy water, and bean cans covered the counter. Prescription pill bottles were lined up by the sink like soldiers. Once upon a time, the cabinets had been finely made, but now one hung crookedly by an old grimy fridge. The kitchen was supposed to be the heart of the home, and this one felt broken. She set Sugar down by a kibble bowl. What do you think? Mostly I'm thinking retirement sucks. Vic frowned at a can of Beanie Weenies. Your body craps out, and where are you left as a hunter? Hiding out, hoping none of the monsters remember to be pissed at you. It's sad how he lost his family even before they died. He's lonely. It's not like I don't call him. We mostly talk about old hunting stories with my dad. I didn't realize. Vic trailed off. Something isn't right. I know. We definitely need to help him with this place. You can tell he had put a lot of work into it before, but he can't keep up like he used to. That's not it. I think you're a little too young to be his daughter. Maybe I moisturized. A long pause. Sure, maybe, he said when Mike entered the kitchen, as if he thought better of whatever he was going to say. Mike blushed above his white beard. I know you had a long road. I can offer the living room if you're ready to turn in. The other bedroom isn't fit for company. We got a whole setup in the van, she said, wanting to spare his pride. You don't need to go to any trouble. Leave space for the Holy Ghost, Constantine, Mike said gruffly, pointing at the crosses by his door. They were right next to the gun rack. Vic gulped and bobbed his head. Always do, sir. Red lay in her sleeping bag on a mat in the back of the van, unable to get comfortable. Bathed in the glow of her phone, she failed to locate any social media profiles under Nicole Fontaine's alias, even after maxing out her cell phone data plan. Just one recent photo would have closed the case of whether she was dealing with mistaken identity, but Universe wasn't dealing out easy solutions tonight. Head by her feet in his own sleeping bag, Vic snored loud enough that he might as well have been nestled by her ear. It was impossible to ignore. Much like his advice earlier, don't catch feelings. The day rattled around in her mind. No matter how hard she tried to settle down, she kept coming back to the same thought. Mike might not be her father, but he certainly needed a daughter. October 17th, 8:08 a.m., somewhere between Lake Tahoe and Carson City, Nevada. The next day, Red was up shortly after dawn. Mike already had black coffee and a tin of biscuits waiting for them. Vic made them swab their mouths for an at-home paternity test. He cracked the Maury Povich joke that he had clearly been holding in since last night. After feeding the animals, Mike cooked some sausages outside. It seemed like he used the grill more than his stove. He insisted he could wash up the dishes alone. Left at an old patio table, the young hunters sipped coffee with Bruno and Sugar at their feet. The morning sun dappled across the scrubland, bringing out the colors of the rocks and hardy desert plants. Vic looked over his shoulder at the closed door. Last night we learned a lot. I've been thinking about it all morning. Is that why you were in the bathroom forever? She quipped, pouring more coffee from a battered metal coffee pot. That's the Marine's grade, Java. No, I'm talking about Mike. I see you look at him and know what you're thinking. You want to swoop on in and save him like you did Sugar. That's all well and good. But we still don't know if he's your daddy. Yeah, I know. You keep telling me that, but we've never had a lead like this. Everything is falling into place. It all makes sense. Don't put your heart into this, is all I'm saying. I haven't sent the test in, Vic said. Maybe my guy already came through on the fingerprints. My burner phone isn't picking up a thing out here and you're out of data, but I can check my email once I get connected to Wi-Fi. Mike came outside holding a set of keys. Need Wi-Fi? I don't have it, but Tony does. We can take Sugar. Red picked up the dog and waved its paw. The fuzzball wagged its tail. She likes that idea. I need a favor, Mike said. Want to go to be my wheelwoman to the hardware store? Sure. She handed Sugar over to Vic before he could argue, ignoring his warning look. He was the one who said that they should help the old man with his shopping. Piling into an old rusty pickup, Red drove as Miki gave instructions out of his patch of wilderness and into civilization. The vehicle hadn't been driven in a long time, and a friendly daddy-long-leg speeder sat in a web by the sun visor, seemingly happy to go along for the ride. Mike hadn't let her scoop it out, content to have a new pet. At the small ma and pop shop, they loaded his truck with supplies. It was a simple trip, but the normalcy of it tugged at her heart. At his trailer, they worked on the wall repair. The blind man still had a craftsman's touch. She mostly assisted and handed him tools. Her heart made a happy flutter every time she brought the right one without a description and made him smile. After the job was done, they sat under the outside awning with lemonade as the afternoon shadows stretched over the sleeping dogs in the yard. I saw you eyeing my books, he said. You can borrow a few if you want. That would be nice. I haven't stayed in one place long enough to get a library card. She shrugged, feeling self-conscious. I like to read even if I don't know if I even finish school. You seem smart enough to me. Is school what you want to do? Kinda. She blushed. I know I haven't been in the field long, but I want to take the Hunter's Challenge and join the Brotherhood. It's the written portion of the test that worries me. What if they have essays? There's a trick to those, Mike said sagely. If things turn out how I want them to and you turn out to be my own, I can help you, sponsor you for the challenge, or send you to community college. I earned those GI benefits after all. Ought to be good for something. Helping me with the challenge. Red sipped her lemonade, hiding the emotion choking her for a moment. When I woke up, I knew I wanted to hunt demons. Whatever happened to me, they couldn't take that away. I wanted to be a hunter. You guys are my heroes. I would be proud to have you for a father. She stopped herself from saying more. They had repaired a wall in the house, but she felt her own walls coming down. After cleaning up the living room, Red changed out of a dusty old North Dakota tourist t-shirt into a clean black one, leather jacket and jeans. The weather was colder than she was used to after a summer in the South. Mike refilled her holy water stock, then gave her some more ammo after a long time looking at the snub-nosed revolver that Vic had given her before deeming it met his approval. He promised to take her out shooting sometime. It was a promise that she desperately wanted him to keep. She belted her leather hunter's kit around her waist. She wasn't expecting trouble in the daytime. It was to remind herself that she was on a job still. They arrived at the hunters' hangout around 5. The barn was full of dogs, but only a few hunters were scattered around the tables. Tony greeted them with a canine entourage. You missed Vic. He ducked outside to have a phone call. You thirsty? Red nodded. Sugar hobbled over and scratched at her leg to be picked up. Mike excused himself to the washroom. She settled down at a table with Tony. Sugar hopped into her lap, leaving little dusty prints on the black denim. She scratched behind the dog's ears. How was this little princess's first day with the gang? Hercules already showed her around. Loves the bitches. Tony patted his pit bull with a chuckle. I'd hoped she'd only have to meet a few of them. I'm still waiting for the volunteers with the truck to take this crew to their forever homes. You guys are such animal people. He said you were canine handlers in the military together. She said delicately, Mike has more than you, I think. Tony sighed. He didn't have so many before, but the pack grew as his sight failed. It's part of why I am making space here to take some in. Not a chat I am looking forward to. It's good he has you looking out for him. Mike walked over to them and sat down. Tony, there's a shaman living at that lake house in Deercrest, right? Jake at the hardware store said his brother-in-law finished a deck there. Tony nodded, suspicion curling at her mouth. Why do you ask? Had an idea, Mike said, expression blank. Red had a feeling that his friend wouldn't like it. Tony shook his head. He's not going to be able to talk to Nicole. That's what he does, Mike said. You know that Henry Constantine thought he had real power. He didn't tell us what it was, Tony said. He looked down at his phone and cursed softly. Excuse me, I think my new volunteers are lost again. He stood leaving them to start a call. Sugar yipped and ran off Red's lap to greet Vic when he entered the barn. He stroked the little dog's ears absently. His eyes were sad as he caught sight of them at the table. He squared his shoulders and walked over. Hey guys, how was going into town? You two were gone all day. Mike said, Had a long shopping list, son. It was fun, Red said. We ended up fixing that wall. Well, he mostly did while I watched and made lemonade. Vic's smile became forced. That's great. Just great. While we were manually laboring, you were sitting pretty on that laptop, she joked, trying to lighten his mood. It had been a good day. She didn't need him spoiling it just yet. Vic rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I haven't heard back on the prints, but I've talked to Tony, Julio and Reno and a few others. Collected a rogues gallery on who could be targeting you now. Damien Warchild, Vidal Hurtado, Tiffany the Terrible. The list goes on. Been thinking about how we're doing this job. His face screwed up for a moment like he wished he had a beer for this conversation. Last night we focused Nicole, but I've been looking over this evidence. Whoever is fucking with you, Mike, I don't think it means that your kid is still alive. I think it just means they're coming for you now. Mike boomed. I've thought about this more than you, Constantine. Adjusting his hand on his cane, he stared into the distance. His voice came out softer. The things I used to hunt, they weren't these newfangled souled vampires. I hunted the worst of the worst, dead men who could have given the Black Libertine a run for depravity. If one of their spawn wants to hurt me, they'll want to take their time. Willa left because she knew Nicole would be how they'd do it. Red swallowed thickly, mouth dry. She removed the scars, but she felt each one just then, suddenly imagining them growing back. Vic said, Then we need to discover who is targeting you. We gotta start at the idea that Nicole is dead and not make any attachments. He gave Red a significant look. Until I get word from that cop on the prints. That should come quicker than the paternity test. I have an alchemist buddy in Las Vegas. Those dudes usually know what's happening first in this state. Red can drive down there and see what the magic types say. I thought you came here to help me find my daughter, Vic. Mike stood from the table, unsettling a pit bull at his feet, and fumbled with his cane, unexpectedly shaky compared to his earlier smooth carpentry skills. That's what your father would have done. He moved quickly to the door. Red chased after him. Vic called out, I'm here to help, I swear. Shrugging at him, she trotted outside. Mike needed someone right now. She intersected him and climbed into the driver's seat of his truck. I volunteered to be your wheelwoman, remember? Mike grumbled and made his way to the passenger side and pulled himself inside, taking a puff on his inhaler. He offered short directions, eschewing the off-road path for the main road, probably deciding that the old truck shouldn't make the rough journey, or that she didn't know it well as she did. It wasn't until the third turn that Red realized that they weren't going back to his house. Where are we going? She asked. Post office? You up for another drive? We need to tell Vic. He grumbled. Tony's already told him, I bet. Ah, the lake house shaman. That boy ain't wrong. Nicole could be gone. That doesn't mean we need to wait on tests. It's something I've thought about but never tried. Talking to the dead ain't easy, cheap, or safe. Her spirit doesn't need to say anything, I reckon. She nodded, too curious to deny him. It wasn't scientific like a paternity test, but it was a sign. If Nicole were dead, Red couldn't be her. She didn't know much about herself, but her heart still thumped in her chest. A part of it didn't want to know the answer. She wanted to go back to fixing that wall, pretending she had a dad. Driving along the expansive Lake Tahoe, the old pickup rumbled to Deercrest, where million-dollar homes overlooked the water. Mike directed her to one tucked away in some trees. Once parked on the curb, Red guided him onto the sidewalk. The house was smaller than McMansion's in the sprawling neighborhood. Its light blue paint was a flag of rebellion compared to the standard beiges. A yellow Subaru rested in the driveway. The graveled yard featured a small Zen garden of white and black stones with a small Buddha in the center. The homeowners association must have loved it. The front door was decorated with a small wooden plaque depicted a smiling pixie and a motto, "This house believes in fairies." If the occupants did, they were better off not letting the fae know it. She expected a cutesy welcome mat, but was disappointed by a dull, woven rug. Even if her magic abilities couldn't light a match, she usually got a tingle in her spine around magic or paranormal energies. She only felt the breeze. Her heart sank. This place might as well have had a sign reading "New Age Charlatan" on it. "Are you sure this is the right house?" "Heard it from Jake at the hardware store." Mike said the name as if reputation was enough explanation. He knocked on the door before she could tell him it wasn't. Flip-flop steps echoed behind the door. It opened to a blond man in a marigold yellow tunic shirt and matching baggy trousers. A rose quartz necklace hung below a grumpy expression. His British accent came out stiffly polite and to the point. "Hello, I don't need any magazines, nor do I wish to sign any petitions. Thank you and good day." Mike stopped the closing door with his cane. "I'm a friend of Henry Constantine. He said your name was—" The shaman sighed. He poked his head out and looked down the street. "I'd rather we not exchange introductions." "Outside, best not." Mike tapped his cane on the threshold in an exaggerated manner, lumbering forward through the door, and brushed the homeowner aside, far more clumsy than usual. Red Stage whispered to the shaman, guessing the sly gambit for shock and sympathy to get inside. "He's blind." "Fine, fine. Welcome to my home by all means." He waved them through to a living room. It was attached to a kitchen, half separated by a curved sink counter. Other than a breakfast table and single chair, the furniture was bunched in the center of the living area and covered with plastic sheets. Paint cans lay waiting in the corners for the bare walls. The only thing that looked mystical in the place was a stout pillar of white selenite crystal, a powerful magical conduit by a sliding glass door to the backyard. "I'm called Basil Bansko, whatever Henry told you." "Henry told me you had powers," Mike said. Repressed fear crept into Basil's gaze. "Did he tell you what?" "You can communicate with souls," Mike said. "Talk to the dead." Even though the shaman's arched posture didn't change, Red could have sworn that he relaxed at the old hunter's last words. What was he hiding? "I already repaid my debt to Constantine, and I don't do freebies for his friends." Basil pulled out an iridescent business card from a deep pocket in his tunic. A holographic dove seemed to flap on the paper as he handed it to Mikey. "Optical illusion, not magic. The job titly read Hollywood shaman. This must have been his country home." He patted the other man on the shoulder, nudging him to the door. "You can make an appointment like everyone else. My pricing is available upon request." Mike's shoulders slumped. He certainly didn't have money for anything that you had to inquire about the price, and he was too proud to ask for charity. Red wasn't. "Can you do it for Henry's memory, then?" "He is—" The shaman looked away, face stiffening. "I'm sorry to hear that." "Neither of us have much," she said. "Just hear Mike out. Nicole Fontaine is his daughter. She is missing and presumed dead. We just want to know if you see her on the other side. We don't need a seance." "There isn't an afterlife directory. I can't just look her up." "Is there any way you can find a sign?" Basil pursed his lips, the internal battle clear on his face. He lost. "Possibly, yet I promise nothing beyond brief hospitality. I'll fetch us some drinks. We'll need to sit al fresco if I am to truly entertain you." Red talked Mike around the huddled furniture in the living room, then the table in the attached kitchen before reaching the sliding door to an outside patio table. The deck ran nearly length of the house, raised from the sloping yard with a perfect view of a private patch of lakefront. Trees shielded them from view of the neighbors. On the other side, an in-ground jacuzzi lay uncovered near a work table covered in power tools and wood left from a project. A rock tumbler sat with the other equipment like an afterthought. It created a low grinding sound as crystals smoothed inside. How much did the Hollywood shaman sell those for? She popped her head back inside. Do you need any help? I shudder at the thought, Basil said briskly. I'll make the drinks and you can hunt the supernatural. Deal. She returned to her seat. Mike asked her questions about the landscaping and the new deck, curious about what hardware store Jake's brother-in-law had done with it. The varnish smell still lingered in the air, despite the fragrant rosemary bushes by the wooden steps. Basil bought out 3 glasses adorned with orange peels and set them on the table. These are Negronis. Well, Red is just getting cranberry juice, but I garnished hers the same. Thank you, Mr. Bansko, Mike said. Red echoed the sentiment, struck by the sight of the pink-tinged lake at sunset. Wind chimes made a song in the breeze. It felt so peaceful for a brief second until the shaman spoke again. The least I can do for Mike Fontaine, the vampire hunter. You can call me Basil. Henry told you about me? Reputation did. I'll toast any person who slays one of those creatures. Thank you for your service. That's how you met Henry, isn't it? Mike said. Something about a vamp in Madison. Basil took a stiff drink of his cocktail. I haven't grown sweeter on them. Mike chuckled. Basil gave Red a considering look. I can guess that you have had your own history with them. How do you know about that? Reputation or a ghost? She said, hoping not. Her last big job in the Midwest was one better left in the rear view. Basil smiled enigmatically. Be sure to tell Vic Constantine that I said hello. She caught herself from boggling at him. She hadn't mentioned her boss once. Just one of those shaman things? Can you help with memories? I may know some tricks for a price. Well, I'll put my pennies towards Mike's case, Red said. Whoever was involved with his daughter's disappearance is coming after him. Basil paled and whispered, Vidal de la Muerte Hurtado. How do you know that name? Mike said, eyes widening. Did Nicole tell you that? Was that who killed her? This is over. Basil stood up, knocking the table with his knee in his haste to get away from them. I want no part in anything to do with vampires. The deck lights came on, diffusing the growing shadows of twilight. More security lights flickering on at the edges of the yard by the trees. Dread knotted her stomach. Red said, What do you sense? That I need to go inside and barricade my door. You should both go back wherever you came. If Vidal is after you, you should keep running. Basil bowed his head, pinched the bridge of his nose. Where did you park? Out front, Mike said grimly. Bloody hell. Basil grabbed his drink and spun to go into the kitchen. He waved frantically at them. Get inside before anyone sees us. Were you followed? I don't think so. Red scanned the perimeter. Trees isolated the house from the neighborhood. Darkness had fallen quickly, leaving plenty of places to hide in the gloom beyond the exterior lights. Returning inside with Mike, she had a phantom tickle on the back of her neck, like an energy she couldn't explain. It wasn't harmful, but her unease grew. Now, she had an inkling why Henry Constantine thought the Hollywood shaman had power. Who is this Vidal guy? If he's the one who's had my daughter... Mike sat down with a sigh at the breakfast table. His shoulders shook. Red instinctively went to comfort him, but stopped herself. The house had felt normal when they had arrived, but something in the air felt wrong. Her witchy senses were on high alert. Basil, you didn't just pick up that name from him. It means something to you. Who is he? The shaman's eyes turned distant. We've met. 2 centuries old, he considers himself a gentleman fiend. He's a goddamn scourge. The older hunter collected himself, straightening his back. A hard glint entered his eyes. His face took on a dark cast. It was an expression that would make any dead man recoil. Most vampires go for the kill. Not Vidal, he went for the pain, feeding off it like blood. I knew his trademark before I ever saw his face. How'd you cross paths? I spent most of the 70s and 80s nest-kicking with Willa. Red lifted her eyebrows. Nest-kicking was hardcore. It was torching a vampire's home and staking whatever came out. It was more difficult than it sounded even back in the day when the Blood Alliance was weaker and the unsold vamp population had been thinned out by Soul Curse and the August Harvest. Mike coughed and puffed desperately on his inhaler. Mostly country lairs. The DVA was sloppier then. It was easier to see the patterns in the crime reports. I followed the bodies. This is all fabulous backstory, but Basil ground his teeth. I need to know who is going to protect me. If he is after you, what happens when you leave? Vidal might arrive next to find out what I know. I don't understand your business with him, and I don't want to. Fetch me a guard, and I will consider helping you. You got us, Mike grunted. Might as well do something shamanic while we're here. I'll bring Vic in, too. Red pulled out her cell phone to find he had already called her. The hair stood up on the back of her neck as a demonic aura brushed up against her own. She spun around to the glass door to the patio. Pale eyes stared back at her from outside. Dressed like a stylish undertaker, the man's face was unnerving, corpse-like, in the harsh floodlights even with the high spots of color on his cheeks. White fangs elongated over his ruby-red lips. This vampire had fed recently, yet hungry anticipation shone in his amber-tinged gaze. He was ready for more. Red jumped back, phone still halfway to her ear. Vic's tiny voice called out to her. Is that Vidal? She asked the others. The dead man laughed and slung a brick through the sliding door. It was enough confirmation for her. She dodged the projectile, protecting her face from flying glass, and dropped her phone. The vampire was gone when she looked up. Basil huddled behind the pile of furniture. Where'd Vidal go? Another brick answered him. A flaming torch followed. Red darted to the attached kitchen and pulled out the hosed sink, aiming it over the counter and towards the fire in the living room. The water almost made it, creating a puddle. The shaman jumped up and kicked the torch towards the stream. My herringbone floors! Red turned off the faucet as the torch went out. Mike cocked his ear to listen. This is a game. Don't panic, he can't get in, she said, walking towards the broken door. Basil whimpered. I know, but he can burn my house down. Nest kicking, she whispered. There wasn't a moment to process the insight when a metallic flash drew her attention. Mike lifted his cane and revealed the sword from its depths. Light reflected on its razor-shaped edge. He tossed the sheath away. Basil, did Nicole tell you that Vidal was coming? Red stepped in front of him in case he charged out. She looked behind her shoulder outside. Her jaw dropped. He's not alone. Vidal strutted in the yard, holding a leash attached to a tall woman behind him. Human, she struggled against the dog collar around her neck. Her pupils looked dilated even from afar, irises seemingly completely absorbed so Red couldn't tell the true color. The bright exterior lights brought out the fear in her young face. Old scars and new bite marks marred her pale arms. Her red hair was going prematurely gray. She was dressed in a short pink negligee with a fuzzy hemline and a matching leotard underneath. The clothes looked fresh from the packaging, creased from factory folding, as if it were a costume hastily put on. This was a show. From the leash to the outfit, the women had been set up as a visual taunt to Mike. Red was almost glad he was blind. Vidal jerked on the leash. Scream for your daddy, darling Nicole. Tell him how much you love him. He's waited so long to see you. Mike tore the sliding glass door open, thrusting his sword outside, instinct driving him forward. Nicky! Red rushed forward to grab his arm. Stop! He wants you to go. We don't know who that is. Basil crept to the threshold. carefully keeping himself out of view. Sweat rolled down his face. It soaked the armpits of his tunic shirt. That's the lost daughter. Lungs constricting too tight to breathe, Red knew it was true. The other woman had Mike's tall build and his mother's cleft chin. Even from inside the house, she could see they were related. Dad? Nicole Fontaine lifted wide eyes, her voice slurred as if her words were wading through an ocean of sedatives to get to her mouth. Is that? No, it can't be. What game is this? Our game is finally coming to an end, dear girl. Vidal stroked his captive's cheek. Mike Fontaine, my old friend, I wanted to return something, but I've had a devil of a time finding you. Who knew you'd end up in my own neighborhood? I'm a little hurt that you didn't knock on my door first. The vampire said the last part like a bored affectation, but Red could tell it wasn't exactly sarcasm. He studied the older hunter's face like it was a book he couldn't put down. Stay inside, Dad, Nicole yelled, scratching at the collar on her neck, pulling at the rope connecting her to Vidal's iron grip. God damn it, Mike said, inching closer to the broken glass door. Is this about Richard? My blood brother was a beautiful idiot, Vidal sighed. The show of grief was short-lived. His final death certainly got me sympathy with the DVA director when it came my indiscretions. He giggled at his own cunning. More hunters are coming. Let my child go unharmed now. Vidal kept up his high-pitched, aristocratic chortle. Oh, she is far from unharmed. It's why I'm handing her back over. I've grown... He wrinkled his nose. Bored. Mike surged forward with unexpected strength, breaking from Red's grip. He darted over the deck, down the steps between the rosemary bushes, and into the yard. All his earlier questions about the garden must have been stored into the old man's memories, because he navigated as well as he did his own land. Red pulled holy water from her hunter's kit, rushing after him. No, don't leave me, Basil said, cringing by the door, tugging at her hand. Is that a soulmancer that I hear? I thought I killed you in Miami, so you're the one with the tackiest house on the block, bringing down my resale value. Vidal giggled again. Oh, this night is turning out unexpectedly serendipitous. He curled the leash around his fist, bringing Nicole closer as a human shield. Soulmancer? Red looked back at Basil. That was his real power? There was only one thing a vampire feared, and that was the special kind of magic users who manipulated the soul instead of elements or mystical energy. She hissed, Curse him already! I don't pop out souls. Basil cowered and whispered, It's forbidden, draining, and I'd rather you kill him. Red tore herself out of his grasp and ran down the deck steps. She calculated pulling out her gun, but she wasn't a good enough shot to not hit Nicole. She held a small jar of holy water behind her back and flicked the rubber lid off. Mike faced his enemy, thin sword ready. His head was cocked to the side, keeping the vampire in what was left of his vision. The yard lights cast long shadows behind them like Wild West duelers. Vidal shook his head, clicking his tongue in pity. You didn't look like Father Christmas when we last met, Fontaine. I can hear your clogged arteries from here. Mike didn't respond, ear perked up to hear his foe. It's always a shame when you have to put down an old dog. You've been a faithful source of amusement for so long. The vampire draped an arm over Nicole. Generations of it. Mike said she wasn't a part of it. Vidal shrugged. No, but after you retired and left the game, it was all so tedious. Nicole spat at his feet, pulling away from him even as the dog collar dug into her throat. You're a fucking sadist. Such language in front of your paterfamilias. You should be grounded. You will be soon enough. Vidal grinned. Mike, I would have expected more gratitude for killing your bitch of an ex-wife and returning your pup. He lifted his left hand to pontificate further. Mike's sword flashed in a quick stroke, slicing through the vampire's fingers, cleaving 3 in half. Vidal shrieked, drawing back his hand. He pulled his other arm against Nicole's chest, bringing her closer. Pain soured his earlier delight. You couldn't last around against me now, Fontaine. I can kill you one-handed. Stepping quickly to the vampire's side, Red threw holy water at his face. He recoiled. Nicole kicked against him, pulling herself free. Red rushed forward, splashing the last of the holy water jar at the demon to distract him from his victim. Vidal backhanded her into Nicole, knocking them to the ground. Red scrambled up, tugging the other woman with her. Sluggish, Nicole was unsteady on her feet, plodding towards the deck. "Get inside the house," Red said, and turned back to the fight. She pulled out a short stake from her kit. Mike blocked the vampire from following, swinging the sword at his foe's neck. Vidal dodged the blade. The blistering skin on his face made his gleeful smile more ghoulish. "If I had turned little Nicky tonight, I suppose she'd be our daughter." He sprinted, form blurring from his speed, to appear behind the old swordsman. Mike pivoted quicker than expected for a man of his age and girth. It was as if the decades had been lifted from him in the defense of his child, and he was a young hunter again. His muscles moved from hard experience, using only hearing and movements in the light to guide him. He slashed Vidal's face, cutting a furrow in the dead flesh. Holding his bleeding cheek, Vidal jumped aside, his back to Red, and beckoned to Mike. He chuckled. "Oh, Fontaine, this is why I kept you around all these years." Red crept behind the vampire and jumped, stake ready for his heart. Vidal twisted and grabbed her in midair. "Is this another daughter, you scallywag?" he asked Mike before tossing her into the patio table, sending her skidding across the deck. Shielding her head, Red had a second to brace herself for impact on the intact side of the sliding door. "Please don't hit it. Please don't hit it." A surge of energy like a boiling tea kettle erupted from inside her. She stopped an inch from the glass, boggling at the selenite crystal behind it, and landed on the wood floor. Trembling, she tried to focus on the sudden energy, but the magic receded, slipping from her grasp. She lifted herself up, panting. Mike was holding his own against the vampire who batted at him idly. It turned her stomach. This was all a sick pastime to Vidal, and it would last as long as his amusement did. Kneeling, Red unholstered the revolver from her hunter's kit and aimed it at the vampire. "Not here. You'll bring the cops." Basil flapped his hand at her. "Get in!" Vidal appeared as if teleported, tugging the gun out of her hands and throwing it far into the yard. His face had already healed. He kicked her in the shoulder, hard as a mule. Red slammed back again, knees creaking painfully. No instinctive magic sprung out this time. Her head cracked against a chair, bouncing her brain against her skull. "We have a sound ordinance here." Vidal slammed Basil's temple against the doorframe and left him slumped in the threshold. "I'll get to him later. I think right now it's time for family." Dazed, Red searched the ground for her lost stake. Vidal flapped it from her hands, then kicked her hip. Pain erupted from her side. He shattered a vial of holy water inside her kit. Glass poked at her through the leather as the precious fluid ran down her leg. Weaponless and staring up at a monster, she had the sudden delirious relief that she had gone to the bathroom earlier. Mike jogged up the steps, sword in one hand and inhaling on his puffer with the other. Red motioned for him to run as the vampire's attention turned from her. She scanned the deck looking for something to get the bastard with. There might have been more weapons in the truck, but when the seconds counted, losing a minute to run to the front of the house mattered. A buzzsaw glinted at her from the abandoned power tools by the jacuzzi on the other side of the patio. She steadied herself on a fallen chair and rose to her feet. "Don't tell me you're slowing down, old man," Vidal sighed. "I've gone to so much to arrange this reunion." "I've gotten your gifts." Mike snorted like a bull, dropping his shoulders to barrel towards the vampire. Red darted around Basil, prone in the doorway, and towards the buzzsaw on the work table. The saw was corded and tangled to a jumble of others on a power strip. Damn it. Wasn't Basil rich enough to have an uncorded model so she would run at Vidal in an homage to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Mike's curse made her look. Vidal stepped neatly away from the hunter, hands behind his back. He shook his head, huffing a bored sigh. "I had hoped for more from our epic rematch before I tore your daughter to pieces in front of you." This is what I get for building it up. Red set the buzzsaw back on the table, no time to untangle its cord, and crouched to grab a 2 cakes 4 piece of wood. She tiptoed towards the men. If she could knock Vidal down, Mike could hack his head off. Crude, but it's not like they could coordinate. The vampire blocked Mike's thrusting sword, spinning to elbow him in the nose. A disappointed, childish pout appeared on his immortal face. Humans don't keep as well as wine. I should have come for you years ago. Mike staggered back, blood dripping from his nostrils into his white beard. Licking his lips, Vidal advanced on him. Now yours is a vintage that I've never tasted. I supposed it's time I brushed the dust off the bottle and cracked it open. Red sprung forward to defend Mike. Nicole raced out from the house and hopped on Vidal first. Shrieking, she stabbed him over and over in the neck with a kitchen steak knife, eyes wild and rolling, teeth bared like an animal. Not my dad! Her pupils had shrunk, revealing the edge of green irises. Whatever he had drugged her with, she was coming down hard and taking him with her. Vidal threw her off the deck into a heap in the grass. His face had drained to a chalky white. Blood glinted darkly on his black suit. Vampires could only heal so much between feedings, and he had already taken damage. He winced from true pain. No amusement twinkled in his psychotic eyes. Nicole had hit something vital in him. Mike rushed forward, impaling Vidal in the throat with his sword. The vampire shoved him aside and hobbled backwards, blade jutting from the center of his neck. He pulled it out with a pained gurgle and stabbed it into the patio. Red slammed a plank of wood against his face like a major league slugger, sending him backwards towards the jacuzzi. The hum of the rock tumbler grew as she pressed in on the demon. It gave her an idea. Vidal caught the next blow and ripped the board from her hand. I said family only, not strays. She kicked him hard in the balls, ears buzzing with his words. He groaned, doubling over. She pushed him into the still waters of the jacuzzi and darted to the still grinding rock tumbler. She threw it in after the vampire. Its cord swiped the table clear with a clatter of tools, taking the attached power strip into the water. Sparks flew up. Vidal flailed and splashed, his black hair standing on end, eyes bugging out of his sockets. Blood seeped around him like dye. His hands groped the side for purchase and triggered the spa jets. He slipped under the red bubbles, limbs contorting in the electrified water. Red backed away to find her dropped stake. Electrocution wouldn't finish off a vampire. Mike and Nicole leaned on each other as they staggered from the yard onto the deck. He pulled his upright sword out of the floor. Face bloody, eyes wet, he handed the blade to his daughter. Vidal surged out of the water, skin cracked with red and black fissures. His fangs dripped venom. He crawled out of the hot tub, eyes glowing amber. Nicole lifted the blade up and hacked at his neck. Blood splattered her face. Her dilated eyes were like dark, empty pools. It took 3 messy chops. Vidal's head dropped along with his body, decaying to their rightful state, lifetimes too late. His skeleton slipped into the foam, leaving his skull behind on the floor. She sniffed loudly, wiping her nose on her arm. Blood smeared on her cheeks. She slumped, knees wobbling. Mike gathered his daughter up his arms, stroking her hair, eyes closed. I'm here, little Nicky. I'm here. Nicole sobbed quietly against his shoulder. Dad. Red closed her eyes. Lump in her throat at the intimate scene, she repeated over and over in her head that this was just a job. It didn't help the ache in her heart. She tiptoed past them to check on Basil, helping the dazed man to his feet. She sheepishly surveying the bones floating on the deadly bubbling water. Where is your fuse box? I think we should turn the electricity to the exterior off. Dear God, what happened to my hot tub? He winched at the sight. Just fish the dead dude out, scrub really well, it'll be fine. Red patted him on the back. We killed the bad guy. Surprisingly, panic flashed on his face. Basil whispered, No one can know what I am. You know what vampires do to my kind when they find us. This is a very comfortable nest I've built. Your secret is safe with me. The sound of a parking car drifted from the front of the house. She didn't have long to ponder the new arrival when Vic sprinted into the backyard, slowing as he came onto the deck. "What the hell happened? Who's that?" He pointed at the woman leaning on Mike. Red smiled, heart both happy and heavy in her chest. The real Nicole Fontaine. Red volunteered to drive Mike's pickup truck solo and follow the others in the Millennium Falcon to the local hospital. A sad old country song was playing on the radio when she turned on the engine. She left it on for the drive on the lonely highway. It suited her mood. She ached all over and had a bump growing on the back of her head, but she held it together for most of the ride. Then she noticed the little daddy, long-legged spider from earlier wasn't in its web by the visor. Such a small thing reminded her of everything she had lost tonight. None of it had ever been hers. She had reunited a family, but it felt like she had missed a chance at her own. Face burning from anger at herself, she cried bitter tears that tasted like grief. She had done exactly what Vic told her not to. October 18th, 12:12 a.m., Deer Crest Hospital, Nevada. In the hospital, Red stared at the waiting room clock. She breathed in, counting to 7 in her head, and then breathed out slowly. Her thoughts still tumbled in her mind, grinding against each other, but the deep breathing kept her from jumping out of her skin. The clock ticked and time passed. Mike had bolted from the van when they had arrived, half carrying Nicole with Vic to the emergency room entrance. The woman had slipped into unconsciousness on the ride. The father and daughter were whisked away by staff. Basil scowled when the desk nurse told him to wait with them in the lobby. Soon enough, he had been taken back for an evaluation, yet he had lingered with Red and Vic on a row of plastic seats by the vending machine. "Meditating over there?" Vic said, chomping on a Dorito chip, fingers neon orange from the powder. She snorted. "I find your chewing very soothing." Basil huffed. "It's truly enchanting, Vic. I am amazed by your charm and charisma, as I always am when our paths cross." Vic rolled his eyes and wiped his hands off with a napkin. "Well, you're a cruddy shaman." "And you were tardy to a hunt," Basil said archly in his posh British accent. "Hey, we already covered it." She shook her head. Tony had been too distracted by his arriving volunteers to tell Vic right away where she and Mike had gone. None of them would have expected what happened next. "I still don't understand how you knew Vidal was coming." "I didn't, but paranoia has always served me well. Hunting that beast left a mark on Mike. Obviously, the feeling was mutual. I couldn't help but read it." Basil glared, seemingly annoyed with himself for saying so much. "I don't talk about those abilities in public." The elevator opened on Mike. The blood had been cleaned up, leaving his beard pure white again. A bandage rested on his swollen nose. He walked out with a nurse guiding him. His pace was a slow hobble, yet he moved if a burden had been lifted. A small smile brightened up the bruises on his face. Red and Vic launched themselves out of their chairs to him. Vic said, "Hey man, what's going on?" Mike thanked the nurse before asking for privacy. He waited until she had retreated. "Nicole is resting. The doctors are still running tests, but she's strong, damn strong. Once that junk is out of her system, we'll know more." Red smiled. Her heart fluttered at his joy, making her eyes water. "You got her back, and that's what counts right now." Vic coughed, discreetly dabbing at his own eyes with his sleeve. "I called my alchemist buddy. Their intel has Vidal moving alone to Deer Crest a few months ago, probably looking for you, but rumor has it he was on double secret probation after breaking the Black Veil. My guy doesn't think the Blood Alliance is going to send the DVA to investigate." He grinned and raised his hand for a shake. "I think you are in the clear for a new life with your daughter." Mike pulled him in for a hug and patted his back roughly. "Henry would be proud of you, boy." He drew back from Vic and turned to Red. She toed the ground. "Do you need anyone to feed the dogs?" "Tony took care of it." Mike rested his big palm on her shoulder, smiling kindly. "I'm going to be taken care of too. And so will you if Constantine here doesn't want me sticking a boot in his ass." Vic shrugged. "I accept that." Mike brought her into a big, bear hug. You're a good kid. Any family would be lucky to have you. Thank you. She let herself sink into his arms before moving away to stand by Vic. We'll probably roll out of town before she is ready for visitors, but tell Nicole that it was good to meet her. Vic said, "All that stabbing sounded badass. Bummed I missed it." A nurse stepped to them. "Excuse me, but Mr. Fontaine, there is another form we need you to fill out." Vic saluted him. "Go on, Sergeant. I'll call you tomorrow." Mike nodded and made his goodbyes before the nurse led him away. Red carefully breathed through her nose, keeping her expression blank. She told herself the job was over. It was time to move on. "So," Basil said behind them, "I made a deal earlier for protection. Can I still have guards for the night? My guest bedrooms are furnished." "You strike a hard bargain," Vic said, motioning for them to follow him to the van in the parking lot. Red was too lost in her own thoughts to even care where she spent the night. When they reached the highway, Basil was asleep in the back of the van. It was that time of night when the road held a dreamy quality as the world shrunk to only what the headlamps could illuminate. Vic fiddled with the radio, flipping between stations to avoid commercials. He scowled as he hit a row of them and leaned back in the driver's seat. "Hey, intern, hanging in there?" "Yeah." She nodded, stomach twisting under her crossed arms. Sighing, she shook her head. "But you were right. I wasn't looking for validation of my genius. I mean it. How are you?" "I'm so happy for Mike and Nicole. They can make up for lost time." She looked away from him to the desert shadows. The words were true, yet a tear streamed down her cheek anyway. "I just wish it was me." The next morning, Basil made them a lovely breakfast spread. Hungrier than usual, Red was grateful when he had made enough for seconds. The chaos of the night before hadn't been cleaned up, leaving her feeling like a destructive squatter. He forked more tomatoes on their plates as he pronounced, "I'll do a memory recovery session with Red, but I have a price." Vic said, "What? We helped kill your local neighborhood vampire. Doesn't that get us freebies from the Hollywood shaman? This sweet pad is your vacation home, for crying out loud. You've run up some credit in my book, but don't push it. Vidal didn't find me until he saw Mike's truck and took a peek inside. That unpleasantness is behind us." Basil narrowed his eyes at his ruined sliding glass door. "Yet the cleanup remains. I need help getting this place in order." "That's the price?" Red said. She'd already planned on helping him tidy up. "Sure. I'll have the supplies ready for the ceremony." Basil smiled and handed her a juice glass. "Allow yourself to remain open-minded. It's best to start on my abode before our trip." "Trip?" Red said, but Basil had already bounded away to wash a dish. She had expected to sweep up, maybe board up a window, but Basil handed them a veritable honey-do list. After the actual fight damage had been sorted, Vic and Red were suckered into painting the living room, while the Hollywood shaman took a nap upstairs. As they waited for the first coat of mouse gray to dry, Red leaned again the kitchen counter and slurped down some water. The doors and windows were open to the sunshine and fresh air, but the paint fumes clung in her nostrils. "I think he Tom Sawyered us." Vic drank a beer, shirtless. "Yeah, whitewashing this wall wasn't as much fun as he promised." "He's a soul-mancer. Why didn't you take me to him before?" "Can't afford his prices." He shrugged. "Haven't heard from him in a long time. Didn't know where he was or what name he was under now. Didn't think he'd be happy to see someone with vamp trouble, past or present, anyway." "Can he help me?" "No idea. We don't know why you don't remember." Vic set his beer down and walked towards the paint cans. "Huff some more paint and you might feel better about it." She snorted and picked up a brush roller. "I might already be high." They finished the walls before Basil came down. She showered and changed into stretchy yoga pants and a baggy t-shirt. Whatever this ceremony was, she wanted to be comfortable. The last 48 hours had worn her out. The soulmancer played coy about the details, so she hoped he had all the supplies ready. It wasn't as if she had anything from her past life anymore. She cursed herself for not keeping a scrap of the boots that she'd been in when first found. The pair had fallen apart months ago. After paying a series of psychics to feel over the boots, she got only cryptic darkness for an answer. Hope was a hard habit to lose. What if Basil would be the lucky break she needed? Vic popped his head into her bedroom. "We're taking a walk down to the lake." Basil met them at the foot of the stairs in purple sunglasses and a yellow linen blazer with matching shorts. A basket hung on his arm, covered by a woven southwestern blanket. "Have you eaten?" Red shook her head, nervously tucking a loose hair behind her ear. "Splendid." He smiled and motioned them on. "It'll hit you quicker then." "My questions begin and end with what and huh? Is this a Not so loud, my dear." Basil opened the sliding glass door that Vic repaired and took them outside onto the deck. They had left it neater than before. The power tools and table were gone, and the hot tub was covered. The only sign of the night's turmoil was a brown patch of grass. It marked where Vidal Hurtado's skeleton burned to dust by the dawn. "What are we doing?" she said, as they walked through the yard to the lake. Basil's section of beach was thankfully shielded from his neighbors by trees. "Usually I would do this at night, but considering everything, I thought a picnic would be more soothing." Basil patted his basket. "When I read that horrid vampire's name off Mike, I wasn't reading his mind. He was in such a state that his soul was broadcasting to me. I don't get a narrative. I get tidbits like names in passing. I merely recognized Vidal's. Unfortunately, I can't turn a key and open the door to all your secrets." Red lowered her head, disappointed. Vic said, "What are doing then?" "I've been thinking about it all morning. If her memories are only blocked on the conscious level, then the truth might be buried deeper," she said. "Soul deep?" Nodding, Basil directed them to an aspen, leaves already turning yellow. He draped a blanket over the ground and knelt on it, pulling out shells, cones of incense, and other baubles from his basket. Red sat cross-legged opposite him. Vic joined her. Water lapped gently against the shore. The fall foliage blocked most of the late afternoon sun. She stretched her neck, telling herself to relax. Basil handed her a small cellophane-wrapped piece of fudge. "Eat that." "How magical is this?" Red nibbled on the earthy-tasting dark chocolate, able to chew the entire thing in 2 bites. "Less than you'd think," Basil said dryly, pouring green fluid from a mason jar into a shot glass. Vic raised his eyebrow. "Can I try some candy?" The soulmancer ignored him to hand Red the potion. "Plug your nose first." She followed his advice while swallowing, and it still tasted like a compost pile. Her stomach recoiled at the foul intrusion. Gagging, she accepted a waiter bottle from Vic. She swished waiter in her mouth before stumbling up to spit the aftertaste away from the blanket. Wiping her chin, she turned back to them. "Holy fuck, that was nasty." Basil shrugged cheerfully. "Think of it as a lubrication for the mind." "I don't want any of that juice," Vic clarified earnestly. "Sit, Red. Enjoy the sights." Basil patted the ground next to him. "Tell me about yourself. I'm supposed to find the answers to all your questions. Where do I start?" She would have rather take another gulp of his potion. It wasn't like opening up to strangers had done her any favors lately. She sat anyway. Hunched over, elbows on her knees, acutely aware of Vic watching her, she dispassionately described the road so far. She finished by adding, "And we know for certain that I am not a Fontaine, even distantly. Paternity test came back this morning." Vic scratched his chin, hiding a cringe. "You overheard that, huh?" She licked her dry lips before nodding, deciding to drink more water than explain. Basil entwined his fingers with her free hand, his palm soft and warm against hers. "Can I get a sense of your magic? I know this is bold to ask." Sure." Red frowned, not knowing what kind of witchy etiquette was involved. "As long as I don't need to do anything." He closed his eyes, brow furrowing. Hmm. What? Vic asked, surprisingly quicker than Red. You have a capacity for great magic. Brow furrowed. Basil let go of her hand. More precisely, you have the storage space for it. I'm not a witch, so I don't exactly know the lingo. Red thought back to the near collision with the glass door. It wasn't the first time that magic had bubbled up within her from mortal terror. The trouble was that she could barely harness that energy even after studying Vic's supernatural texts. Well, I don't have much filling it. I can barely float a pencil without getting a migraine, then needing to eat and take a nap. Practice, you might be surprised. I am, Basil said. The soul is like IKEA furniture. You get the parts and then you build the rest over a lifetime of actions and choices. You're a good person, but there is something missing. More than suppressed memories, it's like life experience has been sanded and varnished over. I can't see what was underneath. Red rolled up her black sleeve. The skin paled and her old scars returned. She blinked. They were still there. The lake swirled in her vision. Oh shit, I think I'm feeling it. Her voice sounded distorted and slow in her ears. Are you okay? Vic said, waving a hand, fingers blurring in trace lines. I was meant to find you. She smiled at him as her mind opened and a rainbow of Crayola colors spewed out. Shoulders slumped, she fell forward in her lap. The head rush spun her entire world. When she lifted her head, fire and ash churned in her vision. She wasn't at the lake anymore. Flames spread through the canyon below, then smoke obscured the sight. Unseen screams ripped through the toxic air. Her eyes watered. She stood in the center of 9 upright stone stabs, heart thumping in her chest. Magic flowed from her to the earth itself. There was more at stake than her life. A man fought outside of the stone circle. Surrounded by an aura of blue streaked with gold, he was perfect to her. Tousled dark hair framed his gray eyes. None of the prowling monsters would get past him. The fire in the distance dimmed and grew smaller. Soon, it was no bigger than the flame on a birthday cake. The horizon turned into white frosting. A name was written in a sugary goo. Pieces of the cake was taken away, leaving the name unreadable. The silver platter reflected her face. She leaned over it, her fingers dipping through the metal like water. An unseen hand tugged her. Tumbling down, a wide skirt puffed around her cinched torso. She fell like Alice through the looking glass. Darkness swallowed her, and she kept falling and falling and falling. Red landed with a splash, water shooting up her nose, clothing twisting around her limbs. Primal instinct made her roll onto her back, arms spreading out. The bright sun kissed her face and told her that she was safe now. She floated on the water as peacefully as a lily pad, or a corpse. Her heart thumped in her chest, telling her that she was still alive. Vic waded into the lake. Leaning over her, he blocked out the sky. Do you remember your family? What about your real name? Tears came to her eyes. There was no revelation in this baptismal. Chemical fireworks exploded in her brain, leaving her toes tingling. The hallucinations crested again, and she left lucidity behind once more. October 19th, 9:30 a.m., somewhere between Lake Tahoe and Carson City. It was a quiet goodbye. Last night, Red had vivid nightmares that dissolved to unsettling disjointed images like a reflection in a broken mirror. Whatever the potion had done, it hadn't lubricated anything important from her mind like a family address. The last thing she remembered clearly was puking into a toilet with Vic holding her hair while Basil shouted encouragement from the next room. Breakfast done, Vic took their duffel bags to the van, leaving her with the soulmancer. She was grateful to him even after spewing her guts. Every dead end was a possibility explored, another thing that she could cross off the list. Closure in a way. It would have to do for now. Nursing a Bloody Mary, Basil sighed sadly at her. I am sorry that all I can offer is vague impressions of vampires and mortal struggle. Thanks for trying. She nodded, wanting to give him a participation ribbon. It wasn't new information. Her dermatologist could have told her that. I handed it to Vic earlier, but I have something for you. It's not your real name, but you might like it. It's a book on energy meditations for witches. Touched, she hugged Basil, surprising them both, and drew back, blushing. I appreciate it. He grinned and said in a Midwestern accent, Real names are overrated anyway. Mine's Kevin. She blinked at him. Huh, you don't look like a Kevin. Naturally. He rolled his eyes as if there was no accounting for his mother's taste. Regaining his English accent, he led her to the front door. You're a blank slate. You could be anyone. That's a freedom that few get. I love that moment when an alias is fresh and life is what you make it. Huh. Red mulled over the unexpected notion and stepped outside. I've never quite thought about it like that. Enjoy the anonymity for a bit. Basil winked at her. I always have. She straightened her shoulders, seeing more promise in the road ahead. It was a beautiful day for a drive around the lake, at least. Later in the Millennium Falcon, Vic drove in silence as she stared out the window. She wasn't sad, just introspective. Her body sagged in the front seat, body and brain chemicals wrung out from the strange trip. She didn't notice that he had taken them to Tony's until they parked in front of the barn. Gotta say goodbye to Sugar and the gang, Vic explained, hopping out of the van. She followed inside, immediately greeted by the little white dog. Serotonin flickered in her brain for the first time that day. She cuddled the dog as they walked to Tony sitting at a table. Sugar leapt from her arms to go to the older man, dancing on back legs to be picked up. Red laughed, sitting down beside Vic. I guess she claimed you. Tony smiled and held the dog in his lap. What princess wants, princess gets. How's Mike? She said. I only talked to him a little bit yesterday. He's with Nicole. That's better than we could have hoped for on this job. The twinkle faded in Tony's eyes. My boys found Vidal's lair. Wasn't pretty what we hauled out, but some of it was pawnable. The cut ain't much. He held out an envelope to Vic. Not why I came, Vic said. You two still need to keep gas in the tank. The other hunter glowered and shoved the envelope at him. Vic tucked the packet inside his denim jacket without counting it. True enough. I heard from Julio that he needs all the hunters he can, Tony said. He bought an old hotel cheap. Let me guess it's haunted as fuck? Tony shrugged. A bargain is a bargain. Red said, Why did your friend in Reno buy a hotel? The vamps are having a little get-together in Cali soon. Julio figures a lot of hunters might decide it's too hot for them there. Thinks he should hop on the demand. He's ready with cash. Has a lot of rooms to cleanse. I'm in, she said. Let's go today. You sure? Vic raised an eyebrow. Not Vegas? Might as well. Red nodded. We're barely an hour away. Sure, she was mind-fried, but psycho vampires were normal on a hunt, even if psychedelics weren't. She survived, and somewhere out there, her real family was waiting for her. Where? Maybe only God knew. She still didn't. This trip had cut to the core of her, but she learned something from Mike Fontaine. The best way to get over one job was to start another. The Red Witch Chronicles continues in A Witch Called Red. If you thought that the stakes were high in Oklahoma City, you've never been to Los Angeles. The adventure continues in A Witch Called Red. Find it at http://www.samivalentine.com, books, or amazon.com.